Parish. It goes up to the state line here. And you see this squall line. Let's get rid of that severe thunderstorm warning because I want to show this squall line here. There we go. You see how organized this line is. That sharp edge tells me that this is a very intense squall line that's moving east at, what's the speed on it, 70 to 80? 70. It's moving east at 70 miles per hour. So she's going to put a tracker on this and show you some of the times. You can expect destructive winds to enter Tangipahoa Parish in the next 30 minutes or so. It's going to get to a Walker along I-12 at 8:48. Let's start looking at some of the actual areas in our vicinity. Kentwood, it'll be there at 8:59. Roseland, 9 a.m. Independence, 9:03. Tickfaw, 9:05. And if this can hold together, it'll start to move into the interior portion of Tangipahoa Parish. So Loranger, 9:08. And downtown Hammond area around 9:08. Our storm tracker, Amber Wheeler, she's running up I-55 at this moment. So we're going to see exactly what those conditions are when that squall line moves east. Let's clear that box just so I can show that line, and maybe let's put some of the velocities on here to indicate what the radar is picking up on. And there's that sharp edge. Now, I will admit some of these velocities have dropped off on the back side of this, but you can't always take these exact because the radar does some funky things when it starts to go through a lot of rain. But you see how you have 75 miles per hour. That's hurricane force winds blowing through Zachary, blowing through Baker. This is all going to keep coming east. And so you need to be prepared for tornadic-like winds if you're along I-55 from the state line near Osyka all the way down to Hammond. Be prepared for tornadic-like winds. They're warning this as a considerable severe thunderstorm. That's why you just got your WEA alert, the wireless emergency alert on your phone. Usually you only get it for tornado warnings and not severe thunderstorm warnings, but if you live in this box, which includes all of Tangipahoa and Livingston Parish, you got that WEA alert because it is such a destructive storm that they actually sent out an alert for it. So we're going to be watching this very closely as this whole squall line moves off to the east, and we will bring you what's going on in Tangipahoa Parish from Amber Wheeler, our storm tracker, up that way. So that is a look at the 3 different storms that have my attention right now. Number 1 being the tornado warning back off to the south and east and southeast St. Tammany, the severe squall line entering the picture from the west, and then we do have these individual cells that are going south of the lake that we have to monitor for the risk of heavy rainfall. In addition to some of these are trying to rotate. I do see this green box. Let's zoom in to the river parishes. And honestly, the river parishes, you haven't had any real significant severe warnings, but you've had continuous downpours and you've had some hail, you've had some gusty winds, but it's the heavy rain that is becoming a bigger issue in and around the river parishes. That radar estimate from Viper is 6 inches. So you've had a half a foot of rain just in the past 4 or 5 hours. It started raining out that way around maybe 5 o'clock this morning. So a lot of heavy rain starting to transpire here. Can we put the radar on, Hannah, and actually loop it for me? Because I want to mention something here and back out just a little bit. Okay, so you see, watch this loop, and you see how the storms, they keep redeveloping. Now, eventually this squall line is going to catch you, but these storms keep redeveloping. So the flood threat along the Mississippi River into the river parish is only going to get worse over the next several hours as all of this mess just comes together over you. In the city, we've had some heavy rains, led to a flash flood warning. That heavier rain has lifted to the North Shore, but we do have more heavy rains falling over the metro area at this time. There is a flash flood warning that continues for the city, so we're definitely going to have ponding on the roadways, and we're going to fill up some of our streets with some very heavy rainfall. But significant flooding in the city, not anticipated right now. But we have to watch, because what's going to happen is that line is eventually going to catch us, and if it slows down in any kind of sense, we could add up these rainfall totals very quickly. Radar is estimating 2.5 inches here on our rain gauge. Now, I think what's happening, our rain gauge is only around 1 inch here at Fox 8, and we're right there in the heart of the city. I think a lot of it's wind-blown rain. So what's happening is we're getting the winds blowing, and it's hard for that radar to catch, or not the radar, but our rain gauge to catch that water when you're getting 50, 60 miles per hour winds that are blowing into the storms. Let's go back to our tornado warning. I want to get back to that. And clearly this is a hook right here. So we're watching this cell very closely, just north of Hickory, between Hickory and Tallahassee. You need to be in your safe place because this is a tornado warning, a possible tornado forming in this area. Put on the rotation. Let's see the velocities on this. And you don't need me to point out that to you. That's obvious rotation that's now crossed. Zoom all the way in here. That's obvious rotation that's crossed through right near Hickory. So you need to be in your safe place. Let's work our way up to the north and east. If you live along the Pearl River, close to Nicholson, it's going to be over you next. And then eventually it's going to be into Pearl River County into Mississippi and also the northwestern edge of Hancock County. You'll be the next in line. So if we put this in kind of play, Picayune, it'll be close to you at 9:04 and then Carrier at 9:16, which almost brings us to the end of this tornado warning, which is going to go all the way until 9:30. So Picayune, you're right here. You're on the eastern edge of this box. A lot of times, these storms, as they organize, they stop moving due north. They start to move northeast and they move almost east-northeast. It's what we call right movers. And this does seem to be trying to take on that right moving motion. As you can see, that tracking more so towards the east-northeast, right towards Picayune. So if you live in Picayune and Carrier or anywhere surrounding that in Pearl River County, I want you in your safe place because we have a possible tornado developing in St. Tammany Parish at this hour. And that's going to continue to move off towards the north and east. That'll be a close call for all of those communities along the I-59 corridor. So paying attention very closely to that. Let me check National Weather Service chat and see if they've confirmed anything with these tornado warnings. Well, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out. John?
No, I just wanted to take a step back here for just a second, give you a break, to be honest with you, and ask you a couple of little things. These radar indicated storms, Zach, you know, it used to be back in the day, you had to have a visual sighting of a tornado before somebody said, hey, you have a tornado, it was confirmed. How good are these radars?
Radars are really good nowadays. The dual pole radar, which is one of the newer technologies that we have so many different things that we can see within these storms. We could see the wind, we can see the radar, of course, the rain that everybody always sees with the reds and greens. But not only that, seeing the velocities, and there's this thing we call correlation efficient. And Viper can detect that. We can actually put it up here. Put up the correlation coefficient. That's the big word for basically saying debris tracker. We can determine what's rain on the radar, what's rain and rain falling out of the sky, and what's a non-water type object, what could be debris. So we could see tornadoes developing at times. Let's go zoom into that and see if we actually notice anything with the debris detector. Now some of this does get funky because it's not perfect, but we're not noticing a dropout. When I say dropout, you see everything looks normal. Everything looks uniform with the purples and reds. If we saw a bright yellow thing pop up here, which there's a little, but that could just be some leaves. But if it was a bright yellow ball, then that would be obvious that we have a tornado spinning about and we're blowing a whole bunch of debris around.
Well, we had that happen, I remember a few years ago, in the Gonzales area. We had a pretty significant, now it turned out that it was in the woods, it was in forest, but it was able to pick it up.
It happened with the Araby tornado. We saw that drop out first on the West Bank and then it crossed the river, and that was how we confirmed that we had a tornado on the ground. We're not seeing that with this storm right now, and the rotation's there. It's pretty obvious the rotation's there. Put the velocity back on there, Hannah, just to see. And you could see the reds and greens. And this is when I say velocity, I'm talking wind. We're showing what the radar is detecting in wind. Wind's blowing towards the radar is the green, which remember our radar is now in Hammond. So the winds are blowing towards the radar in green and then away from the radar here. So there's that rotation. It looks fairly broad, to be honest with you. It's not very tight, but this is still strong enough that I would be concerned that we could be producing a tornado if you're anywhere along these I-59 corridor communities, Picayune, northward to Richardson, Ozona, and eventually Carrier, Mississippi. Those are areas that we're going to have to watch closely. And the latest scan makes me feel a little bit better because the reds and greens are not as tightly wound together, but there's still some broad rotation going on here. And when you have broad rotation, these things can produce tornadoes like that. It doesn't take long. So that's why we have to put out the warning. The National Weather Service has put out the warning, and this is going to continue to lift north. Let's go to the river parishes. Because I see their severe thunderstorm warning that they popped up. I just wanted to make sure what they're warning for. Is there a severe thunderstorm warning there? Oh, they expired the one. That was one from earlier. Yeah, so right now it's flash flood warning, river parishes. Your biggest threat is the flooding concern with this line of weather that's moving on by. The city, we've been watching this rotation too over the city, but so far it has not tightened up enough to get a tornado warning, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Same thing, strong greens blowing towards the Hammond radar. The backside's not red. So there is almost a drop off, but it's not as drastic as what it is on the North Shore. So we're not seeing that tornado warning. There's still some very blinding rains and a lot of heavy rain in addition to the lightning. And we could have some gusty winds. Just when the radar is detecting those strong winds blowing towards the radar, did they say anything with that tornado warning? Because I see they canceled it for Hancock County, Mississippi, which Hancock County was never really under the threat because it was just the far northwestern edge of the county that was included in that warning. Now it's strictly Pearl River County in Mississippi and St. Tammany Parish in southeast Louisiana, and there's that rotation. It's going to run right up I-59 over the next 30 minutes or so. This tornado warning will go all the way until 9:30 this morning if they continue. Now remember, the threat for St. Tammany Parish, come down a little bit farther, Hannah. I want to come back out a little bit. I want to show some of these communities. This does not include Slidell. This does not include Covington, Mandeville, even though a lot of these areas you probably got that alert on your phone that it was a tornado warning. This is north of you, and this is moving away from you. It's not moving any closer to you. So this is about to exit, go over the Pearl River between Tallahassee and Hickory, go over the Pearl River and move into Pearl River County in Mississippi. This is more so Pearl River County in Mississippi. You're the ones that are under the threat from this tornado warning as it lifts towards the north and east. Let's go back to that severe thunderstorm warning with the squall line, because I don't want to forget about this severe squall line that's coming east. This is on your doorstep now. If you're in Tangipahoa Parish, if you live in Tangipahoa Parish, you're going to have destructive winds moving into your area in the next 15, 20 minutes. This is going to be fast. This line has been moving 70 to 80 miles per hour all morning long. And if it keeps holding together, eventually it's going to make it to Washington Parish. Eventually it's going to make it into St. Tammany Parish. So you need to be prepared. Everybody along I-55, you're going to have destructive type winds that are like a tornado. So you need to be monitoring that threat very closely. Now in the back, we're going to want to watch what's going on with Amber Wheeler's shot, because she is going to go through this in the next 10 minutes or so. So we want to know what's going on out there and make sure she's safe, because there's going to be some very strong winds that are coming across I-55 in the next short while. And this is going to cross the entire North Shore. So it's going to go all the way towards the Pearl River in the next hour. This is going to be very fast how this all happens because of the movement on this storm. You can see how quickly by 9:15 this is already entering Ponchatoula. It's already entering Laranger. All of those places in Tangipahoa Parish, you're going to be going through the thick of it, going through the worst of this squall line in the next short while. Has any other wind gusts come in for this line, just to kind of give people an idea? I know there was one near New Roads that was 60-something.
I haven't seen any yet.
Okay. When I look to the side, I'm just checking on what's going on with the National Weather Service chat and to kind of get an idea because they're constantly telling us what exactly is happening and what they're going to warn for and what they're going to cancel. So being able to stay on top of that is kind of key to keep you up to date at home.
They did cancel the back end of this severe thunderstorm warning for the West Bank.
So most of the West Bank's now dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning. It is strictly from, say, Chalmette, New Orleans downtown area, New Orleans East, and Gentilly up towards the northeast, towards Michoud. And if it holds together, this could end up in Lake Catherine. It could end up in the Wrigley's. And remember, once this gets closer to water again, once it passes through Michoud, it's going to get out over open water. It's going to have a couple of lakes to feed some of that wind into it. You see these winds, they're already 70 to 80 miles per hour. Now that's probably a little elevated in the atmosphere. It's not down at the ground, but that wind will probably intensify as it moves northeast, and then we could get stronger rotation as that happens. You have something?
That severe thunderstorm warning is tagged for 70 mile per hour wind gusts.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, so they are warning for the possibility of 70 miles per hour winds. Usually a severe thunderstorm starts technically at 58. They warn for 60, but when you get 70 to 80 miles per hour winds, that's a step above. And you might have some of those damaging winds in portions of Chalmette right now with that strong inflow that's coming into that storm. Hopefully we can kick this out and move it more over Lake Bourne and not move it over the populated centers of New Orleans East. But New Orleans East, folks, this is right on top of you as far as the heavy rain's concerned. You probably have some small hail. We're not worried about big hail today. It's the smaller stuff. It's pea-sized hail, maybe a quarter-sized hail, but blinding rains all along I-10 through the east. But the strongest wind from this storm would be right here where you're starting to get some of that rotation right near Arabi. I know thankfully we do not have a tornado warning going on right now over Arabi, but there is definite rotation happening over the city of New Orleans into the lower 9 into Chalmette, but we're about to kick this out, and it's going to move out along Highway 90, along Chef Mentor, and then eventually get out towards the Wrigley's and places up towards the north and east. But again, we have to watch because this could strengthen in the next short while, and then we could deal with the possibility of a tornado warning coming from that. Thunderstorm wind damage, and we've had wind damage all across the western half of the state. wind damage in Lake Charles, wind damage in Lafayette, wind damage from Baton Rouge northward, and it's with the squall line that's about to intersect I-55. If we could we possibly set something up where we can go live to Amber as the storm gets to her? Because she's about to go through it. Zoom into our storm tracker, and she's right there along the interstate, and she should be in it in the next 5 minutes or so. We would like to know what's going on with that storm cell there. And
Looks like you can see the gust front under shot coming through.
okay, can we take that shot? Can we take that shot of what's going on with the storm tracker? Okay.
It may take just a
Yeah, they're doing it right now. I want to just. Okay, there you go. So they're probably going to be pointed towards the west to see that front, that gust front, as we call it. Amber just said, moving into the picture, and as it does so, you're going to see the motion in the atmosphere, how fast it goes, and how fast it's going to go from just this shot to 60 to 70 miles per hour winds and blinding rainfall that's going to occur as that squall line moves on through. Let's come back to me with Live Viper, and there they are. So watching that storm cell as it moves in. What was that? Were they just updating the tornado warning right there?
Yes, they continued it for Pearl River County.
Okay, so they dropped St. Tammany. Yeah, so they dropped St. Tammany out of that. Let's go back over there because I don't want to forget about my friends in Pearl River County because we do have this tornado warning. Let's put the velocities back on here and see if we have anything, and change up the velocity table. Just want to see. And you can clearly see there's a lot of green, strong green, and then there's that red. So there is definitely rotation here. There's a reason why they're warning this for a possible tornado. It's not close to one another, but if you're in Picayune, Richardson, Ozona, Carrier, all of these spots, you're going to be in the path of the strongest rotation. So hopefully it's not producing a tornado at this time, but you are definitely going to have that rotation happening or moving right over your head or coming right into your vicinity. Could be a wall cloud. There could be a lowering. You get the dark lowering of the sky, and that would be the first step to getting a tornado developing. But we definitely have rotation occurring right here, right along I-59. It's just going to be on the west side of I-59 going up towards the north and east towards Poplarville. And if this can hold together, I know we have Poplarville up north. You're still a little ways away, but right now I would say Picayune, Carrier, up towards McNeil. You're the first ones that you're going to have to deal with this in the next short while. This goes until 9:30. So 9:30 is when this tornado warning expires, and then we'll figure out if they're going to extend it. It does not make it all the way to Poplarville. You see the purple box right there cut off. Outside of just having a tornado warning, we have blinding rains all along I-59, McNeil, back towards Carrier. And then just because the rain stops and it's not as heavy, which is happening right here in Carrier down through Picayune, that's not good. That doesn't mean go outside and observe what's going on outside, because a lot of times the tornado, if it forms, it's right here. It's not going to be, with these supercell type characteristics of these storms, the rotation with the storm might be wide open. There might not be a lot of rain in it, but that's where it would be, right there over Picayune, where if you go outside and you're like, oh, it's not even raining that hard, that's how sometimes these things happen, where you get the rotation that moves right over you, and then the blinding rains can come after that. So they just got hit by it. That's Amber, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's take that full. Let's take that full. She is going through that destructive severe thunderstorm warning right now, right there along I-55 in Tangipahoa Parish. And you can see that is a hurricane-like condition that you're experiencing right now as this moves in. So everybody in Tangipahoa Parish, you're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So you're going to have winds 60, 70, maybe upwards of 80 miles per hour as this storm cell moves on in. So you can clearly see how how quickly it changed. We were there a second ago, and now we've come back, and you can't see anything. You see things are flapping, flying around there, and clearly that is an intense storm that's moving across our northern tier. So everybody from Hammond northward to the state line, these are your conditions that are coming. And I think she's on the west side of the interstate. Yeah, she's on Highway 16 right there at that truck stop. So she's on the west side right there on Amite towards Mount Pelier. And so this should be over the interstate in the next while. If you know somebody who just left the house in Tangipahoa and they're going to be getting on the interstate, tell them to pull over. Tell them to pull over somewhere safe. You do not want to be driving this. You're not going to get anywhere very fast when the weather is like that, when you have 60, 70 miles per hour winds, blinding rains. We've already saw cars flipped over on the interstate. We've already seen cars hydroplaning. This is some dangerous stuff that's moving through our northern tier right now at this hour. Let's pull back and go back to the city. I just want to check on what's going on in the metro. Okay, we still have this rotation that's now passed through. Zoom all the way in. Come all the way in. I want to get close and see exactly where this is. All right. And you can clearly see there's rotation that's now pulling across, where we're going to be going through Michoud. It's running almost parallel to Chef-Mentor Highway at this point. Strong winds getting pulled into Michoud at the facility right now. That's what all this bright green is. So the velocities are telling us could be 70, 80 miles per hour winds occurring here. Now, a lot of this is likely going to occur over water, and this is actually our shot. I think he's on the West Bank right now. But the West Bank just went through all of this nasty weather, just went through all this heavy rain, but this is moving away from the city. So we're going to get improving conditions in the metro area in the next short while. We will watch, because sometimes when these things go back over water, they can certainly rotate even more. We do still have some heavy rains coming back towards the south and west over towards the West Bank. So we could see all the heavy rainfall over the city. Let me go back. Hannah, you want to talk about what's going on in the river parishes right now?
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This was just issued for the river parishes. You can see those strong storms moving through. They're coming in on the tail end of that squall line. Most of that we just watched Amber go through on the North Shore, but we also have the very edge of this line that's about to go through the river parishes. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 10 a.m. That includes St. Charles, St. John, and St. James. Right now, the winds on this that are being indicated are 60 mile per hour wind gusts with penny-sized hail, and this is moving to the east at 45 miles per hour. And I did want to take a close look here. I was looking at velocity, and you can see there's a little bit of a spin actually going over the lake. So I wouldn't be surprised, Zach, if right here we're seeing a little inflow notch. We're gonna have to watch for water spouts, like you had just mentioned, going over the metro. We were watching for that rotation. We're seeing a little bit of a notch there that's about to go over the lake. So continuing to watch for that. But other than that, we're going to see those 60 mile per hour winds and small hail in the river parishes, Zach.
Okay, yeah, and one thing to point out, they're talking in the National Weather Service chat right now that the tornado warned storm for Pearl River County, they're going to cancel that because the rotation just broadened out. So that's good news from our Pearl River folks. If you are in your safe place, remember, Fox 8 Weather App, great tool because you can go to your safe place, you can watch us live streaming. If you're in your safe place, you can get out of your safe place. We will continue to watch the storm very closely because this is certainly a threat that this can re-energize itself and, of course, produce a tornado. But right now, they've dropped this tornado warning for Pearl River County at this hour. They're saying we're going to cancel it. So it's still on the map. That's what you see, the purple box here, or pink box in this case. But there is still some rotation. There is a rotation signature that's showing up with this cell that we'll continue to monitor and see how it all goes. But it's really has dropped off tremendously. Let me bring you back just a few scans, and you can see a lot more of that reddish green next to one another. Let me zoom you in a little bit closer. We had a lot more red and green next to one another back here when it was passing along Highway 41, and now it's just broadened out. So much better news for my Pearl River County folks. This is not as much of a risk for tornadic development at this hour. So let's focus on what is destructive and what is damaging, and that's what's going on with the squall line that's now moving eastward and passing I-55. Very intense squall that is now pushed east, and we've had some destructive natures to the squall line. It is pretty stout. There's a very organized line of storms. We just had Amber Wheeler go through this. This is not Amber's live shot. This is actually in the city, showing you all the heavy rain over the city and the metro area right now. This entire squall will continue to push east. And what I'll do is I'll put this in motion and show you how it's going to rapidly move eastward in the next hour. I think in the next hour, this will be to the state line, the Pearl River. So it's going to be a fast-paced thing where we're going to have some strong winds crossing the North Shore. You can down trees, you can down power lines. It could be like a mini tornado out there when you're talking 60, 70, 80 miles per hour winds. That can do its own destruction, especially we know we have a ton of trees on the North Shore. Do want to mention, flash flood warning has come out for Covington, Mandeville vicinity for that area. So if you live in a lot of those subdivisions, the water is starting to pile up. We're starting to notice the water levels rising, and you have a flash flood warning in effect for you. We're getting widespread 1 to 2 inches, I think, in the last hour It's hard to see. There you go. 2, 3, 4 inches actually showing up near Mandeville. This is going to be heavy, blinding rains in addition to the severe weather risk that's out there at this time. So what I'm going to do is, John, do you have any questions right now?
Well, yes, I do. A couple little things real quick just for house cleaning. 5,300 Entergy customers are without power right now, including 4,300 in Orleans. CLECO has just 300 outages. And then this is a kind of a typical problem area. The Carrollton Underpass is closed, we understand, because of some of the downpours there. You know, what might be useful, Zach, in just a second is to recap where the tornado warning is. But before we get to that, you know, I think we didn't think of ourselves as tornado country in Louisiana. We've had some more serious tornadoes in recent years, and you know, Mississippi, I think, was kind of tornado alley almost. One year they had the great number. So just to explain to viewers, one of the reasons we stay on is this is not like a watch. This is a warning, a very strong indication of a tornado on radar, and we want to make sure people are aware of that.
Well, here's the good news. The tornado warning that was in effect for St. Tammany and Pearl River, they've dropped that.
Okay.
So currently in southeast Louisiana, there are no tornado warnings in effect. We have a tornado watch, which just means we're watching for the development of one. But we have a very intense squall line that has destructive natures to it. And so they put out a severe thunderstorm warning with destruction, or what they call the destruction tag. That allows people to get alerted on their phone just like a tornado. And so that's what people, you might have got that alert in Tangipahoa Parish and be like, why am I getting a severe thunderstorm warning? Usually you don't get severe thunderstorm warnings, but when winds are 80 miles per hour, they put a destructive tag on it, and that "we" is your phone.
So we can drop that banner.
Yes, we could drop that banner. The tornado warning is
tornado
not in
warning
effect any
has
longer in Pearl River County or St. Tammany Parish. If you are in your safe place in St. Tammany Parish, Pearl River County, Hancock County, you can come out of your safe place. We are no longer tracking any type of possible tornado.
Well, on that point of your safe place, I think it might be useful to what you're really talking about is get to a room that has no exterior wall.
Get to a room that has no windows, the interior portion of your room. And if you know direction, the best place to be in a tornado warning is the interior portion of your room in the northeastern quadrant, because a lot of times the storms move in from southwest, but you have to know direction for that. Definitely not the second level of a home.
Right.
If you have 2 stories, you're never in the top story and never in a mobile home. I can't emphasize that enough, that mobile homes are one of the most dangerous places you could be, not only just from a tornado, but this. When you have damaging winds running a line like this, mobile homes are just as dangerous for a tornado than they are with 80 miles per hour winds like what we're seeing with some of this squall moving on by.
The tornado threat too, you know, you would see that at the kind of the leading edge generally. You can get rain-shrouded tornadoes, but generally it would be along the line you just pointed to there. What's been fascinating about this is what you talked about earlier, is that some of the strongest winds aren't even in the yellows to the west of that line. Some of them are almost into the greens where it's not raining nearly as hard, but the winds are intense.
Yeah, and what's happening is you're getting this strong, all this upper level energy is going right here, and you're on the backside, you're bringing a lot of that upper level winds, where the winds are a lot stronger when you go above the Earth's surface. Those are coming down into the storm and actually blowing it eastward, and that's what's pushing it so fast. Now, you said Amber's live, right? Wait, 1 second. Hannah, you have something?
We do have reports of 50-mile-per-hour winds in Independence, along with small hail. That's
Okay.
along that squall line.
So we do have the small hail that's coming. A lot of the hail is not going to be damaging, but they've had some 50 miles per hour winds. We'll see. That could be a lot greater than that at some portions along this line. Let's go to Amber, because she just went through this line. There's our storm tracker icon. I think she's making her way back towards I-55. What was going on out there?
Yeah, we're actually heading back on Highway 16 now. We're going to head back to I-55. We went through some pretty intense rain. You can see here, you actually have a view out our windshield now. Sheets of rain were coming, and I can tell you that looking off to the side of the storm tracker, the ditches are all filled with rain. Lots of rain fell all at once. The winds were intense. We showed up and the winds were strong, but then all of a sudden we saw that shelf cloud. I know that you weren't able to see that shelf cloud because I think it was happening right before you guys came to us. But it looks like there's some small wind damage off to the side. I'm looking at homes right now, and I see some things blown over, just little chairs and a trash can. No obvious wind damage right now, but I do see also a little bit of debris on the roadway from trees and leaves. You can see, of course, some ditches they have some rain off to the right of the screen there. And this certainly was a very strong line. This is heading to the east rather quickly, so it went over us really fast. So once you feel the winds, just know that it's not going to last long, but the winds are staying strong behind that line. More news and weather is after the break. Or I guess we're going back to Zach. Zach?
Thanks, Amber, for that update. Again, Amber is out in Tangipahoa Parish, just went through that intense squall line right there and working their way back towards the interstate. I do want to mention they've dropped that tornado warning in Pearl River County and St. Tammany Parish, so if you're in your safe place, you can get back and continue to monitor the weather because this is not over with. This is really just beginning for southeast Louisiana. Hannah, bring me here. Because remember, we've been tracking that storm that was trying to rotate over the city. It's now east of the city, near the Little Woods vicinity, and it's already moving north and east. This is not tornado warned right now, but this is getting very close to rotating enough. I mentioned it a second ago. When you have the wind from water, it tries to intensify the rotation, and we have Lake Bourne right here. That's allowing that wind to funnel right through across Chef Mentor, across the Highway 90. So Wrigley's, Lake Catherine, portions of Slidell, Pearlington, we're watching this closely because this is a very intense storm that's still sitting down to the south and west. It's not tornado warned, but there is definitely rotation that's working its way up now past New Orleans East. So the weather will be improving here. Put on the radar for me, Hannah. I want to see if it's showing anything, and back out a little bit. And there's definitely a notch in here. So this is something we're going to watch closely as we continue to move this towards the north and east into the southeastern portion of St. Tammany. So you had one tornado warning in St. Tammany that's been canceled lifting north, but that doesn't mean the severe weather risk is over. In fact, we're going to watch this next cell come and approach that area in the next short while. Go back to our squall line because I don't want to forget about the flood risk that seems to be developing. A lot of our population centers like Covington, Mandeville, Hammond, they're including you in flash flood warnings because we're getting so much heavy rain coming off of Lake Pontchartrain, and then we're going to get the squall line. The good news is once the squall line passes through your area, your severe weather risk goes away. So for my friends that are along I-55, it's really nasty right now, but it's going to go away. Once you get past this line, the severe weather risk is over. The atmosphere is cool enough that we're not going to have to worry about any type of severe weather after that. I do want to zoom in here because I see this little notch. And remember, our radar site is now right there in Hammond at the airport. And so it gets harder to see a lot of things as these storms get closer to that airport area. But we're getting very heavy rain, flooding rains. We have flash flood warnings in effect for New Orleans. We have flash flood warnings in effect for the river parishes. And then this line is crossing our northern tier, which the worst of the storm activity seems to be this storm moving through New Orleans East, now pushing towards the Wrigley's, and then also the storms across the North Shore areas. Those are actually getting some intensity to them where you're actually having some of that damaging wind threat. Anything new?
We're watching for that area of rotation that we mentioned over the lake because we're trying to pull up our lakefront camera to see if we can see that broad area of rotation, but really just concerned mostly about that water spout potential for those two rotating storms that we're looking at. Those are both about to pass over water areas, marshy areas, and those water spouts can then move onshore. So we're looking at the lakefront.
Let's take the lakefront cam if you can. There you go. Okay, now this is looking east to northeast. So this is looking at the back edge of that storm that's moving over New Orleans East and heading towards southeastern St. Tammany. Nothing too ominous there other than just some dark skies. But you can see how if you were to get a rotation, you were to get a tornado, you would lower all of this cloud deck really low to the ground. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to flip that camera around too.
Yeah, and I think the thing people need to be concerned about is traveling over the causeway right now. That storm is about to go past the causeway. So this is pretty high winds that we're looking at too. You can kind of make it out if we can take Viper again. You can see
take Viper live.
That area of, it's not rotation fully right now, but it is a kind of notch in the winds. That's the red and green over the lake. These are going to be high winds that are about to pass over the causeway, and with that inflow notch, we really have to watch for that potential for a water spout, and that marine warning that's currently on Lake Pontchartrain does have a water spout possible tag. So if you are planning on traveling over the causeway, I would wait another 30, 40 minutes before these storms pass by. But then we're also going to be dealing with the back end of that squall line that's going to come through. So make sure that you are staying cautious. If you're planning on going over the causeway, I would not do that right now. I would wait out these storms going by, especially because of that rotation that we're watching. both in New Orleans East and right over the lake right now.
And, you know, John, you said you had a top 3 weather moment on the causeway the other day. You know what it's like when you drive the causeway, and it doesn't need to be 80 miles per hour winds. It could be 50, 60 miles per hour winds. It gets bad quick.
No, in fact, the other day what happened was it wasn't waves, but it was the spray from the water from the lake that was actually spraying over vehicles. So it really very intense. The other thing to be, and Hannah had a great point there a second ago, the thing to really be aware of here is that you can be out and about, suddenly you'll get very little warning, the rains get very intense with the nature of this particular set of storms. You might see the yellow, you see it, some of the leading lines. Then you'll get a broad area sometimes of rain, and then on the other side of that, after the rain drops down, then, as Hannah mentioned, you'll sometimes actually get the strongest of the winds, and we're talking, 75-mile-an-hour winds. So that's what's so strange about this. It's 9:22 now. Good morning once again. John Snell along with my colleague Rob Krieger, who joins us as we continue our coverage.
Yeah, we've got folks all across the area continuing to monitor this severe threat on this first alert. Let's get out now to Josh Robertson, who's making his way to the lakefront.
Yeah, and Rob, we actually are in a moment now, really for the past several hours, where we're actually kind of okay. The rain is eased up here. Really, when we drove down I-10, we came back over the West Bank, back over to the East Bank. The CBD was not seeing a lot of rain, so it finally eased up because earlier it was torrential downpour, whiteout conditions. I mean, driving through that section of the CBD was really rough. And so we're heading right now towards the lakefront and listening, now that we're getting this break in the rain, listening to Hannah and Zach talking about the lakefront and the possibility of seeing a funnel or something like that. We're going to head over to the lakefront to see what we can spot, but we are going to go ahead and toss it over to Amber Wheeler because we know she's on the North Shore and she's seen some of the worst of this storm. Amber, what are you seeing right now?
Hey, yeah, we're on I-55 just south of Amite. We were coming south behind that line, and you can see here over I-55 there's a tree limb in the roadway. In fact, there are several. There's a lot of debris in the road up here. I think we're going to try to pull back on the road because it's not very safe where we're at to be sitting. But what I did see too was heading north of us right when we got onto I-55 were a bunch of trucks, a bunch of power company trucks. So I would imagine that they're heading to areas that are out without a power. And again, lots of debris on the roadway here. We're heading south on I-55. It looks like we might be intercepting that line again as we head to the south. And of course, if we see any more damage from this squall line that moved through, we'll certainly get back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much for that, Amber Wheeler, and stay safe out there. And you kind of get a sense, Rob, of just how quickly conditions can change. Zach, that's what you've been following.
Yeah, and I want to reset here. City looking much better. Notice how we're in a break. That's great news because a couple of things I'm seeing right now for the metro area. Let me clear this off real quick and get that off your screen. No, I'm not in play mode, so it's not going to allow me to. There we go. But anyway, we have the squall line crossing our northern tier. That's what Amber was just going through. We have trees down along I-55. I'm sure there's going to be trees down in other places. So that tells you if you live in Washington Parish or St. Tammany Parish, here comes the squall line. You're going to get 50, 60, maybe upwards of 70 miles per hour winds approaching you. Avoid being on the roadways in the next short while. You do not want to be driving. You know how the roadways are on the North Shore. There's pine tree after pine tree after pine tree. They can go toppling over. So the best place you could be is in your house, in your safe place in your house. And I know a lot of you live around those big trees, so make sure you kind of get in the position on your house where if one of those trees falls, it's not falling on your head, it's not falling on your kid's head. And it would be wise of you to kind of take heed of that advice. Now, that's the squall line that's producing damaging winds. No tornadoes along that squall line right now. Very heavy rains now over Lake Pontchartrain stretching into the river parishes. We have flash flood warnings in effect for the river parishes. What I'm concerned about is as this line moves east, it's going to leave behind all of this energy. And what will happen is this will slowly migrate into the city, and we could have a flash flood problem developing in the metro New Orleans area as we get closer to the lunch hour today. So this might transition from a severe weather tornado risk to a flood risk as we progress through the rest of the morning and continue into early this afternoon. Good news with the tornado warning that was in effect for Pearl River County, they've dropped that. So we currently have no tornado warnings. You see all these green boxes. That's those flash flood warnings. There is some severe weather warnings for this line, this entire line from the state line all the way through Hammond, now all the way down into the river parishes. This is warned for those 60 miles per hour winds, and that'll continue until this eventually goes all the way east of us towards the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So right now, a lot of impacts across the area, a lot of heavy rains, but no tornado warnings, which is certainly good news. Let me jump into our NWS chat. Do you have anything, Hannah?
They're getting reports of noticeable rotation near Highway 53, but I'm not seeing anything over there.
Maybe let's zoom into this cell that we were watching moving through New Orleans East, because this would be the one that, if I would say, would produce something. It's now moving over Lake Catherine. So you might have some really strong winds right there along Highway 90. Chef Mentor basically becomes Highway 90 from Lake Catherine up towards the Wrigley's. That is a perfect area to get strong winds off of Lake Catherine, strong winds off of Lake Bourne, and that'll pour across Highway 90 and into Lake Pontchartrain. There is rotation happening between Highway 90, Lake Catherine, and the twin spans. There's your rotation. So if y'all in a bag, if you're watching some of those DOTD cameras on the twin spans, you might see these dark skies with this rotation that's going on right here over the twin spans. It is not tornado warned, but there is certainly a signature here that warrants some caution, because this is going to lift into southeastern St. Tammany. Once it passes through Eden Isle, the Wrigley's, the Treasure Island area, that will then lift north and east and move into Mississippi and Hancock County. This one's coming farther south. So I know the one earlier was more inland. It was north of Slidell, and it moved into Pearl River County. Hancock County, folks, you've been kind of sitting east. I want you to pay attention to this storm cell, because as it moves up towards the north and east, it crosses through the Wrigley's and in Burlington, it will move into Hancock County, and it could produce a tornado at any moment. So that's probably the most dangerous storm that we're watching right now from a rotation perspective, is the one passing over Lake Catherine. Still, there's some nasty winds along the causeway at this hour, but I'm not seeing anything terribly rotating that would say I would be cautioned for a water spout. And then our northern spots with the squall line, it looks a lot stronger on radar. You see the strong indication on radar, but when we put the velocities on here, when I switch to velocities, you're not getting those bright colors anymore. A part of that is the radar is right here in Hammond, but maybe we're weakening that squall line just a little bit, and that's helping us just a tad for our northern tier. But still, we already have reports of wind damage along I-55, some trees down along the interstate. So you do not want to be jumping on the roadways right now, because wherever you go, there could be trees down, and if you have blinding range, you don't see it until the last second.
You know, Zach, if you could, there's not a lot of super heavy rain, it doesn't appear to me, to be in the Houma or Thibodaux area, but we haven't talked about those places in a while. And I am seeing some radar indication of some really strong winds, and it's not like they're left out of the weather. So what's going on there?
What's happening down south is it's what we call the low-level jet. That's what's feeding into these storms. And Hannah, can you bring up in Max 2? Maybe we'll show Max 1, I mean. Maybe we'll show the current wind gust outside, because we've already had a wind gust of 51 miles per hour at the airport. A lot of that, it was during a thunderstorm, but because the storms are to our north, the air is getting pulled in here very quickly into those storms. So that's what we talked about. There was a reason why we had a wind advisory today, because we had wind gusts expected to be over 40. So right now, southern half of the area, the wind gust right now at the airport is 41 miles per hour, 46 in Belchase. Part of this is probably because of those storms were so close to these sites that wind was getting pulled in there. But there is a strong onshore flow. Until we get that squall line across the northern half by us, you're not going to settle down those low-level winds down along the coast. And that could take a while. It could take until this afternoon. We also talked about this morning. Because of those onshore winds are so strong along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, we are worried about the water level rise in Waveland. That is that perfect spot. You always get that water level rise right there near the Silver Slipper Casino. That is happening at this moment with those strong onshore winds.
And I made the joke earlier that you had made the mistake of showing me one of your weather tools.
Yeah.
But I'm still, so I may be too far away from the radar that I was attached to, if you will, or looking at, but I still see some fairly strong winds in Lake Charles. And the significance of that for New Orleans would be that this is an event that if you count the winds, this is an event that can last a while.
It's going to last at least until the early afternoon. Now, this is the kicker. This line here that goes from the North Shore down to I-55 and then shoots sort of southwest. Once that gets by you, your severe weather, tornado risk, wind risk, that goes down. This is going to clear you out where I could say in Kentwood, your severe weather threat is over. You don't have to worry about tornadoes for the rest of the day. You're in light rain, you've had the bad weather, but it's ending for you because once you cool off the atmosphere and you get this boundary by you, everything will start to shut off from a severe perspective. But you clearly see, you really don't need to be a meteorologist to point this out. Do you see the massive rain here? And as this line passes by, it's going to leave this boundary behind for at least a short period of time. And if that pivots a little more south and doesn't rain so much on Lake Pontchartrain, but it trends back down to the South Shore into the city, we could have a flash flood problem as we approach the lunch hour today with that line leaving it behind, your trailing end of it, the tail as I call it, that could cause major problems. Rob?
All right, thank you, Zach. Yeah, speaking of the potential for flash flooding, let's get out now to Olivia Vidal. She is live at the Carrollton underpass where some cars are now still passing despite the flooding there.
Hey, Rob. Yeah, it's great to see what a matter of less than 10 minutes how things can change. When we first got out here, the Carrollton underpass was almost impassable. In fact, one side, the southbound side, still remains blocked by NOPD. Aiden, if you can get a shot, I'll show you. If you're heading southbound on Carrollton, it is blocked by NOPD. You'll have to turn around. However, the northbound side of Carrollton is still a go, but the water is receding under the overpass. It's a noticeable difference of the 3-4 lanes that are open. When we first got out here, the turning lane was the only one that we could drive through, but now it looks like most lanes the water is hardly there anymore. It's starting to drain, which is great news for this area underneath the Carrollton overpass. And similarly with the southbound side, with the lanes that the NOPD officer is blocking here, I can tell that the water is receding. I'm obviously standing on a sidewalk here, a pedestrian walkway, and the water is draining here. You can kind of see just how much is standing on the sidewalk. So good news is water is receding. It's draining properly out here. Of course, you can check streetwise.nola.gov to see all of the reported street flooding and underpasses that are closed at this time. Of course, we have this information on our website too at fox8live.com. But this is a look at the Carrollton underpass here right near the exit off of I-10. You can see cars coming through there now, not having any issues. But again, that southbound lane is still blocked by the NOPD officer. Uncertain for when that will reopen at this time. But again, the water is receding, so that's good news out here for now. But for now, reporting, Olivia Vidal, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks for that, Olivia. Incredible. When she first got out there, as she was saying, it was filled up, but then you saw some folks coming through, so it's good to see that.
And it works both ways. It drained quickly, but it comes up. The point is it comes up in a hurry.
Just as Zach was saying, potential for some continued flash flooding, so keep an eye on that. We've got Josh Robertson now, who is live in the storm tracker near the lakefront, giving us a look at what it's like out there.
Yeah, Rob, we were earlier we were going down the west end, or getting off of the west end exit and heading over here towards the lake. We were listening to Hannah and Zach talk about potential, looking at any potential for a possible water spout over the lake. And you can see, looking off in this direction here, this is looking off northwest. That's where the darkest clouds are, looking over the lake. And I actually just got out of the Fox 8 Storm Tracker just to kind of get a sense and see if I could see with the naked eye, if I could see any spouts forming. I don't see anything like that right now over here at the lake, but if you look off further towards, the further east I go here with the camera, the more the clouds are a little bit lighter, but you can see the top of your screen there. Those are darker clouds. But again, if I point it off this way, kind of more towards the causeway is further here to the west, but I'm pointing kind of northwest in this direction. You can see how dark those clouds are. The wind is blowing in that direction too, because I just got out the Fox 8 Storm Tracker just to see how the wind was doing. It was gusty, very gusty wind out here. Again, we're not being blocked by anything. We're at West End Park. We just decided if we could see anything, we would probably likely see it here. But again, not seeing anything that resembles a water spout of any kind. But again, we know the conditions are kind of there. And, Rob, John, I know, again, listening to Hannah and Zach this morning, too, just about what I think Amber, up on the North Shore, getting some of the worst of it, because we were getting heavy rain down here on the South Shore, in the CBD especially. we just drove through there again, and that really cleared out. So, but guys, we're not getting any rain at this point right here on the South Shore next to the lake, but we'll send it back to you, Rob, John.
All right, thanks so much, Josh Robertson. We do have a number of power outages around the region. Kelsey Davis is following that.
Yeah, guys, a lot's happening. We're dealing with power outages, flooding across the metro area. When to start with the flooding, actually, we keep mentioning to you guys the NOLA Ready Streetwise feature that shows you flooding that's happening across, or flooding reported across the metro. And you can see those blue dots indicate flooding. So all over Gentilly and the French Quarter and the CBD. In fact, we have some videos from the CBD. These videos courtesy of David Mora. This is about almost an hour ago, right near the Jung Hotel on Canal Street. You can see the flooding was pretty immense there. Streetcars not dealing with so much, but the street in front of the streetcars dealing with some flooding there. This is on a side street, LaSalle, near Canal. This was, let's see how long ago he tweeted this. Just at the bottom of the 8 o'clock hour, he tweeted this video. And you can see water coming up from the manhole in the corner. Blowing through the manhole, and that street flooding. Again, that's a side street there near the Jung Hotel. He had one other video he said that we were able to utilize, and I guess I didn't click it there. But again, street flooding all over the place. And quickly want to show you some issues of power outages. CLECO not seeming to deal with too many outages across the metro or across the viewing area, be it in Slidell or closer in to the Slidell area. But Entergy reporting a few more outages across New Orleans and beyond. Again, the storm system moving through, causing lots of problems. We'll keep you all posted as we can. But let's get back to Zach with another update for us.
And we're seeing all of that flooding video that's coming in for the city of New Orleans. We've had 2, 3, 4 inches of rain in the last 3 or 4 hours. So it's coming in bouts. We're getting some breaks, and that's helping us. It's when we get it all at once and it just stays on us for 2 or 3 hours, then we build up that water in the street. So right now the pumps are catching up, hopefully, because we have more rain to go. And we're going to definitely have to be on the flood watch, so to speak, over the next several hours, because some of the things I'm seeing on radar indicate that this could turn into more of a flash flood problem once we get closer to the lunch hour. Let's put on, Hannah, you got control right now? Yeah, let's put on the radar. There's your break in New Orleans. So right now we're fine. Josh Robertson showing us how dark the sky is over Lake Pontchartrain. You see this big batch of heavy rain that comes from the causeway westward, and it goes off the screen all the way south of Baton Rouge. We do not want to shift this south. Right now it's over mostly water. It's out west towards I-55. They can handle a lot more rainfall along I-55 near Rudock than places farther south in the city and the river parishes. But they just upgraded the flash flood warning for the river parishes to a considerable flash flood warning, because they're seeing what I'm seeing. The rain is coming south, and it's going to put on the brakes. And we're going to start to get very heavy rain over the next hour, maybe 2 hours, all across our river parishes. And look how much rain has fallen out there already. You're seeing the purple colors. It's over ½ a foot of rain just this morning. So we put a lot of water on the ground. We've saturated the ground. And if it rains anymore, we're going to have big problems developing in our river parishes. And then if this does trend back into the city, which I think it will, once we get to 10:30, 11 o'clock, that big batch that's over the lake likely comes down into the city. We will have to watch for the potential of more flooding developing in the Metro New Orleans area within the next 2 or 3 hours. Hannah, let's show the middle of the lake, because we've been watching these storms on the middle of the lake. We've been paying attention because we're waiting to see if we get any water spout activity. Remember, open water, winds can turn a lot more. It's a lot easier for the wind to turn in the atmosphere when there's an open water area like a big lake, such as Lake Pontchartrain. And there's a little rotation showing up on the north end of Lake Pontchartrain. Not too concerning, but this could tighten up. So Mandeville Lacombe, watching you, and put it in motion. I'm saying Mandeville Lacombe, it might be moving more east, and this probably is moving east. Just looking at it, it does seem to be like it's trending east. So this will be something to pay attention to if you're in Slidell. We could get some type of water spout activity happening here over Lake Pontchartrain, and then that will come eastward into Slidell and Eden Isle. So pay attention to the weather. If you're in the southeastern half of St. Tammany Parish, we're watching the cell out over Lake Pontchartrain, and then you see the blinding rain. That is a very nasty drive along the causeway. If you do not have to do it, don't do it. And it's not going to be over anytime soon, because that big line up north is flying on by, and then we're going to just leave all of this heavy rain back towards the west and southwest for the next short while. Good news, most of South Shore areas, you're somewhat dry. From the city down to the coast really hasn't seen much of any bad weather in the last short while. You've had the rain earlier in the morning, but it was never too intense. But we're going to watch all of these new cells developing down to our south and west and see how they play out over the next few hours. Hannah, you have anything?
We haven't looked at those new severe thunderstorm warnings yet that are on the North Shore. This includes Bogalusa. These are the ones that were issued for that squall line, the leading edge of it now.
Yeah, there you go. You're on cam.
There we go. So these have been continued from the ones that were more to the west. So most of the Tangipahoa Parish severe thunderstorm warnings have now been canceled, and now we're just seeing those expanded into Washington and St. Tammany Parish. But you'll notice that the wind criteria on these has been going down. The original warnings we were watching out toward Baton Rouge, this was 80-mile-per-hour winds. This latest warning that includes Washington and Pearl River County, this is now 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which is still that severe criteria. It's still damaging winds, but it's good news that this is kind of getting rained out. It's making the wind threat a little bit diminished, but we're still going to closely watch this. You can see on velocity, looking at the winds here, if we can try to query these, it is definitely less than what we were seeing earlier. Right now we're seeing those radar indicated 40, 50-mile-per-hour winds, and this is looking a lot better than we were getting those 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Washington Parish and Pearl River County. This will expire at 10:15, and then the one to the south, this includes St. Tammany and Hancock County. This is going to be in effect until 10:45, and this is again for that leading edge of the squall line coming through. But we also have been talking about that flooding threat, and the concern here is once that squall line pushes past for the North Shore, you can see we're not really seeing a lot of movement for these storms down to the south, because this is the driving factor. The upper level low that's driving all these storms is still well to the west of us. So we don't have any motion in the upper levels that's going to move these storms out quickly. This has played out similarly over the past 2 or so days to the north of us. We've had multiple flooding issues. So when you get these squall lines coming through, that actually moves all of that rainfall out fast for those areas that are seeing the wind gusts pushing by. But where we're seeing this boundary kind of stalled out over the river parishes right now and to the west of us, that's where we're going to see those huge flooding issues. And it does look like we have another flash flood warning for the far western parts of the river parishes. This is now in effect until 10 a.m. This is those same areas that we've seen 6 to 7 inches of rainfall indicated on the radar. So let's look at that again. This is the 6-hour rain total estimate here from our radar. And these areas in purple, that's 6 to 7 inches in some areas. We're getting almost 8 inches of radar indicated rain in some places. So you really want to make sure that you are paying close attention to these flash flood warnings. And the reason that they upgraded this tag to considerable for these is so that alert will go off on your phone, so that you know that this is an ongoing threat in those areas. And if you're traveling in that direction on I-10, I would not drive through the river parishes right now. We might see significant ponding water on the interstate in that direction up toward Baton Rouge. And with 6 to 8 inches of rainfall in some areas, you do not want to be driving. We've seen multiple cars flipped over on the roadways from Amber's shot earlier. That was for the North Shore, but we're going to see similar conditions with those conditions on the interstate. So that's the flash flood warnings that we're watching over to the west. But we also have that flash flood warning in effect for the city. And it looks like we're starting to see maybe some more rainfall starting to pop up there. And that's what we want to watch for, is the training effect. It does look like it's just a quick little downpour, so that's good news. We're not seeing any heavy rainfall rebuilding, but down to the southwest, where you're seeing this very slow moving boundary slowly moving over to the east. We just are not having a fast motion here. This is going to bring in more rainfall as we go throughout the next couple of hours, and that's going to expand that flash flood threat. So let's take one more look at the North Shore, because this is where I'd say we're seeing the most dangerous of the weather with those winds. And we also are still watching that little area of rotation that kind of traveled right up I-10. You might have even seen a rotating wall cloud maybe here, because this is, I'll point that out for you. You can actually see the reds and the greens kind of going up here. Now the rotation is diminishing, but that's what we were watching closely for, that water spout threat. Looks like it's right over Slidell right now. And you're going to see some high winds with that especially. So watching closely for that.
The National Weather Service did mention that other area behind where your hand is.
Yes.
That is the one that they're saying it's becoming right moving. And so there's likely a water spout signature there. They're not going to issue a tornado warning yet, but they could do so as they get closer gets closer to the southeastern St. Tammany.
Yeah, and that's what we've been talking about with this line. This is the front edge of those winds that are coming across the lake right now, just went over the causeway. You can see this notch. It's not rotation like we're kind of seeing over here towards Slidell, which is a broad rotation. You're just seeing this little notch in those high winds. That's typically where we can see those water spouts form, and then a water spout heading onto land obviously then becomes a tornado. So we'll very closely watch that area of winds. It does look like Zach is querying those wind values here. We're still seeing up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 50 to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts over the lake right now. And those winds will speed up over water because there's less resistance than what we see on land. So really gusty winds coming in over the causeway. And it's interesting because this is kind of behind what is its own cell ahead of this main squall line of storms. And you can really see it on reflectivity. It's not part of this main line. That's the line of storms coming through, but we have this clump of rainfall that's slowly moving ahead of it. As these boundaries collide, sometimes you can see a spin to the atmosphere that can cause a waterspout or a tornado. So we really want to watch closely this area where we have these converging or coming together boundaries. That's where we can see that spin up. Zach?
And I do want to point out right there, that shot right there, you see the velocity as it goes away from the radar. Remember, the radar site's now in Hammond. As the wind velocities get away from the radar site, they're picking up the intensity again. It sort of dies down because they can't see it as accurately when it's right on top of the radar, because remember, the radar is on the ground. It's trying to shoot into the atmosphere, but if the atmosphere, the bad stuff's right over the radar site, it can't see it. But once it gets away from it, notice how they're getting brighter and brighter, and we have some 60 miles per hour winds most likely about to cross the causeway. So I would not be surprised if they close the causeway in the next short while, because these are some nasty winds coming across the lake. And then there's that notch that could possibly have a waterspout developing if this holds together. Eden Isles, typically they don't last very long when they move over land, but we'll have to watch and see if that actually can hold together as it moves towards Eden Isles and in the Twin Span area. We do have some more reports, some more videos. Let's get over to Kelsey Davis with that in our digital desk.
Right, we're starting to get in some viewer-submitted images, and again, if you would like to submit these images, we would of course appreciate it, but only do so if you can do so safely. This first video is from Angie Newman in Diamond Head of some hail that she saw in the area. I'm going to make this full screen for you. You can see the hail falling in the yard there. This about an hour or so ago, she sent this in from the Diamond Head area. A little hail in the backyard. We also have a photograph from the New Orleans area, actually from New Orleans, and give me a second to turn that video off and scroll down to the next picture for you. This is showing flooding. We are getting lots of reports of flooding in Gentilly, and this is a picture from Jesse Peters Jr. from the second step, he said, of his porch there in Gentilly. So you can see that water is pretty high there. We actually, I believe, have some crews heading to Gentilly. Nola Reddy reporting lots of flooded streets around that area. So we'll try to get some more updates on things happening for you. Also wanted to get some updates on power outages. Let's start off with Entergy, and I'll zoom out on the map so you can kind of see those red markings indicating the power outages with Entergy. And you could see parish-wide, or by parish, they break it down. You could see a good number of outages. Scrolling down to Jefferson, you could see a few hundred. Orleans, just a few thousand in Orleans. Looks like Orleans actually may have the most outages at this point for Entergy and Cleco. Let's see, St. Tammany Parish, not that many. So power outages not that big of an issue right now, but of course we'll keep a close watch on the outages and flooding situations all across the viewing area and keep you updated. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Kelsey Davis. You know, the thing about this, the nature of this is you get in a place like where we are and you say, oh, it's letting up, but that means somebody else is getting it, because we're seeing, you can't describe it as scattered, it's widespread, but you know,
Right.
We might be saying, oh, it's let up a little bit, but at your house, it's pouring cats and dogs.
We were going to go out to Josh Robertson on the lakefront monitoring. Guys, can we go out to Live View 4 possibly, where Chris Welty is dealing with some flooding concerns, it looks like downtown right now. There you go. Chris.
Hey Rob, we are on LaSalle near Canal Street. We're on the side of the Jung Hotel, and you can see how this road is flooded. There's also a sheen to the flood water. A lot of that oil and runoff on the street mixed into this flood water, creating that sheen. One vehicle did stall out right here. Of course, if you do come across a flooded street, it is best to turn around so you don't end up like this driver, your car damaged and stalled out, having to wait for a tow truck. Of course, tow trucks are going to be very busy, as a lot of people are dealing with the threat of flooding today in this area. Now, the Jung Hotel, they do typically on a normal day have sandbags in place near their doors because they know that this area does flood. And even right here, they put up a flood shield, as you can see, to block some of that flood water. Now, a little bit, this is a high spot right here by the entrance, but a little bit further down the sidewalk, it does get sloped down a little bit, and the flood waters did go over the sidewalk. They knocked over the no parking sign for the hotel, and even the mail carrier, they are out here still working today. We also saw sanitation workers picking up trash. So it is still business as usual in downtown New Orleans. Of course, people here are used to dealing with flooding and severe weather of all types, but this is just one spot in the city that is dealing with flooding. Once again, we are on LaSalle near Canal Street. Now, the water has gone down a bit, which is good news, because right down the road is Tulane Medical Center and their ER entrance. So definitely some good news. And look, Jimmy, if we spin around real quick, we have a Tesla that is trying to navigate this flood water as well. Might not be the smartest move, but it does look like they will be able to make it through this flood water. So once again, if you do come across a situation like this, turn around. You really don't know the dangers as you're driving through this flood water. As we were walking, we also noticed that there was a manhole cover that was off balance because that flood water was pushing that manhole cover up. So you might come across a situation like that. It is very dangerous. So if you can, don't drive through these flooded waters. Also, turn around. But once again, this is LaSalle and Canal. We're going to check out more areas. We're going to toss it back to y'all in the studio.
All right.
Yeah, and I do want to mention what's going on over Lake Pontchartrain now. The causeway is now closed because of this impact from this storm. And we have some very strong winds blowing across the lake at this hour. I could put on the velocities here, and we saw it a second ago, but now we're getting 60, possibly 70 miles per hour winds developing on Lake Pontchartrain. And why is this a big deal? Right now it's over open water, but it is impacting the causeway. It is impacting the cars that are still on the causeway. Remember, it takes a period of time to get from one side to the next, and they just shut it down. So all of these people that are on the causeway, if you know somebody that just drove it or was going to be driving in the last short while, call them. Make sure that they're all right. But you might not want to call them right now because they're probably in the thick of it. But this wind is going to impact you east of there. So Slidell, the Wrigley's, Lake Catherine, maybe all the way down to the South Shore in New Orleans east. These strong winds over Lake Pontchartrain are coming east, and they're going to be plowing east very quickly. There's also this notch in advance. This could be a waterspout trying to develop right there. So a lot of active weather going on Lake Pontchartrain, and there it is. There's a tornado warning. That's probably going to be for this, I would think. Let's click on that. Let's pull up that tornado warning because we are going to get it. It's going to update on the map any second now. Let me quickly look and see what area is being highlighted in this tornado warning. Hancock, Pearl River, St. Tammany. So this is your second tornado warning of the day. Almost the same vicinity, but this one is right over Slidell. So if you're in Slidell, you need to be in your safe place right now, and then those same areas up towards Pearl River, eventually up I-59 towards Carrier and Picayune, another radar-indicated tornado warning, tornado possible developing right there along I-10 and moving towards the north and east. Let's come back into Viper Radar, and I want to zoom all the way in street level to Slidell at this time and see where the strongest rotation is. All right, let's come in here because it just crossed the interstate. So here's 59, there's I-10. Very strong rotation ongoing right now in North Slidell. We have very strong rotation. If you live in Pearl River, you need to be in your safe place. When I say Pearl River, I'm talking about the town Pearl River. You need to be in your safe place right now. interior portion of your home, mobile home, evacuate that mobile home, get into the sturdy shelter, and that could be the next door neighbor. If they have a, if you're in a mobile home, you have to go to a sturdy shelter because this is definite rotation that has increased right around the northern end of Slidell. Right at there, you're talking about where I-59 and I-12 meet. I-59 keeps going north, I-12 goes towards the west, towards Covington, but there's strong rotation crossing the interstate, and it's going to be moving north in the next short while. Do they have any reports other than it's just all radar indicated? Okay, so we have a radar indicated tornado that has formed. A lot of rotation being detected by Live Viper at this point. Put the radar on here because I want to see. I know this is going to be embedded within a lot of rain, I think. Well, not exactly. The heaviest rain's back here, but you see that little indentation there. So what's happening, the rotation's coming in here, and you're getting that rotation right there along I-12. So this is I-12, I-59 corridor, right? There's where they all meet. Okay, you go south into Slidell, you go west towards the mall area, and this is going to come right over the airport site. So back in the day, a few months ago, the radar would be right here, and we wouldn't be able to see this rotation that close to the radar, but this is right close to the National Weather Service site. So if you live anywhere around the National Weather Service, you know where they are, you need to get to your safe place right now because this is a tight rotation that has developed. It's come off of Lake Pontchartrain. We've been watching it. This is the one that was earlier was in New Orleans, but it's now crossed over the lake, and it's now in North Slidell, and it's going to continue to move north. Let's back up a little bit. I want to talk about some communities past Pearl River. Pearl River, you need to be in your safe place right now because that rotation is fast. It's moving north along Highway 41 very quickly. But Hickory, Nicholson, eventually Picayune, this is coming straight towards you. So we have a defined area rotation that has developed ahead of that main squall line, and that's going to continue to move up I-59 over the next, what time does the warning expire? 10:45. So we have about 45 minutes of this. Now, it is moving pretty quickly towards the northeast. So this is going to be a fast-paced type of weather event. For those of you in Pearl River, you should already be in your safe place. Nicholson, you should be getting to your safe place. In Picayune, I want you to have that safe place ready. You're going to be going into it in the next short while. Have the Fox 8 weather app to where you can live stream us from, whether that be in a closet in your house. Remember, interior portion. You don't want to see any windows for when you're close to that vicinity, when you're close to the interior portion of the house, no windows around you. If you have a two-story house, you want to be in the downstairs story. You do not want to be in the second story, but we definitely have an area of rotation that is strengthened as it's lifted into southeastern St. Tammany, and this is going to continue up I-59. Anything new, Hannah?
I'm not seeing any reports. Yeah, there's no information, no confirmation of a tornado on the ground. This is still just radar indicated. It's moving actually fairly slowly compared to some of the other storms. Right now the motion is 25 miles per hour, but you can see how long this tornado warning is. I think they're expecting it to kind of get quickly wrapped up to the north because of this line of storms that's progressing toward it. So you can really see the hook on this now. I want to take a closer look at it because this last scan is not looking great. We look for what we call the inflow notch, or where it's actually somewhat calm. You're not seeing a ton of rainfall in this dry air slot, but this right here is concerning. When you start to see a ball of rainfall, sometimes it can be things other than rain that's getting picked up by the storm, but this is really attached to a huge wall of blinding rainfall that we've seen moving across the North Shore. So now this is kind of getting wrapped up into the squall line. This is that line of storm. So again, I think this tornado warning is so long because as these really high winds come through here, it's going to quickly pick that tornado or tornadic storm up to the northeast. So let's take another close look here at the velocities here so we can see the
It's running
rotation.
right up Highway 11. So Highway 11 from I-12 towards Pearl River, it is running that highway right there. There's Highway 11 going up towards Pearl River. And then also you have I-59 back here. So it's just on the west side of I-59. I-59 is going to start to dart off to my northeast. But if you are in Pearl River, this is a defined tornadic signature that we have on velocities. Remember, these are winds blowing towards the radar, winds blowing away from the radar. Let's back up a little bit because it's kind of pulled away from this radar site. And what we can hope for at this point, and you were just alluding to this, Hannah, as this entire line of bad weather, the squall line that we've been talking about that moved over Tangipahoa Parish, as it runs into this, it'll kill the circulation. So any type of tornadic circulation or tornado on the ground, hopefully this line catches it, and that should ruin its whole inflow and everything and possibly make it weaken. But right now, if you're in Pearl River, you have a defined rotation over your head at this hour. This is moving up towards the northwestern quadrant of Hancock County, more so Pearl River County. So Picayune, Nicholson, you would be the next areas, or if you live very close to the Pearl River, where you switch over from St. Tammany Parish to Pearl River County, you are the next in line to see this spinning with this this is a spinning supercell that does have defined rotation with it at this hour. So this is going to continue to move towards the north-northeast. Hannah?
We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the New Orleans metro area. This is going to be for that squall line coming through as we're starting to see the winds kind of projecting down to the south off of the lake. And that's what we were talking about. This is about to combine with that storm that we're watching that's tornado warned. It's about to go over the city. It's just gone through the river parishes. And we're going to continue to see that wide swath of damaging winds on that bowed part of the storm. We call that a bow echo, when you can see kind of that U-shape to that whole system. That's going to pass through the metro, so they have issued that severe thunderstorm warning.
And we do have Josh Robertson out at the lakefront, so if he sees anything, please let us know and we could take that shot live. There's the tornado warning lifting up from Slidell, moving towards the north, towards Picayune in the state line. One thing I'm pointing out, now they're severe thunderstorm warning this, we're already under a flash flood warning in the city. Do you see how the line, it doesn't keep going south into the metro. It starts going due west, and we have all of this heavy rain that's developing in the river parishes. As this whole squall line pushes east along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, it is going to leave a train over us where I think the flood risk over New Orleans is going to get really bad in the next hour. I think we're going to see a flash flood event develop in the city of New Orleans over the next hour. So if you're one of those that you might be like, oh, it's not raining outside. Well, right now it might not be raining, but it's going to be raining shortly. Hannah?
Spotter has just reported a tornado on the ground near Pearl River.
Okay, so right over Pearl River. So we have a confirmed spotter has seen a tornado on the ground. There's Highway 11, there's I-59, there's Pearl River. We're getting the rotation going right here. It is right along the interstate, so at this point it's almost where the interstate crosses past the state line. There's that last exit right there. We actually have a tornado on the ground. Was this through National Weather Service, Chad?
Yes, and there's also reports of trees down in Pearl River from the St. Tammany Fire District.
Okay, so we're seeing reports of damage from this cell. That means we possibly have a tornado on the ground at this hour. Can we pull up debris tracker? Let's see if we could see any type of debris. Now, earlier was a little iffy. I really don't think what's happening in Slidell is it, but we're not seeing any drop off. Remember, when I say debris tracker, this is all rain. Purple and orange color is all rain. If you start to see yellow and blue, that means the radar is detecting something that's not water. It's detecting trees, it's detecting leaves. And in some cases where you have a strong enough tornado, it could detect the pieces of homes flying around in the atmosphere. Right now, I'm not seeing a strong signature, but this could be a smaller tornado, which would be hard for the debris tracker to detect. Put on the, yeah, there we go, the rotation detector, and you see how clearly we're getting a ton of rotation right over Pearl River. This is going to parallel I-59 into southern Mississippi. So right into the northwestern portion of Hancock County. You have something?
It's kind of hard to tell too, because this storm, now that it's actually collided with that front of winds coming through, is kind of recirculating. So it does look like there's two separate areas of rotation, and you can kind of make it out there on wind velocity. There's a broader area of rotation up to the northeast of Pearl River, and then right over Pearl River right now is where that tighter couplet is. That recirculated on the back end of this storm. So once you see that interaction of those really high winds coming through, it is going to do some odd things sometimes to those rotating storms.
But it's almost like we're getting four now. We have the one up here that originally started, but as the squall line, you see each one of these notches that are extending right near Lakeshore Village and Eden Isle. That's that area that came off of Lake Pontchartrain. So you're getting such intense weather in southeastern St. Tammany and Slidell. I want you to be in your safe place right now. Get into an interior portion of your home. Even though you're not under the tornado warning down south, we're seeing enough on radar with these velocities that show all of these little notches. You can almost make them out. They're brighter spots on your screen. That's those stronger winds that are pushing out. and that's what can spin right at the last second when you have a squall line advancing on your area. So we had, as I pull, what I'll do is I'll put this in motion back a little bit, and you see the rotation happening right over Slidell. It then lifts north, and now we're getting multiple areas. All these little notches in here could possibly be tornadic little spin-ups that are occurring along that leading edge. So all of my friends, southeastern St. Tammany, Slidell up towards, along I-59 into Pearl River County, you need to be in your safe place right now, because we not only possibly have one tornado, we've had some confirmed damage, we could have a couple of areas that concern me in the form of some of that rotation. Hannah?
Yeah, we have to watch those multiple areas of rotation, and then we're also watching the leading edge of the wind coming from the bottom part of that storm that's going to pass through the city just here shortly. It looks like it's starting to make its way into Gentilly now. We're seeing those high winds. If we can query some of those, maybe see the radar indicated winds. We're seeing 50 to 60 mile per hour winds about to go into New Orleans east. On the lakefront right now, we have 50 mile per hour winds. This is about to pass UNO. And on the front of this, you might make out the roll cloud that's pushing those winds out. That's about to pass through with these damaging winds. So if you are located in New Orleans, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts, which we certainly could see, especially off of the lake. Again, there's not a lot of resistance to slow those winds down. So anywhere in the New Orleans metro area, this also includes parts of northern Jefferson Parish, we're about to see those high winds passing through. And that's that red and green difference. This is winds going away and toward the radar. You can see how the green is weaker here. That's because the winds really aren't going exactly toward the radar in Hammond. They're kind of just sitting there. They've been pretty strong from the south, but now as it's changing directions, we're getting this really solid wall of reds, and that's that 60 mile per hour wind that's about to pass through. It's going through St. Charles right now. We're about to see this move into northern Jefferson, but the highest winds are certainly for New Orleans east. Over I-10 right now on twin spans, they're about to see those winds pass by. But I really want to focus in on this tornado warning again, because we do have a couple different notches that we're watching, but I'm really concerned that that spotter has seen a tornado touch down. I do think anything that we're seeing touch down is going to be really brief. Again, these really strong winds are interacting now with the rotation here, and that's going to cause some of it to fall apart or recirculate in some areas. So where I'm concerned about the most right now, again, is Pearl River. That's where we've seen reports of a tornado on the ground. So if you are in Pearl River, you need to make sure you're heading to your safe space. That's the most interior part of your home. If you can get in a bathtub, put a mattress on you, or wear a helmet, that's the safest way to go here. And if you are in a mobile home, hopefully you have already evacuated. But these areas north of Pearl River too, along 59, Hickory, make sure that you're getting in your safe space as well. And at the end of this warning, maybe Nicholson, Picayune, Richardson, you do have time to get to that safe place. If you're in a mobile home, you need to evacuate that now, because
Hannah,
these strong storms are
let's zoom right into downtown Slidell, because there is another notch that has developed right over Slidell. That concerns me. There's multiple areas that keep swirling right there in southeastern St. Tammany. You can clearly see how we're getting rotation right along this leading edge. That's a dangerous signature if you're in Slidell. Like I said, southeastern St. Tammany, that includes Slidell up north towards Pearl River into Hancock County and also Pearl River County, Mississippi. You need to be in the interior portion of your home right now for the possibility of just some damaging winds, but we do have spin-up tornadoes that are occurring.
Yeah, and we see this frequently with what we call squall lines. It can go through those areas that have already seen rotation and kind of reform rotation along the edge of that squall line. We call them spin-up tornadoes, and that's what I think we're seeing right now in Slidell. So you can see that notch that Zach's talking about. This is not tornado warned right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some more tornado warnings come out for these notches that are heading up very quickly to the northeast now that those fast winds have interacted with them. But if you're in Slidell, Lakeshore Village, Bayou Oaks, you're a little bit to the west of this. Oh, we now have, it looks like, another tornado warning that's just been issued. This is for, yeah, they've changed the direction of this too. This is interesting. You can actually see, we're going to look at this purple warning here. Notice how this box is going out here to the northeast. It's going along the coastal areas, along I-10. Meanwhile, the original warning was going up to the north along 59. The reason for the change in direction here is, again, because that swath of winds along with that squall line is now changing the direction of the rotation. So this includes Slidell. If you are located in Slidell or Quail Ridge over toward Burlington along the state line there. Make sure you're heading to your safe space. Now we have Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz with us too.
Hannah, you and Zach, great job this morning. And this was a situation we were trying to get the word out for, because all the dynamics farther south, low farther south, also the energy farther south. As a result, we expected to be under tornado watches. That came to fruition. Heavy rain with flooding threat. We've seen that. And now we're looking at real time with a tornado on the ground near Pearl River that was coming in from a spotter on the ground. So that's ground truth. So we need to make sure we take care of that. Now, once again, the actual system, let's go to velocity if we can, Hannah, and we can show you what's happening here. Notice a couple of areas of, I think, rotation. This line, as it moves eastward, as I was coming in, I mean, a really big dark cloud. You look into the distance and you almost expect to see funnels coming from these. So we've got one, Hannah's covering two, even three. So if you're in this area from Morgan Bluff down to Quail Ridge, all this is moving eastward towards Stennis, over toward the Space Center. This is a very dangerous situation. If not tornadic, which we had a report here on the southern end, these would be winds up to 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. And that was the concern with the wind gust coming in. Possible power outages, we've had some of those. On top of that, we have seen all these storms moving eastward with those tornado warnings. Now, the tornado warning that has now at least verified from a ground spotter is the one right near Pearl River. We've had a couple of other warnings, but this one earlier, as Hannah mentioned, was moving northeast. But now, as the line moves off to the east, we're seeing kind of a shift, and now it's shifted farther off to the east toward Kill, Mississippi. So again, this is a very dynamic and very strong system that we will see veering winds. We will see change in direction with these storms moving in. Hannah?
Yeah, and I would say, Bruce, because of that, if you're in this tornado warning, including Hickory, Ozuna, Carrier, we're going to see a very quick shift in the direction of these spin ups. So if you're in those other areas that are in southern Mississippi, over to the east of this, the Kill, we're talking about Catahoula, these places are going to maybe see these storms quickly veer to the east. We might have to see a new warning come out. So if you're located just to the east of this warning as well and you're watching, you need to maybe head to that safe place or prepare to, because the direction is going to very quickly change on these spin-ups.
Right. Hannah, here's what I want to do. I want to reset. Let's go back to reflectivity. I want to show the whole viewing area because I don't want to discount anyone toward the river parishes in those areas. Let's take me full if we can, and we'll do a radar tour. First, Hannah, let's go basically Covington up to the state line. I want to show this area here kind of wide. All these heavy storms now moving eastward, and these are the areas near Slidell that we're looking at, all those areas of rotation near Pearl River, all moving eastward. Now, again, we had the warning that was shifted north, but now with the rotation and the winds coming behind this system, it's now moving more off to the east. So again, Bogalusa, Bush, Covington, Mandeville, heavy rain, gusty winds. Again, with this line, we can see wind gusts up to 60 to 75 miles per hour. Let's move a bit farther west now, if we can. Stay on that trajectory, heading over toward Roseland, Amite, Independence. Now, you have seen likely the worst of it. Right now, we may see more rain moving in the next hour, but the whole line is moving eastward at about 60 miles per hour. Kentwood, Roseland, you're seeing a bit of a break right now. Let's come a bit farther south as we go toward areas of Houma, Raceland. You're just about to get into it. Now, Morgan City, this line is moving east toward you into Napoleonville. Raceland, you had a big downpour. And we want to mention in the city itself, we do have a flash flood warning. So let's kind of hone in on the city. Hannah, right now, we're not seeing much rain, but the anticipation of a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Remember the pumps, 1 inch the first hour, half an inch every hour thereafter. This line is going to start moving in, and it's kind of a wide area. So as it moves through the city, the Weather Service kind of put out a preemptive strike on a flash flood warning for basically the entire South Shore metro area. If you do not have to travel, stay put. Again, that's why they closed some schools. That's why they closed businesses and some of the city government. This is a situation that you don't want to be stuck in. If you have a doctor's appointment in the next hour, I would maybe cancel it, try and regroup. But Gentilly, over to the West Bank, heading over to the east, flash flood warning. Although we're not seeing a ton of rain right now, this is what we're expecting as that line moves in. Now, off to the west, we are seeing Metairie and Kenner, some heavy rain moving in. And we're not going to forget the river parishes, too. You're under a flash flood warning heading over toward LaPlace. You got more, Hannah?
Yeah, we have reports from the National Weather Service and EMS in Pearl River. We have a tree on a house. It doesn't say the exact location, but it does say, or it says Susan Street in Pearl River. So that's where we had that confirmed tornado spotted. We also have multiple power lines and trees down in Pearl River. And I want to point out, this is very, very rain wrapped. You are not going to be able to see a tornado. They're going to be really kind of small spin ups, and they might be brief, but you do not want to go out there and try to look at these. You can see the reflectivity here. There's heavy, heavy rain. There might even be hail. We're seeing pops of purple. And if we look at the velocity compared to that, it's kind of on the front end, but we've been seeing it a little bit embedded too. And I want to pull up the debris because I am seeing some correlation coefficient or debris detection now. And this is correlating to those areas that we're seeing some velocity couplets or the spin to the atmosphere. This is about to go over the state line for most of these little spin ups into Hancock County there. We are looking just north of Burlington over 607 down to the north. This is going to be possibly damage that we're seeing right now, Bruce, and you can see it kind of correlates to that base reflectivity, especially if I circle this, you can really make it out, where we have almost white reds. That means high winds. We have bright greens. Those are likely some sort of tornado on the ground right now because we are seeing that debris correlating to that.
Let's zoom into that area and keep your circle on there, Hannah, if you can. So when we talk about a debris detector or correlation coefficient, what that means is that any debris that's flying in the air, radar can pick up. So when you start looking at different colors and greens and yellows, that could be a fence board. I mean, it could be, anything large, parts of a fence. It could be toys in someone's backyard. It could be garbage cans, things that are flying in the air. This is what the debris detector does. So what we're seeing is right in this area here. Now let's swap now back to the reflectivity, and we can show you the big storms over the area and the wind velocity too. So here's reflectivity, that main line moving right into that area. Now let's go back to the velocity, and the velocity does indicate right now, right in that same area, we're seeing the threat of a tornado on the ground. So once again, you need to be in your safe place. Strong gusty winds in these areas. This is a dangerous situation where radar is picking up the threat of not only the high winds, potential rotation, but also picking up debris signatures that would indicate actually things flying around. It could be anything at this point. So as we come back a little bit, Hannah, let's show you the main line itself. And again, from the main line, this is an area, I mean, look at this bow here. I mean, this is, Hannah, this may be more straight line wind even driven. I mean, this, when you look at a bow echo, you're getting kind of a bulging into the line itself. What happens is straight line winds that rush to the ground, they rush back up, and it creates kind of a fence of a strong wind field. 140 mile per hour winds. Well, as of right now, not sure if that's surface based, but nevertheless, we are looking at rotation at about 140 miles per hour. So again, this is a very dangerous storm, a very dangerous situation. Winds at about 5,000 feet at 140 could correlate down to about 100 on the ground. So this is a very dangerous situation as we continue to see it moving right near the Stennis Space Center. Hannah?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. This is kind of along that line of winds too, so that you can have some strange motion with these systems when they wrap up. So if you're at the Stennis Space Center right now, you need to be
in your
sheltering.
safe place. Yes. Absolutely. Get into your safe place right now. Again, very dangerous storm here. I mean, it's showing up with not only debris signature, but also showing up very, very strong within that tornado warning, moving off to the east at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So Zach right now is on Viper. And once again, you can kind of see the area here moving off to the east. And Kiln, Mississippi, you need to pay attention as well. Right now, it's over Stennis, heading out toward the east. But as we move northward and eastward, Kiln, Mississippi, this thing likely could be long tracked. And we talk about those hashed areas within the Storm Prediction Center. When you have hatched areas, these could be long track tornadoes. So Kiln, Mississippi, if you're in that area or you're watching and know anyone in Kiln, you may want to call them now. Tell them to get ready to get in their safe place. This is a very dangerous storm as it moves off to the east-northeast. Here are the areas anywhere from Waveland to north of Kiln. This is the tornado warning that we're looking at. So right smack dab in the middle, that's what we're watching from Stennis. heading toward Kiln, Mississippi. Now also Catahoula as well. Zach?
And this is a significant debris ball that we can see on the Viper debris detection here. And this is right over the Stennis Space Center. So you can kind of see as Zach plays that out, that becoming bigger. We're seeing not just yellows, not just reds, we're seeing blues and greens popping up. That means that we're seeing large objects that are nowhere close to raindrop size being lofted into the air. So if you are in the Stennis Space Center, this is now past you. Anywhere
Kiln,
to
Mississippi,
the east of
Diamond
that.
Head. You need to get ready. Get into your safe places. Kiln, Mississippi, Diamond Head. This is moving at about 40 miles per hour. Can we put a tracker on it here, guys? Maybe kind of panning it out to see the times where some of these areas may get hit. But again, this is a very dangerous storm. We've had some ground truth on a tornado there. It's moving once again at about 40 miles an hour. Now, we have a lot of areas here that are rural, but nevertheless, from Kiln eastward, in those areas, you need to pay attention and get into your safe place. Catahoula, you're going to be likely fine. This is going to be south of you, but Diamond Head and Kiln, as we see here, remember, tornadoes kind of hopscotch their way around, and as they move around, they could go anywhere north or south. So as it moves from Stennis eastward, Kiln, Mississippi, you are next in line. Get into your safe place right now. Again, if you know anybody in the Kiln area, give them a call. Let them know a tornado has actually been spotted on radar at least, and some ground truth. It is heading your way. Diamond Head, I would as well. Remember, we can always get kind of a right curver that may move into areas toward Kiln and Diamond Head. So as these move eastward, we do have these these areas. I'm not going to call them metro, but you know, they have a lot of people that live in these areas, not so much New Orleans, but Kiln over to Diamond Head, you need to get into your safe place.
It literally is going to parallel I-10. So if you live from I-10 northward into the Kiln in Diamond Head,
here's I-10.
This is coming towards more east-northeasterly direction. I'm trying to put a tracker on here, but it's not giving me what I need from it. But it's moving a lot faster than 50 miles per hour. It's actually moving towards the east-northeast at 60. But it kind of, and it keeps blanking out my towns here, so I don't want to put that on there any longer. But you do see the Kiln. You are right in the path of this. Bruce is showing you exactly where that ball is. That blue ball, we're not looking at radar anymore. We're looking at a debris ball. That is debris being thrown up in the atmosphere.
Lofted up.
That is a tornado on the ground that has passed the Stennis Space Center. It's going to continue straight towards the Kiln. So you need to be in your safe place. Everybody north of the interstate, Diamond Head and the Kiln. Even south of the interstate, though, you have to watch. Now, that's a good update because you saw how it's kind of blown it away a little bit. It's not as
significant.
Yeah.
Well, and this is traveling over very marshy areas, so we might not be seeing as much debris to be lofted into the air. This is mostly going to be trees and that swampy material, but the bad news is it goes over water. Sometimes we can see that strengthen, and you can see on the wind velocity. If we're going over these marshy areas with that warm water, we have these winds that are veering, backing very extremely in the atmosphere because on the surface, we're seeing that squall line coming through. I think the reason that we're seeing that debris detector go down is because it's heading out of those more populated areas, which is not good news for Stennis. Hopefully that everybody there is safe, that we were seeing that big debris ball. But this is likely now just trees as we see this move over the swampy areas. But we are getting 122 mile per hour gate-to-gate winds here, and that means this is a strong tornado if it's on the ground. This is heading toward the Kiln. If you're anywhere along 43 from Catahoula down to Bay St. Louis, you need to be in that safe space now. And as Zach mentioned, this is moving at 65 miles per hour. It is not going to take very long to get to you. Hopefully you can get into that safe place. Then looking past that, if you're on I-10 too, I would honestly not be driving this stretch from Slidell to Bay St. Louis. If you are headed eastbound right now, I would pull over and wait this out because there is uncertainty. This could go to the south, and it's included in that tornado warning. But if we look at that rotation detection, it is kind of showing this over I-10. I think this is a little bit removed from where we're seeing that velocity. But if you are traveling on I-10 from Slidell to the Bay St. Louis exit of 43 there, you want to make sure you're pulling over, getting to a safe place. And if you're in this area where we're seeing this debris ball, these yellows and greens, when you pull over, you need to get into a ditch. Do not stay in your car. You got to get to a low area. And if you live in these areas along 43 from Catahoula down to Bay St. Louis, honestly, they are included in this warning, I believe. Get to your safe space. That's the most interior room in your house. If you can get into that bathtub, that's a safe area. You want to have helmets on and thick winter coats that will protect you if you're in these locations. So again, the debris detection here with this latest scan is looking like we still have something on the ground, and you can see these really strong inflow notch here. This is going to go past 603 and 43 where they intersect just north of the kill. And then I-10 goes up to the northeast here a little bit. If you're traveling in that eastward direction toward DeLisle and over to Landon, you do not want to be traveling that way either. This is going to outpace you on the highway, especially because we're going to see a lot of rainfall here. This is likely rain wrap too, if we can pull up the reflectivity. We haven't looked at that in a while. I think you're not going to be able to see much. This is a very rain wrapped tornado if we have one, but I do think too, you can see here where it pops red, that could be a debris ball. That's things that are being launched into the air that this is seeing. And this is honestly sort of a textbook looking supercell. It's very rain wrapped, but on the back end here, when we start to get some of this hail, you see the purple popping, that means we have a strong updraft. We could be seeing hail on the northern end, and that usually indicates a sort of strong tornado here. So if you're in the kill, this is about to make its way to you. I mean, this is really, really close to the west. It's moving very quickly in that eastward direction. You need to make sure you're in that safe place. Right now, if you're in a mobile home, I don't know if you have time to evacuate it, so get to the safest place you can nearby. Catahoula, this is a little bit north of you, but I also want you in your safe place. And then this is going to head eastward toward I-10. Now we'll take it over to Bruce so you can get a better view too.
That's right. Let's come back full screen if we can, guys. And again, when you see a notch and you see any reflectivity or velocity like this is a very dangerous storm. I mean, this is showing rotation. Debris tracker showed that. Tornado warning North Shore, they may have extended it, so we'll get into that in just a second. But nevertheless, Kiln, you're on the southern end of this rotation. So we talked about 5-10 minutes ago, Kiln, Mississippi, get into your safe place now as it moves off to the east. Now, some of the wind velocities coming in over 100 miles per hour. So at this point, this could be an easy EF2 tornado. We talked about hatched areas on the outlook, potential of stronger than average tornadoes this far south, as well as longer track tornadoes. Now, for the last 10 minutes, we've been tracking this tornado on the ground, and that would be a long track tornado. That usually goes for a mile, 2, 3, if not even longer. So again, if you do live in these areas near Dedeaux, heading northeastward near Kiln, these are areas just north of I-10. You need to be in your safe place immediately. Very dangerous storm. Catahoula, I mentioned likely you may be okay, but even Catahoula now, these things kind of jump around a bit with all the winds of the atmosphere. Catahoula, get into your safe place as well. Even though the wind velocity is just south of you, any northward movement, you could be in the line of fire. So again, this is a storm that's been tracking off to the east-northeast, and as you can see, very heavy rainfall. Let's go to the hail tracker if we can, and see if we see any hail with this as well. Hannah?
Yeah, the tag on this tornado warning is up to 1 inch hail, and I think that's what we're seeing in those pops of purple up there to the north.
The hail detector is not really detecting much, but I can tell you where you have that higher reflectivity, like Hannah mentioned, the purples.
Right here.
So you're definitely seeing the potential for some smaller hail. I do want to, I know we have a tornado possibly moving in the kill, but we also have some dangerous weather moving into the city of New Orleans. Very heavy rains. Now, none of this is severe warned, so we're just seeing heavy rain spilling into the city. We have the gust front, that strong wind from Lake Pontchartrain has moved over the metro. Be ready for flooding to pick up over the metro area. You see this line of storms. It's not straight north to south like it is on the North Shore on the Mississippi Gulf Coast now. It's extending from east to west, which means that is a flood signal for the South Shore areas, for the river parishes, into the city of New Orleans.
And we now have a new tornado warning that's been issued farther to the south. This is along I-10 for that same spin up that we're watching. This is a very, very strong area of rotation that I'm seeing. If you pull up velocity, we're seeing a huge spin there to the atmosphere.
Right,
very
right
strong.
over the kill. So I mean, at this point, it's over you.
Hopefully you're in your safe place.
Yeah, hopefully you're in your safe place and you're still watching us. But even down south, Bay St. Louis, Lakeshore area, Waveland, you're going to get some strong winds. You might not get the tornadic signature. There you go. You see all the tornado warnings just popped.
Right.
We had the alerts things off because there was too much going on the screen. But they're tornado warning each one of these little spots that keeps producing
right here
spin.
over Kiln, also near Catahoula. You can see, I mean, this whole line has just a lot of wind shear going on with it, and easily we could get that rotation. Remember, at the southern end and in the lower levels, we've got a very strong southeast wind. In the upper levels, we've got a southwest wind. So as they rise in height, they intersect and they cause rotation. And this is exactly what's happening along this line. So even if you live near Kiln, hopefully you're in your safe place. But even toward Delisle, as this moves eastward, we're going to see a huge wall of wind continuing to move your way. But the
Diamond Head is next,
as well.
Right there along I-10. If you live I-10, along I-10, the Kill, Diamond Head, even to the Bay St. Louis area, this is a very intense storm.
All the south, the winds.
Yeah, we can't figure out exactly where the tornado is at this point because we don't have that debris tracker that's showing the defined signature. But even if it's not a tornado, you see some of these wind velocities that are coming through this. I mean, you're talking 90,
95.
We've already had reports of these winds in western Louisiana. So when it does it once, it can do it over and over again throughout the course of the day.
Exactly. And again, you know, here at Fox 8, I mean, we take each threat seriously. Some we may say, well, you know, maybe not that bad. Our weather team, we huddled up and said, this is one we need to really watch. All the dynamics, all the energy farther south, and this could be an outbreak that we could easily see tornadoes, flooding, hail, and indeed all this coming to fruition. I mean, when you see a signature this far south and this distinct over Catahoula, moving toward Dado, and then also Lizana moving off northeast in about 15, 20 minutes, this is a very dangerous storm. We've had winds showing up, as well as, look at the debris. I mean, the debris has just kind of shown a line moving in, just a lot of straight line winds and also wind gusts, but nevertheless, within Kill, look at some of the debris signature.
You can see how it
coming
spiked. It spiked over the last
did.
little second. It became more of a blue color as I
Yes.
put it in motion. So that's right now what's happening is it's moving out of the trees and it's moving into a more populated area. So you might be getting pieces of
Plywood,
of homes.
fences,
Yeah, and so
you name it.
that's why you could see that spike. So we definitely have, if it's not a tornado on the ground, we have winds upwards of 70, 80, 90 miles per hour right in the Kill.
Yep.
Diamond Head, it is right on your doorstep, if not happening outside your window right now. And it's gonna
Delisle as well.
It's going to continue to parallel I-10. So it's going to move out of Hancock County and into Harrison County in the next short while. It should stay north of the coast, but a lot of people live along that I-10 corridor going into portions of Harrison County.
Let's come on back, and again, let's reset. Let's show you the rain. We do have a flood warning in the city, and right now, the city is beginning to see some really heavy rainfall. So, as mentioned, we've already had some of those underpasses that flooded. I would stay put. If you have a doctor's appointment, if you have something to do, I would just cancel it. I mean, it's not worth getting out in all this mess. Here is the aerial outline within the green. This indicates that we've seen rainfall totals coming in up to 3.5 to 5 inches of rain. This is a flood threat. In fact, we've got another hour and a half or so of moderate to heavy rain moving in over the region. Wouldn't be surprised in the next 15, 20 minutes if we begin to see on Streetwise numerous reports of flooding around the city. Do not venture out if you don't have to. I mean, emergency, ambulance, fire, because this is turning into a dangerous situation. We had that flood threat. We had, once again, a flash flood watch north. Now, likely, the flood warning with all the rain is now shifting into the city. And as you can see, this is in the last 12 hours. Grounds are saturated. 3 up to 5 inches of rain, more on the way. Let's come on out now, Hannah, and let's kind of show reflectivity on what is happening over the city and what more we have to go. Then we'll get back to the tornado issue. Let's put this into motion now. I mean, look at all the flood warnings in green here, tornado warning off to the east toward Kill. Notice in the city, all this is kind of tracking off to the east-northeast. So we're going to see these tail ends of all these heavy rainfall signatures moving in over the city. So once again, with 3 to 5 inches already, the pumps likely will become overwhelmed, if not already. And you can see that heavy rainfall over the metro area, even on the North Shore. Right now, right at the mile marker 24 on the North Shore, some heavy rain along the causeway itself, heading over toward LaPlace. River parishes, again, big flooding issues there. We know that. We have crews out in your area heading over toward Napoleonville and also Thibodaux. But in the city, this is shaping up to be a significant flood threat. We're not discounting the tornado warning far north, but in the city itself, we are looking at already several inches of rain and more to come. Hannah?
Yeah, we also had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for just to the east of Slidell. This is mostly for Hancock County, but I think it also includes parts of Pearl River, or it's continuing that warning that's already to the north. But this is for that same storm system that's moving through. It's active until 11:30 because we have damaging winds. Aside from that tornado threat,
Right.
we're seeing that big wall of winds coming through. It also looks like we might be seeing some hail there. So we'll take the warning off just for a second so that we can query the winds. We're still seeing that couplet of rotation. That's that area right here.
there.
But it does look a lot better than it did. The problem is this is getting farther and farther away from the Hammond radar. So I kind of want to take a look at the Hammond radar right now, and then we'll switch over to the
Toward Mobile.
Mobile radar because it's actually getting closer to that direction. And I'm still seeing really high winds here. You can see there's reds on the northern end of it. So this is still a tornado threat as we're still in those active tornado warnings. And then again, this has been extended to the south for this severe thunderstorm warning. It's all the way down to the coastal areas along the state line in Hancock County because we're seeing those winds coming through now. But we'll take a look at this tornado warning. It's so hard to make out the velocity here because now it's kind of out to the edge of the Mobile radar, Bruce, and
Right.
the edge of the
We're
Hammond
kind of right
radar.
on the edge where both are trying to pick it up.
Yeah, so I think right now the Hammond radar is still doing a little bit of a better job
Yeah.
of at least showing that rotation. And we have to watch the leading edge too of this storm because it does look like we're seeing still some greens and reds there. And right now near Dedeaux, this is about to go into the county over from our DMA, I think is where we're seeing that tornado right now.
Right, we're going to cover this until it gets in toward the Hattiesburg market, and then they'll pick up coverage from that point. But nevertheless, again, Kill, Mississippi, I'm sure you had a big, big blow there. Also, we had a lot of debris on the signatures, indicated it could be trees, it could be fence boards, it could be rooftops. We don't know at this point. We'll go back, and of course, the Weather Service also will do their assessments in areas that we suspect a tornado, and then we'll get, if it is indeed one, how strong it was. EF0, EF1, 2, 3, but with wind velocity as well as a lot of the detection we've seen, this likely was minimum, at least an EF1, maybe even stronger at one point. So
Yeah.
very dangerous storm.
It's
we've
looking
had
a
all
lot
that-
better than it did.
It
And
does.
you could see it was more of a ball as it was kind of over to the west.
Right.
And now we're just seeing this broad yellow and green.
Right.
It's also possible that the straight line winds are causing some issues. But once it gets farther away from the radar, it becomes more difficult to pinpoint exactly where that debris ball is.
And I think it started in Slidell because we're getting reports of damage in Slidell. The National Weather Service office is in Slidell right there off Airport Road.
Right.
They've had to transfer their power to Mobile because they took a power hit, so they can't issue warnings. So right now, the National Weather Service in Mobile has taken over, and they're the ones issuing these tornado warnings. But the good news with this cell that we're seeing as it exits Hancock County, moves into Harrison,
Yeah.
it does seem to be losing its form. Still
does.
some very strong winds blowing into Bay St. Louis, blowing into the Diamond Head area, but it does look to be losing some of that tornadic form that it had earlier.
We're seeing kind of an evening out of it. I mean, still we're seeing that notch in rotation, but hopefully as it moves eastward, it does begin to weaken. And again, we talk long track. I mean, Slidell had a lot of wind, and all the way toward Kill, Mississippi. I mean, this could be one of those tornadoes that kind of redevelop, they weaken, they redevelop. But when you talk long track for miles on the ground, that was the atmosphere we were dealing with. And we don't deal with it all that much. But when you get to a level 4 and you have a hatched area, that's when you need to pay attention. And over the last couple of days, I've been saying this is a situation that we really need to pay attention to. And indeed, this is the reason why. So here we have on Viper, still look at the heavy rain in this area here, Zach. I mean, if
It does look to be some hail in there.
hail in there too. So can we go to the hail tracker real quick? I know it was taking away cities, but yep, here we go. So this is, pretty decent sized hail. When you start getting in more so into the deeper kind of pinks, I mean, this could be maybe quarter, if not golf ball size hail. So
And that
this
looks to be coming
is big
right
hail.
into Bay St. Louis.
Yep, right into Bay St. Louis.
See all the
Here's the bay
subdivisions
itself.
right there.
Yep.
So you have Highway 90 running the coast.
Yep.
So this will be moving. This will be some nasty weather in the next short while. But looks like the tornadic threat seems to be along the interstate and north of there right now.
Let's reset again, Hannah. Let's take a look at radar. Let's take a look at all the viewing area. I know we've been honing in on certain areas. And
We
you're
also
probably
will have a
saying-
live shot that we can show of some flooding in the river parishes. But let's talk about the flooding right now, and then we can go to that live shot with Josh Robertson.
Right. Look at all the rain still. Flash flood warning in effect Now for the metropolitan area. Let's take it full screen, guys, if we can. It's just easier for the viewer to see. Here we go. Here's Gentilly. Here's Metairie and Kenner. Marrero on the West Bank. Belle Chase down here. Heavy rain moving over the area. Let's put it into motion if we can and show you that we're kind of getting that training effect going on where we're seeing eventually that southeast movement move kind of off to the east. And once again, we've already seen up to 3 to 5 inches of rain in these areas, and the pumps can only handle that amount, 1 inch first hour, ½ inch every hour thereafter. As a result, we've likely exceeded in many areas the pump capacity. So when the water piles up, pumps are just working their tails off to get that water out, but with more coming in, that is the issue. So flash flood warning in effect, that will likely be with us for at least the next hour or so. Then off to the west, near Laplace, heavy rainfall. We're going to have Josh Robertson, as mentioned, over toward the river parishes. Norco, heavy rainfall. I mean, some of these rainfall totals, just tremendous. 6, 7 inches of rain, a lot going on. Josh Robertson, in fact, is out in the storm tracker. Josh, what you got for us? We've seen a lot of heavy rain and wind out there.
Driven through a lot of the worst of that heavy rain, and there were portions where I'm not driving, Miles is driving, he's got both hands on the wheel, and I'm nervous for him. It was really whiteout conditions in some spots. You know, we got to Laplace here just a second ago, and I'll give you a shot here. It didn't take us long. We got off the interstate, one of the first businesses we come to. You can see the entire parking lot is flooded. Go ahead, Miles. We're going to drive you down because we actually scoped this area out a little bit. Now the flooding, you're going to drive through floodwaters if you're on this side, so he's going to get over, but we didn't have to go very far. There's flooding all around Laplace right now, and we've gotten videos from some viewers who have shown the neighborhoods. And the first neighborhood we came to, if Miles going to get down to this first turn here, and when we pull in, you'll be able to see, and we didn't have to go very far at all. And honestly, this reminded me of really the flooding I'm seeing right here in this exact area reminded me a lot of whenever we were covering Ida, and the flooding that happened post-Ida was very similar to this in the terms of how bad it was for the neighborhoods that sit in these low-lying areas of Laplace, some of these subdivisions. And so he's going to take this turn right here, and when we get down to this neighborhood, you're going to be able to see it. And there was a car, it actually didn't take long. We saw a car that that stalled out, and when we get down here, we'll be able to show it to you. And he's not going to drive all the way down because we had to kind of stop in our tracks as well. But if you, let's see, I'm going to zoom all the way in just so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. And there were cars that were driving through this very high, vehicles that sit up higher. They were able to make it through just barely. But this vehicle that you're looking at right here, sorry for the shaky camera shot, but that vehicle right there was stalled out, and actually it looks like somebody's trying to get out of it right now. There were people trekking through the water up to their shin, almost to their knee. And so again, drivers driving through these neighborhoods are pushing water. It's not hard to do at all, and some of them are driving probably a little too fast for my taste. But you know, this is a lot of the neighborhoods in Laplace right now with this heavy rain that came through here in a short amount of time. And these neighborhoods, again, a lot of them are experiencing some flooding, water creeping up into people's yards. People's cars are parked on the side of the street. They may have gotten water in them, especially if they're small cars like this one is. But we know Chris Welty is out and about right now looking at some of the other flooding. Chris, if you're out there, if you can hear me, tell us what's going on where you're at.
Hey Josh, we are on Esplanade near Claiborne, and we have some shelter because of the overpass, and we wanted to protect our equipment, but the rain comes down in heavy spurts periodically. It hasn't been consistently heavy out here. Also, we have not seen the wind threat just yet in this area, but Esplanade is flooded right off of Claiborne. Now, we have seen a few cars drive through it, and they did make it through that flood water, but other drivers, they were smart. They put it in reverse, turned around. They did not go through those floodwaters. They did not want to chance it. Earlier this morning, we were on LaSalle near Canal Street next to the Jung Hotel, and that area had some flooding. Now, the water did subside in that area. The pumps were able to catch up in that spot, which was definitely some good news. But in the floodwater in that area, and I'm sure it's like this in other areas of the city as well, there's a bit of a sheen because of the oil from those vehicles traveling the roadways. And we did see some manhole covers that popped off because of those floodwaters. So dangerous to drive through floodwaters like like these cars are doing right now. And I'm told we need to toss back to weather, so let's send things back into the studio.
All right, thanks a lot. Well, we've been seeing a lot of wind velocity and a lot of damaging winds coming in with this main line itself. And we do have a report of significant damage coming in from that system that was near Slidell over to Bay St. Louis. I mean, the winds have been just tremendous in this area. So when they put out a considerable wind event, that means that likely there is a lot of damage and a lot of issues with that wind. So here's the actual system. And again, this is an area here with hail, and you're getting just a ton of wind, likely straight line winds as the system moves off to the east. So from Bay St. Louis to Waveland, likely hail going to be falling, as well as blinding, flooding rains as well. We have seen a long track tornado that was near Slidell all the way heading off to the northeast near Stennis. Now, that was a period of, a couple of miles. So being on the ground that long, a longer track tornado causes damage. Now, we're going to get more information in terms of how much damage and how strong it may have been. But nevertheless, we're looking at now flood warnings and big issues with heavy rainfall. Already, most of the metro area South Shore has seen up to 3 to 5 isolated up to a half a foot of rain, and it's still falling. I mean, the rain rate coming in a couple of inches an hour, and I think over the next hour, we will likely see another inch, 2, maybe isolated up to 3. That would bring those totals up to almost 9 inches isolated in areas. Look at Norco and Luling. Again, you're under a flash flood warning as well. So over toward the river parishes, we just had that live shot. Very heavy rain, big time flooding in these areas. If you do not have to travel or get out of the house, stay put. This is a very dangerous situation. Water is rising quickly. Even in Jefferson Parish, we rely on the pumps. And they say Jefferson doesn't flood as much. Well, when you have this much rain, even Jefferson can see significant flooding. We all know the canals, they actually can go over their banks. With that, we have a lot of water that collects where you can't even see where the roadway is or where the canal is. So this is a very dangerous rainfall situation. Heavy flooding is ongoing as we speak and likely to get worse as these storms continue to kind of move in and train over the same areas. So South Shore, heaviest rain right now. Let's travel North Shore very quickly just to show the radar, Zach or Hannah. And you can see we're getting a nice little break coming in. Northern and central areas of Tangipahoa Parish, light to moderate rain, but some of this now is moving off to the east and northeast. We're getting a nice little break. Lighter rain toward Bogalusa on the southeastern end of St. Tammany as well. Moving out of Picayune to Pearl River County. So all this is getting really a nice eastward shift to it, but farther south and west. Let's broaden out to the whole DMA, guys, if we can. That's our dominant area of influence that we follow. And with that, this is the area we're watching. To the south, heaviest rainfall right now. Flood warnings continuing. Flood warnings have been ongoing now, and flood waters have been rising and will continue to rise as long as we have this rain coming over the same area. We call that the training effect, like train tracks. Rain just goes over the same area. It dumps more and more. If the pumps are behind, it just can't handle that more and more. So that is the issue right now. Now, that big storm we had with the tornado, that is now moving out of the Fox 8 viewing area. So we're not going to focus on that anymore, but we will focus on any damage from Slidell over to Stennis, because that looked like a significant potential tornado. We're going to have crews heading out that way. And of course, later on in the newscast, we'll have information on that. But nevertheless, we are now in a significant flood threat for all of the South Shore, from the river parishes to the city, heading eastward, even coming in toward areas of St. Bernard Parish, heading over from Laplace, basically a line over to Chalmette. All that heavy rainfall is falling over areas that now have already seen several inches of rain.
I really don't like what I'm seeing over the city of New Orleans right now. You
Same.
can clearly see what's happening. We're getting the line pushing along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but then we're stalling the back edge of that line over the city, and this goes all the way into the river parishes. You clearly see how we're setting up that training. It goes into the Gulf. This is all working its way straight into southeast Louisiana. So we're going to pick up multiple inches of rain. We're going to deal with flooding issues the next several hours.
Big time. And again, the underpasses, many have already flooded. So again, I can't reiterate enough, don't leave the house if you don't have to. This is a very dangerous and situation where we've seen people die. They go into the underpasses, or they go in areas that, turn around, don't drown. May sound a little corny, and I'll say it, but you know what? Many people have gone into areas, they have no idea the depth of the water, and they have drowned in their cars. This is a situation where we will see several feet of water underneath some of the underpasses. And again, if the canals and the roadways are even, you don't know where the canal is in the road. You take a wrong turn, you go into that canal, you're dropping 15 feet, and that could be a tragedy. Here's our rainfall rate. And again, we look at the heavy rainfall rate in this area here. 7 inches an hour. So if it rained over New Orleans for an hour, we'd pick up another 7 inches. Not to say it's going to happen, because you get waves of rain, lighter, moderate, and heavy. But at the rate it's falling right now, if we got it, we would have over 7 inches of rain. Right now, it is 10:49. At 11:49, if it continued to rain this hard, we would have an additional 7 inches of rain. So from Gentilly, heading south into the city, along the West Bank, over to Belchase, heading eastward, heading over towards St. Bernard Parish, even New Orleans East, Norco, Luling, Destrehan, Bayou Gauche, heading over toward areas of Bayou Buff. These areas have seen a lot of rain. We've had reports of flooding already from the river parishes, now moving into the city, and all this rain is tracking basically off to the east and to the northeast. And as it continues, that area that's already had the rain is going to continue to see massive flooding. Let's hope not structure flooding. Let's hope it's going to be a situation where we get some runoff to where it doesn't go into homes, but at this point, this is a potential of structure flooding. If you're in an area that's low and you get 3, 4, 5 inches of rain and your home or your business can flood, that's what we're talking about here now. A significant flood threat coming in from Napoleonville over to Lutcher. Here's LaPlace and Norco heading into the river parishes. Hannah, let's go a little bit farther east into the city. And again, as you can see, this area has been raining now for about 30 minutes at about 6 to 7 inches per hour. So this is continuing. Also, farther south and west, we're beginning to see rain piling up. So far, some of those rainfall totals, as you can see, areas of red and purple, we're talking 4 to a half a foot of rain. Near the Seabrook Bridge, 6.2. South of that area, north of St. Claude, 6.4. In the heart of the city, coming in throughout parts of Metairie at the 17th Street Canal, over 5 inches of rain. And the rain continues to fall at a rate up to 5 to 7 inches per hour. So that's what we're saying. Do not travel if you don't have to. Stay put. It's going to be a dangerous situation. We're going to toss now back to the anchors and see what they have for us. I'll tell you, John and Rob, this is a dangerous situation, and we've got a longer way to go.
Right, and Bruce, you talked about some of the rain totals. I've looked here at a rain total of more than 3.5 inches in Mandeville, which has caused some problems along 190.
Right, we've seen some street flooding near Old Mandeville. Maddie Kurth was there. She has more.
Here on the North Shore, we finally have a break in the rain, and it's that rain threat that's been the most pressing in Mandeville this morning. At this intersection here on Florida and Girard, we're starting to see the water recede, but as soon as the rain picks up, this intersection floods again. Just moments ago, we saw a car getting yanked out of the water by a tow truck stalled right here in front of the Pelican Point car wash, and you can see cars trying to make it through the street, but Florida Street is notorious for flooding, so if you are out and about on the North Shore right now, you do want to get home, get to a safe space. Cars are stalling here at the McDonald's parking lot, in the roadways. It's just really not safe to be out on the roads right now. That's the latest here in Mandeville. Maddie Kurth, Fox 8, Local First.
Olivia Vidal was on the street this morning when she witnessed a dangerous accident that sent a driver to the hospital. Let's take a look at what she found.
I'm at the corner of Elysian Fields Avenue and Abundant Street, where we are noticing some flooding along this corridor right here near the I-10 overpass and 610. You can see cars that are coming over the overpass have been coming through this standing water here. In fact, moments after we first got out here, I noticed a driver flew through the flooded water and hit an oak tree, hydroplaned, crashed into an oak tree. You see NOPD there, the car directly behind it. I'm not certain how the driver is doing, but EMS did show up to the scene and was able to take that driver off to a hospital for treatment. But this is the scene here at Elysian Fields and Abundant Street, where cars are kind of taking their time approaching this flooded area of Elysian Fields. As you get closer to the overpass, you can see just kind of the flooding that these drivers are having to go through right now. So take your time if you're in this area, especially if you see standing water. Take your time. Don't speed through it. If you don't know how deep it is, definitely take your time going through it. There are some other areas I noticed near the I-610 exit ramps here on Elysian Fields Avenue. I noticed some standing water as well. So again, drivers, be careful as the rain is still coming down and as we're still in these severe storm threats. There is standing water throughout the city. But again, this is what we're seeing here at Elysian Fields Avenue and Abundant Street where there is standing water. I want to show you this, Aiden, if you want to follow me this way. I want to show you down Abundant Street just what we're seeing as far as the type of standing water we're seeing following these storms here. You can see just how high it is against the utility pole and that stop sign as you make your way down Abundant Street here. You can kind of see just down the street what some drivers are having to navigate through when they see this water. It's raining, obviously I can't go, but look, I'm ankle deep right here and I'm not even off the curb. So it just goes to show you how deep some of the standing water is from these storms. So again, drivers, be aware of this. Take your time, turn around, don't drown. We hear that saying all the time. But be mindful of that as you're traveling, especially if you're in the Elysian Fields area, Abundant Street area, making your way over this overpass here from I-10. But that's a look at what's going on over here. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks, Olivia. Some very heavy weather moved through the Pearl River area, including a confirmed tornado about an hour or so ago. Let's go to Amber Wheeler, who is live there.
Yeah, we're on Highway 41 right now, trying to get into Pearl River. I think we're technically in Pearl River. We're about a mile west of the center of the town there. I'm going to show you what we're seeing here. This is a view that we've been seeing quite a bit of as we were heading in this direction. This road is completely blocked off. We have police officers behind us. They did let us get a little closer so we can get the shot for you. But you can see crews now working on removing this really large tree here in the Pearl River area. A lot of folks trying to get, and I'm getting notifications from my phone telling me the road is closed in my ear. But we have a lot of folks behind us trying to get by this. I can tell you also to the right of me, you might be able to see it on the right of your screen. You can see water flowing. There's a lot of water in the ditches here. When we were driving in this direction, water was covering in the ditches, covering many yards, and in some cases up to the doorways of some of these homes. So any low-lying area in this neck of the woods that typically floods probably did flood. We've seen a lot of flooding here. Some roads kind of washed out, but most of them seem to be, at least what we've been traveling on, we've come from the Covington area, most things have seemed to be pretty passable here. But as we head in this direction here, we'll keep you updated. I think we're going to try to get around this at some point and try to get into Pearl River a little deeper. It's unclear whether this was from any kind of tornado that came through. That's unclear, but we do know that we had strong winds associated with those thunderstorms. And basically all across the North Shore, we have debris on many roadways and a lot of trees down. We saw a lot of cars in ditches. So I've heard a lot of reporters and our meteorologists and anchors saying to stay off the roads if you can. I can tell you right now firsthand, it's kind of tough out here, guys.
All right, thanks for that, Amber Wheeler. The National Weather Service is now calling this a flash flood emergency for New Orleans as we continue to see this line of storms pile up.
Yeah, let's get back to Bruce right now as we follow.
That's right. When we put out a flash flood emergency, that means that structures may be flooding and people need help getting out of cars or any type of structure itself. So a flash flood emergency is the highest criteria of a flood warning that you can actually get. When it gets to the emergency status, that means that people are calling in for help in whatever situation it may be. Stuck in a car, it may be in a canal, or somebody reporting somebody that may have gone into the canal. So this is a very dangerous situation. This is our flash flood warning in effect. It is now in effect till 2 o'clock for basically all of the area. So again, if you do not have to travel, I would stay put. So as you can see, anywhere from 3 to 5 to 6 inches of rain have already fallen throughout the area. And with that, we are looking at the threat of even more rain over the next hour or two. So that would make it for a very dangerous situation over the next hour with even more rainfall. So Hannah, this is a flash flood emergency issued by the National Weather Service, central and northern areas of Jefferson Parish, also southwestern Orleans Parish. In this area here, basically from coming in from Bonneville also to Gentilly. This is the area that we're most concerned about. Now, the whole area is getting flooding, but nevertheless, it says that emergency management reported numerous floods around areas. Many streets are underwater, impassable. Additional rainfall is expected. So again, Flash flood emergency is the highest criteria you can get on a warning. It's still a warning, but when the word emergency comes in, that means that it could be water rescues, it could be impassable streets, it could be people stuck in cars because they went through impassable streets. Very dangerous situation. And another thing we talk about, if you're driving and you're going down a flooded street, slow it down. Don't even go if you don't have to. That wake throws water inside a home or a business where maybe it would have not gotten in if that wake wouldn't have flowed. So if you don't have to travel, I would stay put. Just imagine your home. That water's not in it, but you're a couple of inches away and you've got a car or truck that comes by and now you've got water in your home. So just be mindful of that. So flash flood emergency in effect now through 2 o'clock, meaning don't travel. If you have to travel, it would be only an emergency situation and reports likely of emergency rescues from cars or from homes. So this is a very dangerous situation setting up. Through 2 o'clock, that's what we're watching for as we continue to see those floodwaters rise. So let's go back now, if we can, Hannah. If we go back to Viper, I want to show you here that Gentilly, uptown, here's the city, here's Audubon Zoo in the Garden District, Marrero on the West Bank. This whole area here has seen several inches of rain so far. And look what's happening here. Wagaman, Kenner, look at Luling and Boutte, another big batch now moving toward the city. May see a little break moving in from Metairie and Kenner, but another big swath of heavy rain is moving into the area. Here we go, flash flood warning, emergency warning, and with that, some of these rainfall totals now pushing 6.5. We have seen 7 inches of rain in some locations. This is from the last 3 to 4 hours. So the pumps are overwhelmed. The rain that falls will continue to have a rise in the water, rise in the canals, and the water cannot be pumped out fast enough because they're just being overwhelmed. A lot of people may say, well, the pumps didn't work. Well, if we're hearing capacity is there for most, but you get this much rain, I will agree with the Sewage and Water Board that you can't pump this much water out in that short amount of time. So 7.5 inches of rain, that's the highest at this point. I guarantee it, over the next hour, many of these 6s will be turning into 7s. Some of these 7s likely turning into 8 inches of rain. So this is the lowest part of the city in Mid-City in this area here. Toward the fairgrounds, Mid-City, heading off where we are at Fox 8. We're in a low area here near Xavier. This is an area that we're seeing very heavy flooding rains. And again, areas that may be a bit higher when you get this much rainfall, even areas that may not flood, likely are seeing floodwaters in this area. Flash flood emergency, again, meaning do not travel, do not go down flooded streets, stay put. On top of that, some water rescues may be possible with people stuck in cars or in businesses. So we're getting reports now that this is turning into a very significant flood threat and more rain is to come. Hannah, once again, let's go back to the radar because really all in all, I think the wind and also tornado threat is diminishing. We talked about that yesterday with the main line moving in ahead of it. Some of the rogue storms that we saw way east of it, those are the ones that could rotate. Then as we see the line of wind move out, now it's going to turn into a heavy rain and significant flood event. So as you can see, we've got a lot more to go. Look at all this rain near Raceland and Thibodaux. Where's it going? It's moving off to the east, so stay put. A flash flood emergency is now in effect, the highest threat from any flood for the city of New Orleans and also into Jefferson Parish. Let's toss it back to you guys. John, what you got?
All right, thanks. We've got, in addition to this life-threatening, potentially flood concern, the emergency in New Orleans, the Slidell Police Department says there is the confirmed tornado damage along Old Spanish Trail, City Avenue. We have crews on the way to the scene. There is also an emergency unfolding in Slidell this morning.
Right. Let's stay on the South Shore for now and go over to Chris Welty, who's near the corner of Claiborne and Esplanade.
Hey, Rob and John. Yeah, we're on Claiborne and Esplanade, and a vacuum pump truck just pulled up from the city of New Orleans. Esplanade does have some flooding right here. We haven't seen anyone get out of that truck just yet, but it does appear that they might be trying to clear one of the storm drains from this area. Now, we have seen a few cars pass down Esplanade, and they were hugging the neutral ground, trying to stay on the higher portion of the street to avoid potentially stalling out. And I want you to take a look at just some of the runoff coming from the overpass as well. The rain did slack up here for a little bit, and you can see, though, just as cars drive along the overpass, that runoff coming off down to the lower portion right here as well. And the Sewage and Water Board, they say that according to their pumping and power dashboard, 92 out of 99 pumps are available and working, and turbine 5 and 6 are also available to supply power, as well as 3 backup generators. Now, according to Steve Nelson with the Sewage and Water Board, he says that if the city gets an inch in the first hour and a half inch an hour every hour thereafter, the city should be in good shape. But of course, the city is seeing those heavy downpours, and it is a struggle for those pumps to keep up. Now, Jefferson Parish, they also have pumps. Bruce mentioned that. Now, according to Joe Valiente, the emergency management director for Jefferson Parish, they have 192 out of 194 pumps working. And Valiente told me yesterday that despite those 2 pumps being down, Jefferson Parish still has 100% pumping capacity. And emergency management leaders across the region, they are urging people to stay off of the road if possible. If you have plans, cancel them, stay off the road so you don't have to be in any of this mess. I know my daughter, she had a doctor's appointment. My wife was going to bring her this morning, and she canceled, rescheduled for tomorrow. That way they don't have to be out in this. A lot of people, they are still navigating the roads. Some are still trying to drive through that flood water, which is quite surprising. Earlier this morning, we were on LaSalle near Canal Street next to the Jung Hotel. They did have some flooding. When we left around 10 o'clock, the water subsided, but we have had some pretty heavy downpours since then, so that water might be coming up. The Jung Hotel has flood guards, so they have a wall built, and they were able to put a gate down to try and block those floodwaters from entering the hotel lobby. They, of course, deal with flooding quite often, being in that spot. And when you do look at the floodwater, you can see a little bit of a sheen because of the oil on the roadway. And there's also a little bit of a brown sludge as we're dealing with some sewerage issues as well. So some areas, when you are navigating, you can see the manhole covers popped up because of those floodwaters, so it can make for a very dangerous situation. And surprisingly, we have seen sanitation workers still working, and as well as the post office. So it is still business as usual throughout the city, but if you can stay off of the roads, as we're expecting more heavy rain and potential of flooding. Reporting live in New Orleans, Chris Balti, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks for that, Chris. In the meantime, some of the most serious weather has moved through St. Tammany Parish, where there was a confirmed tornado earlier today. The Slidell Police Department showing what it says was tornado damage in the Old Spanish Trail area of Slidell, and it didn't just stay in the city limits. We've got Michael Vinceno from St. Tammany Parish with us. Mr. Vinceno, if you could set the stage for us here, what has happened in terms of damage, and where are you?
Well, the weather's moved through pretty quickly this morning here in St. Tammany Parish. What was initially a concern about rain moved over into East St. Tammany Parish. We obviously had a confirmed tornado and some strong winds that blew through and caused some damage. We're on our way to Slidell right now to inspect the damage we can do to citizens. But really, the primary concern right now is that we still have weather coming into St. Tammany Parish, so we want everyone to stay off of the roads if possible. Stay where you are, whether that's work or home, and stay until this threat subsides. And then we can work with our law enforcement and our first responders to make sure that there's no trees or power lines or any flooding on the roads that can create possibly life-changing situations for our families.
Sure, and we're showing on the screen, by the way, some of the video from the Slidell Police Department. What can you tell us about injuries, if anything?
So at this time, we don't have any reported injuries. That's not to say that there aren't any, but they have not been reported to us at this time. We do have damage that's been reported, like you mentioned, the Old Spanish Trail area. Some people have reported damage on Pontchartrain Boulevard, on US 11, up north into the Pearl River area. We're going to go throughout eastern St. Tammany Parish and make sure that, inspect all the damage and offer assistance to our citizens where we can. be good neighbors. And I say it's not just limited to eastern St. Tammany. There has been heavy rain throughout the parish, so this is something that is impacting the entire parish. There's heavy rain in Mandeville, some flash flooding in Mandeville, Covington, and Madisonville, so this is really impacting the entire parish. But again, our primary threat, the primary concern is what could have come out of a tornado this morning and any strong winds.
Michael, we're taking a look at some of the damage here right now. It appears in Slidell, and we know you all heading up even more northeast as well to Pearl River to check that area out. As far as flooding is concerned, St. Tammany Parish, obviously no pumps there, has to deal with gravity drainage. Is there any concern about a buildup of flooding on the North Shore right now?
So back in January, just a couple of months ago, I think we had somewhere around 7 to 9 inches within a couple of hours, and we saw that water build up on our roads and in the ditches very quickly. But here in St. Tammany, we do rely on a gravity drainage system, and it's something that's been really important for President Cooper is clearing out the ditches, clearing out all the drainage canals, and making sure that our drainage systems work as they should. That's been a priority year-round. But again, we're receiving so much rain today. I don't know of any drainage systems in the world that can take on so much rain in a short period of time. But we're going to go out there, make sure that things are working as they should, make sure that there's not, once the rain subsides, that the water is going to go down, and making sure that, again, our drainage systems are operating as they are designed. But, you know, we've heard our citizens' concerns here in St. Tammany for the last couple of years, and we're going to continue to work on the parish and improve those things. So when heavy rain threats do happen like this, we don't have to continue to worry or concern about the possibility of flooding into streets and into structures.
In terms of this emergency, then finally, what's the message you want to get out? What do you want your people to know?
Well, really the most important thing at this time is of 11 to 10 here on Wednesday is to stay off the roads. You don't know, again, you don't want to travel into flooded roadways. You don't want to travel into roadways that have trees or power lines down. So stay off the roads. Let us get into the community, clear the roads, make sure everything's open, wait for that threat to subside, and then we're going to get out and continue to work. And it's not just from here. It's the days to come and the weeks and months to come just to make sure that we're prepared for the next storm, because we'll be in hurricane season before we know it.
All right, Michael Vincento with St. Tammany Parish. We appreciate your time. We know you're busy today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stay safe.
All right, we want to get out now to Maddie Kurth, who we were just actually taking a live look at where she is right now. You see significant damage and debris there in Slidell. Maddie, if you can hear us, we'll go ahead and go out to you right now.
I was in here.
Hello, hey.
How are you today? Little shifting up.
Hey guys, so we just got on the scene here in Slidell. Obviously a lot of damage to show you. Sir, you were saying the whole building, nobody got hurt here though, right?
Hurt. No ma'am, nobody got hurt. Everybody's safe, thank God.
Were y'all inside when it happened?
All inside the building, yes ma'am.
What did it sound like?
Big boom. And then the windows blew in, and come look outside and the building was gone. That's the debris from across the street.
So some of y'all's cars are stuck in here as well?
Everybody's cars. It was crazy. Pretty much all the windows were busted on all the cars. Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. What happens in this building? What do y'all do here usually?
Construction work. We do construction. And that's the office where they work out of.
So focus is now on cleanup, I'm assuming. Tommy, we can show over here.
Yeah, the building's not going to be up for too long because it's coming down a little bit at a time.
Oh, so it's starting to fall down as y'all are cleaning up?
The wall is blown out.
Yeah. About how long do you think this all rolled through?
7 minutes.
Almost in an instant. We have another worker here. Wow, so you were here as well?
Yeah, I was in the warehouse. In fact, when it happened, it was actually crazy. It sounded like a train and a bomb going off at the same time. It was crazy. He actually had to grab me and bring me out to the office, into the office to get me away from danger into the shelter.
Yeah. So now you guys are sifting through. What does it look like in there as you start to pull some of the debris out?
It reminds me almost back like Hurricane Katrina. Yeah, it reminds me back to Katrina. When Katrina hit, I was a little kid. I remember like it was yesterday.
I'm sure you guys have a lot on your plate. Y'all stay safe, be careful.
Thank you.
We're here on Old Spanish Trail, you guys, in Slidell, and across the street, even more damage. Crews are out here with chainsaws starting to cut up trees that have fallen down. You can see all of these cars here at this construction site. This is a general contractor's building here. All of these cars with windows smashed in. You can see, you know, these are just people's cars, shingles and roofing tiles stuck here. And across the street, it looks like maybe an apartment complex or some kind of housing unit with the roof completely ripped off and trees down as these crews start to take away the damage here and pull up the trees and cut them off and clear the roadway. Now, Old Spanish Trail here is still open for the time being. We've got cars going slowly around all of the wreckage with a lot of police presence out here to try and guide the way. So we're gonna keep moving around here in Slidell. You can see up here some power lines down as well and just kind of crashed around. We heard from just a minute ago some of the workers here at this contractor's building who were in the office when this storm came through. They said it sounded just like a train railing through. It made them feel like they were back in Hurricane Katrina. And look, the rain's still coming down. We're still seeing flashes of lightning, and so there's still more storm to be had. Everybody's trying to take advantage of a little bit of lighting up in the rain to clear away some damage. But we're going to help these guys here see if there's any more damage to look at. Looks like right now they're just trying to assess everything and see how bad everything really is. Crews are on scene. We've got some excavator type vehicles here clearing the roadways. Just in the couple minutes we've been out here, they've been able to clear the street so that cars can go through. So a lot more to be done here.
Maddie,
these are the latest conditions here on Spanish Trail.
Maddie, we see you're giving us a really great look, incredible images there in Slidell. We want to see if you can kind of give us a scope of how widespread this damage is. We know you've been driving into Slidell. It just looks like a huge mess out there. I guess give us an idea of the number of buildings that you're seeing with any sort of damage, and just, you know, how widespread that damage is right now.
Yeah, Rob, so we came through 190 because the interstates are pretty backed up. A lot of folks driving, getting into some wrecks, and just a lot of traffic there. So we came through 190, and the most dangerous thing we saw was flooded streets up until we got to this point on Old Spanish Trail. So this is the first site of widespread damage we've seen. I see this contractor building here completely ripped through. Across the street, the big housing complex, mostly with roof damage, a little bit of sidewall damage, and down trees right now. Now, we've been told that in the Pontchartrain area here of Slidell that the damage is even worse around people's home. I have family out on the Fremo exit who said there are trees on top of houses in their neighborhood too. So we're definitely for sure seeing some of the worst damage so far this morning here in Slidell.
Maddie, as you look at the damage, you know, straight line winds will generally push everything in one direction. A tornado just throws stuff all around. Is that the pattern you're seeing? It looks at from the images we're seeing.
Yes, it definitely looks like a tornado here. We've got tree limbs pointing in one direction, debris from the house pointing in another direction. And as our photojournalist here, Tommy McDonald, showed you at the contractor's building, I mean, it's just a mess in there. And they want to get that site secure because they're afraid that the walls are going to come down soon.
And so for people who are not familiar or very familiar with Slidell, this would be Highway 11, sort of in the southern part of Slidell, but you were saying there are reports of damage farther up Highway 11?
That's right, yeah, all the way moving towards I-10, we're seeing reports here of damage, and we're going to inch our way through. But, you know, as you get to these streets, you start to see some flooding here, and you really want to be careful not to drive too deep into those flooded streets. Even just getting our news unit over here, we're a little bit nervous of some of the streets.
Yeah, Maddie, it looks like a really active scene right there. You know, Bruce Katz was mentioning the debris field that we actually saw on our screen was very close to that area, so there may be even more damage throughout that area, but clearly just a lot of work to be done there. You have someone that you can speak with now? You want to give us some more information about what's happened?
Yeah, that's right, guys. I have the mayor here. So, sir, I mean, your immediate reaction to this is some pretty devastating damage.
Yeah, this is, we haven't seen damage like this since Katrina, but it's isolated in a couple of little areas of town. We got crews out. We're getting the roads cleared here. But anybody that needs to be on or wants to go on OST, avoid OST. Avoid Old Spanish Trail. Right now, we've got crews out. We're trying to move trees. We got a power line down that we're waiting on cable folks to come remove that. It's hazardous, and people are coming by here taking pictures with phones. We don't need you here. We don't need your help right now. When this is all over, we do the real cleanup, then we're going to need some help. Avoid this area at all costs. Pontchartrain Drive, we got a building that's collapsed over there. Folks that we've taken out of all their cars. We're still trying to get down to the neighborhood here to get people out. We got to every house in the area that was damaged, had any problems with trees or utilities. We found no injuries, no significant injuries, which is good. But right now we're just trying to get streets cleared so folks can get in and out of their neighborhoods and the utility companies can get back in here and restore power.
And we thank God that there were no injuries. I know a lot of family is trying to check in on each other, and the down power lines is not making it very helpful. Are there any reunification centers in the area that people can call to?
I've been in touch with our parish president. He's on his way over here with the GOSEP operations. They will be the ones that will put that stuff together. Right now, we don't have anything. We're an hour into this, hour and a half. We're just trying to make sure that people are safe and that there's nobody hurt and needs services we can get to them. We'll talk about reunification, as folks come in. I know there was a gentleman, his family was living over here off Lopez. He couldn't get in touch with him through cell phone. He came in, we parked him, helped him get where he needed to go, find his family. So we'll do those kind of things as best we can. We've got limited resources right now because they're all focused on, as you can see, the backhoe over here and removing debris from the streets and getting the streets clean.
Yeah, it's going to be a sleepless night for many of the folks living in this area. I'm sure shelters are going to be on their mind as well. But what would be the best thing for someone that is experiencing damage and maybe are watching us online or something like that? What should they do right now?
Best thing to do is to Red Cross will be here shortly, I'm sure. They'll respond to this. Parish will be opening their GOSEP operations. Their EOC is already active. Reach out to the parish GOSEP operations and see if there's any shelters that are going to be set up. This apartment unit across the street here, these folks are going to have to find a place tonight and for the next months until they're able to get back in their place. All of this is it's evolving. It's just now starting. Our plans are in place. We're activating them, our emergency ops, and to get things back together. But what they can do in the future and on downstream, that's not. We're focused on getting things cleared up right now.
Yeah, we want to make sure everybody's safe. I know some of the workers here were telling me they were worried about this building coming down. So really a further emphasis that nobody should be driving by just to check out the scene. It's not safe to be here right now.
Be in the streets of Slidell right now, on the south side of town in particular.
And is this the worst damage that we've reported in Slidell so far, or is the Pontchartrain area a little bit?
About the same. This is the worst that I've seen as far as apartment complexes go in a building that's completely destroyed here. We got an old car dealership warehouse down there. Looks like the roof's off of it down there. I just heard a building on the north side of town that's just outside the city limits. Roof in the industrial area. Roof had been completely come off of that. It's a big IT corporation. We're going to try to find them a place to establish temporary operations until they can get back on their feet. But apparently there's a lot more around us that we're not aware of that's outside the city limits right now.
Right, happening as we speak. We know we've got more weather on the way, right? So this is not a time to let the guard down and check out the area.
No, it's not a time to go out and joyride and sightsee. There's nothing to see that you can't get on the cameras from Channel 8 or any of the other news stations right now.
Thanks so much. We'll let you get back to it. Okay. Yeah, guys, that's the latest update here. Again, we're on Old Spanish Trail in Slidell. Big contractors building completely damaged here. I mean, just ripped apart, and inside is an even bigger mess. We've got a down power line. We've got an apartment complex with the roof ripped off of it, and down trees is just the start of it today as we anticipate more weather coming.
All right, Maddie Kurth live in Slidell. We'll be checking back with you just a bit later. Bruce Katz actually can show us a little more about the extent of this from radar.
That's right, John. We were tracking this at about 10:07. We were talking about a debris signature and also a notch and also velocity indicating a tornado right at that time, right over the Slidell area, moving off to the northeast. So this is kind of a recap here where we were watching this. Now, Hannah's going to take us at that same time to the debris signature. Take a look at this. We saw the damage in Slidell. We saw rooftops, bricks on buildings that were gone. We saw trees, you name it, likely flying up into the atmosphere. As a result, we picked up at 10:07 a big debris signature right into the same area. So again, thank goodness that we have the radar up that was moved from Slidell now to Hammond to really hone in and show us what was going on. So again, as you can see, we did have a lot of damage, and I would have to agree with Maddie, because when you see straight line winds, if you have a fence and the winds come in a direction, they all go down in the same direction. If you have a tornado that knocks down that same fence, you're going to see debris basically in all directions. And that looks to be the case. We were showing it on radar itself. We were showing the debris signature at that point. So likely this is a tornado, and with bricks being down, it could be even an EF1, if not even stronger. And that's why we were talking about those hatched areas with a high possibility of severe weather for stronger than average tornadoes and long track tornadoes themselves. Just wanted to kind of bring that to you. Before we go back to the desk with more on the streets, I want to go back to radar. Hannah, let's take a wide view and show you what's happening radar-wise. We've got a flood emergency still going on, Orleans and Jefferson, meaning that possibly flood rescues or structures being flooded. So, as you can see, on the South Shore, it's not done. We still have a lot of rain to go in the metro area. Already up to 3, isolated up to 6 inches of rain have fallen, with more on the way. In fact, take a look at this big line near Raceland, all that moving into the river parishes toward Metairie and Kenner, Gentilly to the West Bank, eastward towards St. Bernard Parish. So this area here, if you don't have to travel along I-10 or from the East Bank to the West Bank, over to the river parishes, even the bayou parishes, do not travel if you don't have to. Let's broaden out now and show you what's happening on the North Shore areas, and you can see a much better look up there. We are seeing some rain moving in southern areas of I-55 into Tangipahoa Parish, some moderate to heavy rain near Covington and Mandeville, but you'll notice heaviest rainfall moving eastward at this point, heading into Gulfport and Slidell. North of that area, what we're seeing is light to moderate rain. I would hope in the next 2 to 3 hours, the bulk of this activity finally begins to shift off to the east. But that's a few hours. It's not going to be minutes. As a result, as all this rain continues to fall over the same area, all these areas with the green boxes, these are all flood warnings that are in effect. All this rain basically kind of circling the lake from Slidell over toward Gonzales, heading eastward to the city. All areas surrounding the lake are under flash flood warnings. So as mentioned, we have canals that are going over. We have streets that are going over. In fact, you can't sometimes see the canal from the street. And on top of that, a lot of those underpasses that flood, you can't know the depth of water. As a result, just stay put. And certainly, I would not venture out anytime soon. So John, Rob, we're going to toss it back to you guys. And again, at this point, it's more of a flood threat now. I think the tornado threat has diminished, not to say zero, but it's now transitioning from these storms that were tornadic potential ahead of the line. Now, with the main line moving in, we're kind of stabilizing the atmosphere as far as wind shear, but with all the moisture now turning into a rain and flood event. We're going to check in just a few minutes. But as mentioned, South Shore, heaviest rain right now. Flooding reported. North Shore, light to moderate rain. Back to you guys, and of course, we'll monitor. We have to break in again. We will let you know. Back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Bruce. Let's get back out to Maddie Kurth right now in Slidell with some additional information on shelters, as some folks are clearly displeased.
I want to point out here, we were just standing right over this way on the right side where that building had really been torn through by what we are presuming to be that tornado. And then across the street, that's that apartment complex that we were talking about. But yes, we do have an update on the shelters and a GOSEP command center being set up here in Slidell. I'm going to walk this way back over to the mayor here who can give us an update in just a moment. He's checking in with his crews. Everybody's going to be on the same page here. We've got a little bit more damage here to show you. The power line has fallen down here. Again, Old Spanish Trail is the big road I'm on here, and this side street here is D Street. So, Mayor, if I could grab you for a split second here. He's updating all of his crew here, and he's going to get to us here in just a split second. Here, Tommy, check this out over here, too. You can see another tree that is withstanding a lot of wind damage here. You can see some of the branches splitting off. And this is just a small snippet of the cleanup efforts here in Slidell. So, again, here I am with the mayor. We've got an update on shelters, right?
Yeah, we're going to open up our gym on John Slidell Park sometime in the next hour or so. For anybody that needs immediate shelter that doesn't have family to go to or someplace that they can shelter, we'll set that up sometime within the next hour or so. As soon as we can get people up there, the gym will be open. It's got water, it's got sewer utility system. So anything that you need, if you need to be in that shelter, bring. If you've got blankets or pillows, bring that. Any medicines, any food, snacks that you would want to have with you, bring that with you. We're not prepared to take pets in that shelter, but if you bring them down there, we can probably get animal control to get them to the animal control unit until you need help. So we'll be set up there shortly.
And we do have GOSEP on the way as well, right?
Yeah, the parish GOSEP office is, last I heard, they were just down there at the corner of Interstate I-10 and OST here trying to get down around traffic and cars that are flooded out in water down there.
And any update on the power situation here with these lines down?
No update on the power at all. We're just trying to get things secured so we can start to assess the damage of the power system and how soon we can get it put back up, heated back up.
Gotcha. Thank you. So you heard it there, you guys. If you are in need of shelter, you're going to want to bring anything that you can, right? That's blankets and food or medicines, anything that you can. The shelter is going to help to supplement that with personal hygiene things and food and really just get in a nice, safe place to kind of reevaluate, reassess, call your insurance company, call your family, and check in on everybody and make sure everyone's okay. So with the slack in the rain, we're able to see more of the damage here and more of the crews just trying to work it away. What you're hearing behind you is these bigger excavator-like vehicles here. They're just scraping the roads because, you know, when a roof comes off, you lose the shingles, and all underneath is those nails and sharp items. You don't want that in the roadway, certainly not as our emergency crews are rolling through to go and help more people. You don't want to catch a nail in your tire, and so that's what the crews are out here doing. You know, Old Spanish Trail is a highly used road here in Slidell, so the response being quick is going to really help to clear the way for that further rain and further potential damage that's on its way with this system.
All right, Maddie Kerr live in Slidell, where they're trying to clean up quite a mess there from what appears to have been a confirmed tornado, or a confirmed tornado from a spotter earlier today. I misspoke earlier. Old Spanish Trail is if you think of Slidell, when you get across the lake, it's actually the second exit. So that's not Highway 11. This is the one that runs east-west, basically. Although there is damage on Highway 11 also, and I'm sure Maddie will be checking on that.
Right, a large swath of area there in Slidell has seen damage. We also have seen damage in Pearl River. That's where we find Amber Wheeler right now, taking a look at a house that has already been mitigated after this storm. Oh, I'm sorry, let's go over to Josh right now first, who is tracking the latest for us. Josh.
Yeah, hey Rob, we've been in LaPlace now for the past couple of hours, and you don't have to search far to find flooding, and in fact, we've seen several stalled out vehicles. This is actually a neighborhood we haven't been down yet, so we're going to go down this and see how bad the flooding is in this area. But if you're going down 51 off the interstate heading into LaPlace, the neighborhoods on both sides, and even that portion of Highway 51 for some vehicles is just impassable right now because of the floodwaters. And we're coming into this neighborhood right now, which we haven't been to yet, so we're not quite sure what we're going to see. But Miles is going to kind of eyeball it right now because we're trying to make sure, obviously, that we don't get stuck either. Our storm tracker is an SUV, but it doesn't sit that high off the ground. And you know, we tell folks all the time, you want to be definitely, if you can't see the bottom, you definitely don't want to try to drive through. Luckily, we can tell this isn't going to be too high for us. But if you stop right there, Miles, I can just kind of go off the side here. the rain really has not let up in Laplace since we got back here about an hour or so ago. We're seeing a lot of flooding again in these neighborhoods, a lot of stalled out vehicles, a lot of people who are probably a little bit used to this. And these cars behind us now, let's see here. All right, just making sure we're in a spot where we can. All right, if I turn it around here now, Miles, you can see behind me, or I'll look behind me. You can see those cars there going through those floodwaters again. And that car right there, that's a high truck, so they're going to make it through. Some of these vehicles just can't make it through. And again, we've seen those issues this morning. It's causing there's not a lot of cars on the roadways, but in some intersections it is causing traffic issues because, again, the rain has barely let up since we've been out here, and it's just continued to pour. And in places like Laplace and other portions of the River Parish, they see a lot of flooding during events like this. And especially after hurricanes in the past. We've seen after Ida, we were here for about a week after Ida reporting on a lot of things, and the flooding was very similar to this, just does not take a long time to see the water really start to add up. But again, we'll go ahead and send it back to you, but you can see the residents of Laplace dealing with some pretty significant flooding this morning, and hoping that the rain will stop so that this can clear out.
All right, thank you for that, Josh. Clearly, some issues there with street flooding. We've had several viewers sending us videos throughout the morning of some of the flooding there in Laplace and across the area. Continue to do that for us because we're getting them in and we'll be sharing them throughout the day. But we want to go back out to Maddie Kurth now, who's just following the latest on some just incredible damage there in Slidell. Maddie.
Yeah, guys, the story is getting more devastating as we walk through all the damage here. We have some residents of the apartment complex. Were you guys home when it's rolled through?
Yes, ma'am. I was on my way out the door to come and drink some coffee and take a little smoke because I don't smoke up in here because of cancer and stuff. And next thing you know, wind started blowing. I rushed her to the tub for shelter, safety. And me, I just was, see what was going to go on out here right in the, living room and things. But as you can see, we got flooded in and our car got trees and everything on it, fence, strong. So, and her safety was more safety than mine, her safety.
I heard the noise and I asked, what was that? And he opened the blinds and he said, before he could say tornado, I knew from school, I ran and jumped in the tub. And I said, come on, get in the tub. And you could just when I heard that tree coming down, I really got scared. And I flew back there. But we have water damage all the way through.
Yeah, so we showed earlier that the roof has ripped off.
All the cars out here, the trees fell on them, all of them. And the fence fell down. We had a wooden fence.
Sorry, say that again?
We had some people trapped in their own bathrooms upstairs. The people had to come in there and get them, So luckily no one got hurt, and it's just a tragedy how, it just come whiff through.
Now, y'all had just moved here a couple months ago, right?
Yes, ma'am. My niece been back here for a long time. She, her car is fine. I see she done backed it up. She stayed in 18. She's been here for a while, but she got water damage all through her place. And her babies was crying. That scared them to death.
A really terrifying thing to live through, and like we said, we're just so glad everyone's okay. But I mean, you guys are going to have a whole headache to go through now. Just talk to me about some of the damage that this rain is bringing.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, as far as the stuff that's getting destroyed up in here, like TVs or whatever, I'm not too much worried about that. You know what I'm saying? The only thing I'm worried about.
I lost my car. That really hurts. I mean, that really hurts. I have my life. But I lost the only way to get from back here. So how are we going to get from back here? I have no vehicle.
Yeah, we're going to, if we can walk over here too. We've got another family here doing some cleanup. Everybody's doing okay? Everybody's all right?
My favorite channel.
Thank you. We appreciate you watching. But were you guys home when this happened? Tell me what you experienced.
I come from New Orleans. She was home.
Yeah, we was home. My sister, our kids were home. We heard a crash in the window. The railing flew through the window. We grabbed the kids, went in the bathroom, and we're just trying to get everything cleaned up now. We just moved here actually 2 weeks ago.
Wow, that's pretty devastating. Are you guys experiencing flooding inside your unit too?
On the top, everything is really damaged. Roof caved in. Everything is pretty much flooded.
It's lucky that you were able to get to that safe space. And so what's the plan now? Are you just trying to save whatever you can?
Yeah, we're trying to grab as much as we can, save it, and we're just trying to get out of here now.
Yeah, and so they're pointing out to me here the cars have been smashed by the trees falling down here. I see at least 3 vehicles here, a couple more over here. There's a fence, it looks like, that came down here. I'll walk this way where we can see a little bit more of the damage. Up here at the second floor of this apartment complex, you can see that the guard railing has just smashed into the windows. And if we can point this way, Tommy, we can see a little bit more into that roof damage, where essentially the rain that's continuing to come down is now bypassing that second floor and raining into the apartments on the first floor. So all of the folks here at this apartment complex on Old Spanish Trail are just trying to grab whatever they can and get out of the area. But as we just heard them say, I mean, they have no vehicles, they have nowhere else to go. So it is a really devastating scene here in Slidell.
Now at radar, and you'll notice right near Slidell, unfortunately, with a lot of those roofs ripped off, literally ripped off, we have a lot more rain to go in that area. So just wanted to give Slidell that update, again, for some of those damaged areas that we're seeing right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to back out now and take a radar tour. I'm going to take off all of the different signatures coming in, and I want to show you first that we're looking still southwest of Houma, another swath of rain that's moving in. So we're not done with this yet. Heavy rain moving in from the river parishes. Although this is creeping off to the east, it's really a trajectory into New Orleans over the next couple of hours. So as we come farther south, I'm going to take some radar tours, showing you, first of all, Morgan City, Thibodaux, Houma right now. Heavy rainfall, lots of lightning on the lightning counter, over 650 strikes. All that moving in from Houma, Thibodaux, Napoleonville, down to Dulac and Cocodrie. Cocodrie, you're about to get hit with a big storm, heavy rainfall, some gusty winds as well. And all that continues to move northeastward, heading over toward Golden Meadow, Cutoff, and eventually down toward Jean Lafitte. Let's travel a little bit farther off to the east, down south, and you can see anywhere from Port Sulphur to Grand Isle, still moderate to heavy rain. All that activity moving off to the northeast near Buras. Lightning within these storms. So again, if you don't have to leave the house, I would certainly stay put. Then I want to come into the city, and I'll tell you, it's been a mess here. We have seen up to 3 to 6 inches of rain that have fallen with a flash flood emergency, meaning some water rescues or structure flooding, homes or businesses taking on water. If you don't have to get out and about, and remember, never drive down a flooded street, that can throw water into homes or businesses that may not have water, but that wake, that'll give them some big issues. Norco, Laplace, Paradis, all these areas here toward Mott's, heavy rainfall continuing to move eastward. So even in the river parishes, we just saw Josh Robertson. We have a lot of flooding toward Norco, parts of Laplace, down to Luling and Boutte, and that rain just does not want to give up. Now let's go back to the North Shore. As we see on the North Shore itself, we are seeing rain now beginning to filter in a bit heavier. Mandeville, Madisonville, Ponchatoula, Hammond, all heading your way. Still some lightning within all of these storms. This has turned more so now into a flood event, not so much more tornado event. All the rogue storms ahead of the line, they're moving eastward, but right now, this is just a very heavy rainfall event, and I want to come back out again just to kind of show you what's going on here. One more thing I want to show you too. On the tornadoes, we talked about the threat of the potential of long track tornadoes. I'm going to go back to the tornado that hit Slidell. Okay. Likely a tornado, unconfirmed, but we had ground truth saying that we did have that. So as we take a look at Biloxi and Boss Point, that's where it is now. However, as we come down toward areas of Slidell, we are looking at, let me get rid of this, I'm going to go over 2 hours. Hannah, are you hitting that? Nope. Okay. All right, I want to go 2 hours here and take a look at the tornado warning that developed. This is over a 2-hour period. So the warnings came out right around 9:30 or 10, and notice from Slidell, they worked their way eastward, and they continued east and farther east and even farther east. So this has been a tornado that has likely been on the ground for about 2 hours, because that warning was extended all the way almost into the Alabama line. So once again, the threat of tornadoes diminishing, not zero, but as we take a look at the radar, as we can see, some big time problems as far as big flooding and also even those flash flood emergencies throughout the area. Another couple of hours to go. John, Rob, unfortunately, rainfall continues to fall throughout areas that are flooded, so I can't reiterate enough. Stay put if you don't have to travel.
That's great advice, Bruce, because the issue in many areas, including in New Orleans, is there are a lot of places that really need a break from the rain, and they're not always getting it.
No. In fact, we saw bores on the way.
Yeah, certainly not now. Let's go over now to Andres Fuentes, who is live in Gentilly with some additional information there.
Right, guys, we've been here just outside of Holy Cross High School for just about 30 minutes or so. We're on Paris and Prentice right now. I want to show you what Paris looks like right now, at least on this section, just away from Holy Cross. You can see just how high the water is. At some point, it's even going over the curb right here of the neutral ground. We're parked right on top of it, as well as a lot of other cars. We're seeing a lot more cars actually now parking on the neutral ground just because of how rapidly this water has been rising on up. I'm seeing actually a school bus coming on through because I really want to give you guys a live look at what some of the cars have to be doing in this neighborhood ever since the water really got so high. A lot of them have been having to slow down. I know this school bus is kind of going a little bit quick, but for the most part, a lot of the cars have been slowing down because as you can see, that school bus just caused a huge wake, and that's really a big issue, especially with homes like what we're seeing right here again at the corner of Prentice and Paris. The water has been rising toward the front of both of these SUVs, and there is a step too underneath this home that you can't see because of the water. I'm gonna step out of the way. There you go. This Jeep seems to know what he's doing, going a little bit slower than that school bus just now, but still, I mean, it really doesn't matter just how slow you do go because it seems to be creating a lot of wakes and going into a lot of the side streets for the most part. I do want to show you just how much debris as well. We've been seeing a lot of the debris kind of pile up along here as we've been getting those wakes. It's also been really dangerous in general, just going through these streets. You don't know exactly how the streets are pothole wise. Just getting here to this intersection, it was a really bumpy road because we couldn't see anything in the roadways. It was just too inundated with water. So this is really what we've been seeing for the most part for, again, around 30 minutes or so here in the Gentilly area. If we can swing the camera around, we give you a live look at what Holy Cross looks like right now. Again, it's been a few hours of rain, and we're still getting a lot of those drops. It hasn't been as heavy as it was when we first got here, but you can see this practice field here on campus completely underwater, at least this part here closer to the intersection, as well as a lot of the side streets here near the high school. But we're going to be monitoring these conditions here in Gentilly. I'm feeling the rain starting to rapidly increase here in Gentilly, so it looks like it's going to be a flooding problem here for a little while longer, for maybe a while longer. But again, we'll be keeping a close eye, giving you guys live looks. But for now, reporting live, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks, Andres. We've seen some rain totals up in the 5-6 inch area, including in East Jefferson. We have a report now of water getting into cars in Elmwood, so we really need a break.
Right, that's the big threat right now, is that extreme flooding that could potentially impact especially the South Shore as we continue to see some of this rain. Let's go out now to Chris Joseph, who's in the French Quarter, trying to stay dry out there himself. Chris.
Yeah, right now we're at the intersection of Barracks and Gentilly in the French Quarter, not too far from Jackson Square. And you can take a look for yourself. The street is covered in water. In many ways, this is actually the best situation we've seen for the last hour. At one point, the water was coming all the way down, and it was all the way to the front doors of businesses. So if you take a look on the sidewalk, this is the clearest it's been since we've been out here. But Decatur Street has seen significant flooding throughout the morning. And then if you look to our right here, you see the beginning parts of the setup for French Quarter Festival. It'll be interesting to see this afternoon how quickly the team can start working on that setup. Obviously, the weather not doing anybody any favors right now. But while the situation is not great right now, like I said, in many ways, it has been improving and getting better. So hopefully that trend continues. Reporting in the French Quarter, Chris Joseph, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks for that, Chris. We want to get out now live to Amber Wheeler in Pearl River, where we were tracking potential tornado. Amber, you have a homeowner who sustained some damage?
Yeah, so we're in a neighborhood with a lot of trees. We know we had a lot of wind. And so here with me, I have Tanya Michelle, and she's a homeowner of one of the homes that we saw with a tree on it. And
I have a sister that's Down syndrome and is bedbound. She's still in the house. I'm waiting for the ambulance to come and get her right now.
so you have, someone with medical needs that can't be in this home because at this point you've got a lot of water coming in.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And tell me what that was like when the tree came down on your home.
I never heard that kind of sound before in my life, and he was in one of the rooms that one of the tree branches fell through.
And I'm sure that was very loud, and at this point you still have a lot of water coming in your house. Tell me about the extent of what you've seen for the damage inside right now.
Everything's wet, everything. Everything. Everything.
Broken.
Everything. I have a computer, the whole computer screen's cracked out, everything. Everything. The whole inside, it's like the whole thing everything just went through.
I am so sorry. And what's really heartwarming to see is you have this family unit here that came to your rescue right away. And by the time we got here, they had folks on the roof. The love that they have for you, trying to console you here. Tell me what this is like, having your family close by to help you out.
This is my next door neighbor. Okay. And like I said, this is my daughter. But their grandpa and their dad, now my other son that took my husband to the hospital, they automatically got on top of the roof, came in, looked all up in the house and got on top and got everything.
We just knew we had to stop the water from coming
stop the water.
He told me to get a ladder. I got a ladder, and then me and my grandpa did the roofing, so me and him hopped on it pretty quick. When I ran down there, he was like, "What are you doing with the ladder, son? It's lightning." I was like, "They got a tree." He was like, "All right, just drive the van down there. I'm coming." He got his shoes on. We tarped it up pretty quick. We got as much debris as we could off, and everything put tarps stopped on leaking. there. The only thing that's nailed it leaking down. now is just the wet insulation and the sheetrock that went through.
Okay, so you've been able to stop the leak, and at this point, it's having to deal with the rest of this rain here that's still coming, and hoping that you can.
With the damages from there.
I'm trying to get to my daughter's house, but we can't get to my daughter's house because they say they have tornadoes touching down and slide out on where she lives.
Okay. Yeah. So
going to the what was it called? The community center. He's letting people go in right now to the community center for shelter and for people like this, unfortunately.
And it looks like there's some pretty extensive flooding on your road. Is this normal to see this?
Never ever we have water
it's all in
like
our
this.
yards,
Never.
backyards.
Never.
And like you said, you had two people in the home who had medical needs, and your husband unfortunately has been
He's
taken.
en route to slide out.
But not due to the storms. It was from other prior that they just needed to get out.
Just over
Well,
stress.
he had a brain surgery 3 years ago, and he gets seizures often, and the stress just like
So as you can see here, folks having to kind of pick up the pieces. They already had their stress of their own before the storm even came, and now having to deal with that stress and with what's happening with the rain coming in. We certainly, sorry for your loss.
My sister's in a hospital bed. Like, she's in a hospital bed.
We're going to come to her.
She can't feed herself.
And it sounds like they have somebody coming to get her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I really appreciate you guys all talking to us here, and we really hope that your cleanup is an easy one, or at least as painless as possible at this point. I know you've been through a lot today. Thank you so much.
You guys are great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, you can see here's more police officers coming through to this neighborhood. That's the mayor, actually, apparently, that just pulled through. Again, we're in Pearl River here, and it looks like a lot of folks still dealing with the flooding and the damage. More rain coming, as you can see, but we'll send it back to you. We're going to keep kind of milling around here and seeing what folks are doing and picking up the pieces here in Pearl River.
Thank you, Amber, for that report. Taking a live look at Viper, we want to update you on the flooding situation. Amber just told you it's still raining pretty heavily there in southeastern St. Tammany. Now, it's not consistent enough, but they have had so much rain over the last short while. All of the ditches are full in the water. The ground can't take on any more water. Let's look into the city, because this is where we have the considerable flash flood emergency for the Metro New Orleans area, and this flash flood emergency is going to continue for several more hours. We're not going to get a large enough break to allow the water to go down. It's not as consistent as it was. We're starting to see some of these green pockets, which does give you that small window of a break, but another big batch of heavy rain stretching from Norco down through Luling all the way south towards the Bayou Gauche area. That's going to come up and over the city for the next 30 minutes. So it is going to turn into a very treacherous lunch hour. You should not go out for lunch. If you didn't bring your lunch today, you're going to be a little hungry, but you do not want to go out there because we have widespread water. We have flooding in Elmwood. We have flooding in the city. We have flooding on the West Bank, and it's only going to get worse. And it's going to get to the point where you will lose your car. All right, your car does not float. Do not venture out for this lunch hour. Back up a little bit, and I want to go down to the south and west because we've had some significant flooding problems in LaPlace and the river parishes. It's pushed, the corridor of heaviest rain is now nudged a little bit farther south of you, which is great news, but now we're bringing in more communities into this flood risk. Thibodaux, Houma, a lot of the weather's been north of you, but now we're starting to get some of that heavy rainfall passing through there, and you just see this tail. And we always talk about what is the worst setup for New Orleans, what is the worst setup for anywhere in Southeast Louisiana? It's when we have training and it's not moving. We're not seeing this big push of a squall line passing through and that moves the rain and storms out. It's just sitting over the same areas and it keeps reforming. Another big batch near Thibodaux, another big batch developing near Morgan City. And then there's also some nasty weather down along the coast. Cocodrie, Dulac. This is really your first storm activity that you've had so far today. So really heavy rains spilling into the South Shore areas. Here's the good news. We've gone several, say 30 minutes to an hour without any warnings. Now we have flash flood warnings. That's going to continue. And there's a new one that just popped up on the screen. But we're not getting severe thunderstorm warnings. We're not getting tornado warnings. So maybe we're getting enough rain, which heavy rain and flooding can be a significant threat to you and your property. But if you start to get too much rain, the atmosphere can't produce that spin. It can't produce that tornado risk. So maybe we're winding down the severe weather threat, but we're only enhancing that flash flooding risk, which we're already seeing flash flooding over many spots across the region. It's only going to get worse from the city down to the south and west. Let me see what I do. I want to go into, am I on max? I am on max. Okay, so we still have all of these flash flood warnings that are in effect. Some of these are flash flood emergencies, like the one in the city right now is a flash flood emergency. That's the highest level you can get for a flash flood risk to you. So make sure you stay home. Do not venture out. Do not go and get lunch. We have a significant flooding problem ongoing in the city. We have significant flooding in southeastern St. Tammany and the river parishes. You're included in all of these flash flood warnings. I do want to show you a model and to kind of give you an idea when we might get a break. But remember, this line has extended down to the south and west. It's the squall line pushed east, but most of the modeling says that about 2 o'clock or so, we should get the tail that's lingering over us. It should push down to the south and east and eventually push offshore. So maybe we can clear this up by evening drive home time, but the next 1, 2, 3 hours, I think at least through the middle of the afternoon, we're going to have to be on standby for continuous flooding across the metro area, and we're bringing some of our southern communities into this Houma, Thibodaux. Some of that heavy rain starting to happen over you at this hour, and you're probably going to start to see flooding just like the rest of the South Shore areas are dealing with right now. So at last check of Viper showing we're getting somewhat of a small, and I mean a very small break over the city. But look at the mass of rain. That still goes back all the way down to Thibodaux, Houma, and eventually Morgan City. Guys, it's not a good look right now.
No, and the hazards are increased when you get out on the roadways in a heavy rainstorm, Zach. There is that concern about hydroplaning. Earlier today, a car crashed into a tree off Elysian Fields.
Yeah, let's get out to Olivia Vidal with more on that.
I'm at the corner of Elysian Fields Avenue and Abundant Street, where we are noticing some flooding along this corridor right here near the I-10 overpass and 610. You can see cars that are coming over the overpass have been coming through this standing water here. In fact, moments after we first got out here, I noticed a driver flew through the flooded water and hit an oak tree, hydroplaned, crashed into an oak tree. You see NOPD there, the car directly behind it. I'm not certain how the driver is doing, but EMS did show up to the scene and was able to take that driver off to a hospital for treatment. But this is the scene here at Elysian Fields and Abundant Street, where cars are kind of taking their time approaching this flooded area of Elysian Fields. as you get closer to the overpass, you can see just kind of the flooding that these drivers are having to go through right now. So take your time if you're in this area, especially if you see standing water. Take your time. Don't speed through it. If you don't know how deep it is, definitely take your time going through it. There are some other areas I noticed near the I-610 exit ramps here on Elysian Fields Avenue. I noticed some standing water as well. So again, drivers, be careful as the rain is still coming down and as we're still in these severe storm threats. There is standing water throughout the city. But again, this is what we're seeing here at Elysian Fields Avenue and Abundant Street where there is standing water. I want to show you this, Aiden, if you want to follow me this way. I want to show you down Abundant Street just what we're seeing as far as the type of standing water we're seeing following these storms here. You can see just how high it is against the utility pole and that stop sign as you make your way down Abundant Street here. You can kind of see just down the street what some drivers are having to navigate through when they see this water. It's raining, obviously I can't go, but look, I'm ankle deep right here and I'm not even off the curb. So it just goes to show you how deep some of the standing water is from these storms. So again, drivers, be aware of this. Take your time, turn around, don't drown. We hear that saying all the time, but be mindful of that as you're traveling, especially if you're in the Elysian Fields area, Abundant Street area, making your way over this overpass here from I-10. But that's a look at what's going on over here. Back to you guys in the studio.
Fox 8 News is New Orleans' most watched news. Fox 8 Local First starts now.
Good afternoon. I'm Liz Reyes on this severe weather risk day. Our Fox 8 weather team issuing a first alert for heavy rains and damaging gusts today for our area. Let's start with Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz and Hannah Gar. They've been on this all morning, keeping you up to date on what the situation has been, as we've seen with so many of the pictures in our team in the field, giving you the live coverage of the damage that has occurred as that system moved in from the west this morning. Bruce Katz, our Chief Meteorologist right now. Let's bring you up to date on what we still face for the rest of the day. Bruce.
All righty. What we're facing is still more rain in the forecast. In fact, as of right now, the severe threat, I think, for tornadoes is moving out, but the flood threat has continued to move in and will be with us for another couple of hours. In fact, take a look at the city. I mean, look at the trajectory of all this rain. We still have another couple of hours to go, unfortunately. And with that, we've already seen in the city anywhere up to at least 3 to 5 to even 6 inches of rain. More rain on the way, it's only going to exacerbate the flooding. We've already had flash flood emergencies in effect for Orleans and Jefferson, highest level of a flash flood warning. Could be car rescues, could be water in structures, homes or businesses. If you do not have to get out, I would stay put. On top of that, again, if a home's not flooded, but you throw a wake in a flooded street, they may get water. So if that were you, you wouldn't want the same. So let's just kind of be respectful and just kind of stay put if we can. Let's zoom in a couple of areas, first of all, Hannah. And as we fly on in, out to the west, still in the river parishes, a lot of rain. We've seen a lot of flooding. We've had Josh Robertson out on the field. We have Amber Wheeler, Maddie Kurth. We're all over the area. And we've seen some reports from Norco, Luling, and Laplace. Quite a bit of flooding. Flood warnings in effect for that area in the green box. Flash flood warnings in effect for our area. Let's come farther south now toward Houma, and you can see you're not done with it yet either. Down in Houma, Chauvin, Dulac, Lockport, Raceland, heavy rainfall. Right now, Lafitte, you're getting a little bit of a break at this time. However, we're going to be watching out for the threat of a couple of strong storms moving on in. I'm going to get my clicker here in just a moment and show you the North Shore very quickly one more time, Hannah. Then we'll kind of go into more of a forecast and show you what's happening. Bush, sun, light rain, Mandeville, Madisonville, on and off, light to moderate rain. Now we're beginning to see a little shift in some of this rainfall. So another hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to go. And then finally, the entire system will begin to pull eastward. Speaking of that, here's our culprit. This mid-level low in Dallas. We got to get this thing northeast of us. It's slowed down. As a result, we've seen on the backside of it all this heavy rainfall, flooding rain, tornadoes, gusty winds into the area. Now, the main push of severe weather is now moving east of us. It's more of a flood threat now. So next hour or two, when this system moves on out, we will begin to see this final tail moving east of the city, and I'm saying around 2 o'clock at this point. So far, some areas up to 4, 5, pushing 6 inches of rain. So with that flash flood emergency, from the river parishes down toward the city, anywhere from 4, 5, half a foot of rain. Rain continues to fall. This is a major issue with flooding around the area. In fact, now we're catching up with the actual radar. Some areas here have been up to 3 to 5 inches widespread. All these reporting stations are the ones we get the numbers from. Outlying areas may get 3, 4, 5 inches, but we don't have those sensors. But you can see South Shore anywhere pushing up to a half a foot of rain. Winds really dying down. That's the good thing. Again, I think the severe weather threat is moving eastward as the flood threat now takes its place. Right now, the winds at about 5 to 10. Gusts right now, mainly on the coast, with some of those big storms moving in. Home to Galliano at 30 to almost 40 miles per hour. As we take a look, here's your timing. Noon, here's that last tail of rain. As that begins to move eastward, by 2 or 3, it's gone. Late tonight, the front moves on out, and then we turn less humid and much better weather does occur as we go into at least Thursday into Friday and the upcoming weekend. So once again, Thursday morning looking pretty good as we move in through the late morning into the afternoon, dry conditions, and then even into Friday as well. So once we get rid of this in the next 2 hours, that'll be pretty much it. Now, as we go into areas at least of rain potential over the next couple of hours, we could see an additional, on average, yellow, another 2, maybe even up to 3 inches. Heavier rains will begin to push eastward, so we're not done with the rainfall as of yet. Now, I have no idea why the South Shore is not under a flash flood watch. We are definitely under a warning. So this hasn't been updated. I know it's been a busy morning, but nevertheless, the entire metro has flooding occurring at some point from the North Shore down to the South Shore, and those temperatures with rain-cooled air mainly in the mid-60s. Dew points with lots of moisture continuing to move in. And as we go into the overnight hours later this evening, we're expecting temperatures to turn a bit cooler behind it in the 50s and 60s. So Liz, as of right now, more of a flood threat as we transition from earlier severe weather. Next couple of hours, more rain. If you don't have to travel, I would stay put. Back to you.
Okay, some good advice there. Thanks, Bruce. So we start our team coverage now with Maddie Kurth on the North Shore in Slidell. And what is the situation there? Some heartbreaking pictures we've seen from you in video.
Yes, Liz, it is a devastating story here in Slidell. I'm on Old Spanish Trail where a tornado has ripped through this apartment complex and a contractor's building across the street. We've just come around to the other end of the apartment complex and seen even more destruction, more devastation. Some trees over here completely uprooted, other branches just snapped, and then we want to step carefully here under some cables here because we've got power lines down. And as I walk into the parking lot of this apartment complex, you see the damage here. Just some patio furniture strewn about and dozens of cars completely wrecked with windows blown out and water damage inside. We've been checking on the residents here. Thankfully, we've had no injuries reported so far. Mr. George here, you were just telling me that you had just a couple of seconds even to react to what happened. So start from the beginning for me.
Well, from the beginning, I heard like a loud whistling sound. It only lasted about four or 5 seconds, but it did all this damage in that short amount of time. When I came to the door, these trees over here had fallen, and I often wondered if there was a storm and those trees would fall, would they fall on my apartment? Fortunately, it fell slightly to the right. So if they had fallen on my apartment, I'd probably be under one of them.
So I see you sitting out here. What's the next steps for you? Are you waiting on family? Are you going to salvage something?
Yeah, I'm waiting on family. It'll be a while before they could get here, but as far as salvaging stuff is concerned, the only thing I really have to worry about is clothes, television. Very little, to salvage. But thank God no one was injured, at least on this side. I don't know about the rest of Slidell. But it came through fast. It did a lot of damage. Excuse me. And it left fast. And I'm looking at it and saying, a bomb, nuclear, conventional warfare couldn't do as much damage as a storm.
Were you around for some of those major hurricanes we've had in this area? How does this compare?
No, I was born and raised in New Orleans, but for every major storm they had, I was always somewhere else, like New York, Hawaii, or New York, Hawaii, Vietnam, a lot of different places, but never, this is the first one I ever really been in. You know, I've always been lucky enough to be living somewhere else at the time.
Well, we're grateful that you didn't get hurt and you were able to get to that safe spot quickly, if only in a couple seconds.
Yeah, right, because it comes so quick and it does its damage and it pulls out. That's what happened here. It came quick. You can see the damage that was done. You know, these residents, all of them, the roofs are in. The brick wall on this house, on this apartment, was blown off completely. That's a steel handrail on the ground, which, you know, to be hit with something like that flying through the air, chances are slim that you'll survive. This tree right here, there's a piece of that right there. Can you imagine having something like this flying at you, you know? Anyway, I don't know what's going to happen, you know, from here on out. I know we're not going to be permitted to stay here, you know, even though the only thing damaged is the roof. Still have to get that fixed. I don't know who's going to buy me a mattress.
Well, we do know that the Red Cross is on the way, so they're going to have some accommodations for you and any of your other neighbors that are suffering tonight, and get you guys someplace warm to sleep. Mr. George, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We have some other neighbors down this way. Hey guys, y'all doing okay? Yeah. I'm sure this was quite a lot to go through. Mr. George was just telling me this all happened in a matter of minutes. Were y'all home at the time?
We live upstairs, and I was asleep. He was asleep, and sorry, it's a day. I heard my neighbors screaming, and I heard the wind really loud. And I woke up, and I knew something wasn't right, so I ran in his room and jumped on top of him and said, it's a tornado. I screamed, and it happened really fast. While we were trying to pack a few things, my ceiling caved in, his ceilings caved in. And so we were down here waiting for someone to get us out. I have all my animals in the cage down there. I'm just trying to get out of here. My car's destroyed. Everything I've worked my whole life for is gone.
Do you guys have family in the area?
I have, my mom lives 2 streets over. They just can't get here because the trees are down. So now it's just a waiting game.
We're really sorry that you guys are going through this.
We're alive. It could be a lot worse. I'm just grateful that we made it through, because this building's been here. I've been here for 13 years. This building's old. It's been here a long time. We're really lucky. I'm grateful.
The devastation is bad, and at least this is the extent of it. We didn't hear any injuries on the other side as well. So
worried because I didn't know. I've been sitting here wondering about. I'm friendly with all my neighbors. I've been here so long, and I've been worried about everybody. So I'm glad to know no one's injured, and we're all okay. That's important.
Hopefully you guys can get some help soon.
Thank you so much.
Of course. So that's the latest here from Old Spanish Trail in Slidell. Like we said, the tornado damage is really intense and it's drastic here. We've got cars that are going to have to be towed out and likely totaled here. Water damage, trees down, power lines down. The list goes on and on here at this apartment complex. But like all of the neighbors have said, everybody is grateful to be alive, and we have remarkably no injuries reported so far today, but we do know the more weather is on the way, so everybody needs to continue to stay weather aware. Hopefully we can clear all this out while we have a break in the storm. So that's the latest from Slidell. Maddie Kurth, Fox 8, Local First.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Maddie. Some incredible video from there in such a short time. Hopefully community can help those folks hit hard with this severe weather. Okay, let's head to Gentilly now, and that is where we find Fox 8's Andres Fuentes. What are you seeing at this point there?
Liz, we're just by JFK School on Burbank and Paris. I'm going to step out of the way, give you guys a live look right now. We're getting one of those big downpours, as you can see. A lot of this intersection is currently underwater. Very difficult for a lot of these cars in the area to even get around. We've been seeing a lot of other buses, like this school bus right here, trying to make its way through the area at a very, very slow pace, because after these cars kind of get out the way, we could zoom in just a little little bit more here on Burbank, and you can see just what the wakes here on the street has done. We've been seeing some garbage trucks come through, some big old trucks come through and knock down a lot of these trash cans. So a lot of this debris is floating along these streets into front lawns, backyards, front porches, things like that. So anything that was unfortunately in these trash cans ready for pickup this morning has been thrown across the street. And that's not just here at Paris and Burbank, but it's across Gentilly this morning. We could swing it just around. You can see just how high this water has been creeping into a lot of these neighbors' properties, just completely covering front lawns here in Gentilly and creeping up toward front porches. I haven't been seeing any rainwater really going into homes, which is a good news, but any parking lots here along Paris, especially along Holy Cross just down the road, especially here at JFK, a lot of those parking lots right now underwater as well. We did see one crew of Sewage and Water Board out here trying to do what they can to clear up some of the drainage, but for the most part, it's just so much water dropping at such a rapid pace. A lot of these neighbors here are just parking on the neutral ground, coming home early from work or from their lunch break to park on the neutral ground just to be sure. It's better safe than sorry, so heed that warning, because while the rain might stop sometime soon, hopefully, this water is still going to be a major problem here in Gentilly, so keep that in mind. You might want to leave your car, as we're seeing a neighbor right now pulling up on the neutral ground, setting up shop. He's probably going to be there until this evening when this water is supposed to recede. But you're taking a live look right now at Paris. You're seeing this is the Edgewater Baptist Church right now. A lot of its parking lot is underwater. Its front steps also underwater as well. I don't see any parishioners or anything, anybody parked in there. So that's the good news. And that really is the good news here for the most part. The neighbors in the area know that this area is prone to flooding, so a lot of them have let their workers off, employees off for the day, just so that they can prepare their homes and their property. As we're seeing right now, it's probably a good call here in Gentilly. But we're going to be live out here in the neighborhood, just giving you guys live looks throughout the show, throughout the newscast. But for now, we're putting live Andres Fuentes, Fox 8, Local First.
Thank you, Andres, with the latest there in Gentilly. Our Chris Welty is also in Slidell, where, as we just showed you a short while ago, the damage is extensive, and he joins us now. And what do you have there, Chris?
Hey Liz, we are on Rue Piper. We're not too far off of Gauze Boulevard, and the damage here is sporadic. As you can see down the road, there is a tree that is down partially in the street. You saw that SUV navigating around it. And then take a look right here. This power pole snapped in half, and power lines are draped across the 2 yards here on Rue Piper, power lines hanging across the fence. So a very dangerous situation out here in the Slidell area. And as you can see, there's some more tree limbs down and branches down. Now, we have seen a few people starting to get out and sightsee a little bit. We're working our way down this driveway, and we want to talk with this resident. He told us that he was watching Fox 8, and he heard the warnings. He was upstairs in his house, and he quickly made it downstairs. Let me see if... And Jimmy, while we're working to get this man, look, flip over to this side, and you can see the fence that came down and the leaves splattered across that vinyl fence as they were dealing with some very intense winds in this area. And I'm walking down the driveway through some of the flooding across this driveway. The rain has slacked off in this area a bit, but when we were working our way from New Orleans across the Twin Span, we were dealing with some very heavy and extensive rain. It took us a little bit longer than usual to make our way out here to the Slidell area because the rain was so intense. It was really whiteout conditions going across the lake. And sir, thank you so much for joining us live. Tell me, you were watching Fox 8 and you heard the alerts.
I sure did. I want to thank Hannah and Zach. They kept us really informed. They were talking about the notches on the line that looked like rotation. That last one that I saw before we lost power, you could tell it was moving up to Eden Isles and right toward us. And just a very few minutes later, it hit. I don't know if you can't get up there. If you want to walk down there, there's houses that don't have roofs right here. So It from start to finish, I heard the train noise. It went total whiteout. We got in our safe place. Everything shook, and we heard everything snapping, and it was all over in less than 30 seconds. But you see the result.
That had to be probably the most intense 30 seconds for you, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty scary. We've always had our safe place in the house that we went to just for occasions like this. You know, power lines are down. We have power lines here that made it through Katrina. The eye of Katrina went over this house, and it didn't snap off the major utility poles. They're all busted down through here, and it's just, and typical tornado stuff, it's like you can look half a block over and it doesn't look like there's a leaf off a tree. But not so much here.
Yes, sir. And I know you have a lot of tree limbs down, some fence damage, the power lines draped across the back of your property. Does your home have any damage?
No, it's right now, first assessment, we were really blessed. It's not that bad, but if you want to look down here, you can see our neighbors around the corner. It doesn't look too good. You can see the rafters exposed a couple houses down, and then you look at all the trees that got snapped off right there in a chunk of a house in the backyard over there. It was intense for a few seconds. I don't know if it was ever absolutely on the ground. It's almost like it got down to about 30 feet off the ground and just snapped everything off that was sticking up in the air 30 feet.
Yes, sir. And it looks like the damage, it's sporadic. It bounced.
Right.
It wasn't a straight path.
Well, as far as I can tell, we can't get out right now. But anyway, we thank goodness that our family's fine and this stuff can be repaired. And unlike the summer, where it'd be 95 degrees with no air conditioning, we're supposed to this is a cool front. So we can be without power for a day or two and we'll be fine.
Yes, sir. And a lot of people are dealing with power outages in this area. I'm so glad that you and your family are safe, and thank you all so much for watching.
Okay.
We really appreciate you.
Well, again, I thank you very much for the great coverage you guys did on this storm. And no commercial breaks. You guys blow that off to bring us the news we need constantly. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you so much. Like I said, we're glad that you're safe, and we're going to continue checking out the damage in this area. And as this gentleman just pointed out, you can see homes on the Route Juneau area where all of the shingles, decking for their roof, completely ripped off, and it does appear that one home also had some blue tarp over their roof at one point, and the potential tornado that passed through this area just shredded that tarp as well. A lot of people there dealing with power outages. We're going to see if we can safely work our way back there. Of course, those power lines are draping across our main path into to be able to go deeper into this subdivision to look at the damage. But as this gentleman said, the damage is sporadic here in this neighborhood, but so many people in St. Tammany Parish are dealing with power outages. As we're working our way down Gauze Boulevard, power's out. So a lot of people, they were just blowing through those intersections. When you do come across those intersections where traffic lights are not working, make sure you come to a complete stop. That way you can make sure that you're safe before going through, because first responders, they are dealing with enough as they continue to work through this area and assess the damage and help those in need. Reporting live in Slidell, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
Okay, Chris, thank you. And Chris will also be keeping watch, as you heard from that viewer there, telling him that there are more roofs damaged, so we're going to keep an eye on that as well. But first, let's check in now with New Orleans with Colin Arnold, the Homeland Security Emergency Department, to get the latest on what's happening with all of the water rising, because the flood threat is not quite over. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me. And, really wanted to just have a chat with public about, driving right now. I think that, what we've seen is a threat from high winds and some power outages earlier in the morning that have now been reduced down. We were at about 6,600 power outages earlier this morning. Entergy, I think, has done a great job and has gotten down to about 800 in the city. and that's primarily through switching and rerouting of power. They have advised us that if the winds are too strong and they have to actually go to a residence and reconnect power, that could be more of an issue. But what we're seeing right now is pretty good on that front. The biggest issue right now, obviously, is street flooding. We've got about what at last count is about 100 different street flooding reports around the city. I'm not seeing anything that is out of the ordinary as far as what we have experienced in the past as far as one of these really heavy rain days. We're looking at anywhere between 5 and 7 inches of rain right now from this morning. I've been talking with Sewage and Water Board. They're doing everything they can right now. They seem to have pretty good confidence in New Orleans East and Algiers. Their focus right now, I think, is Mid-City and Gentilly. Seems to be a lot of rain in that area in a very short period of time, particularly from about 11 o'clock until now. And so the canal levels are good. The pumps are working. It's just they're trying to catch up. And so I think that a lot of our kind of common problem areas with flooding as far as underpass locations, there's 12 throughout the city. We know them all: Canal Boulevard, Carrollton, Florida Avenue, Marconi. When we're talking about Paris and Gentilly, those areas, please do not drive through those. We've got public safety out there blocking them. We've got the flood warning system out there, but it really relies on the public also really, taking caution. I think right now, if you don't have to be on the roads, don't be on the roads. It's just, there's too much water out there right now, and we'll get through this, but it's going to take a few hours. I think this is going to continue on until probably around 3. And so folks just need to, take a breath, be patient, and we'll get through this. But right now, street flooding is, the primary issue. I don't know of any injuries, no injuries reported at this time. As far as water rescues, there have been people that have driven into these floodwaters, particularly at underpasses, and have had to, gotten their vehicles stuck. And so, we're continuing to monitor for those activities as well.
Well, Colin, some good advice there. I've got our chief meteorologist, Bruce Katz, here with some questions for you. Bruce?
So, Colin,
Yes,
hey, Colin, we're looking at Viper radar right now, and, that southwest flow continuing to move in. Around 2, 3 o'clock, we expect most of the rain to move out. But, what I'm seeing is we could see an additional another 2.5 inches in some areas. So already, our Viper radar has been showing up to 3 to 5, isolated 6, with an additional 2 inches to go. What are your thoughts on that as we move forward into the afternoon?
No, and you and I discussed this yesterday. The reason why that flash flood emergency was issued was because they were saying they thought another 2 inches of rain was possible this afternoon on top of what we've already received. And at that point, we had areas that received 5 or 6 inches already. So I would say that 7, 8 inches of rain is not out of the realm of possibility. As you know, it's all about timing.
Yep.
And if we continue to have some of the stops and starts that we had this morning, I think we'll be in good shape as far as drainage is concerned. But it remains to be said that we've got a lot of rain coming down right now.
One more thing, Colin, we're just about out of time. So I know we have underpass flooding. Any structure flooding at all that you've seen? I know a couple of water rescues, but any structure, homes, businesses, anything like that?
Not at all, and it's been mostly vehicles. Any issue has been with vehicles and driving and underpass locations, but nothing about residences at this point.
All right, Colin Arnold, thank you very much. New Orleans Homeland Security, and we'll stay in touch. Liz, back to you.
All right.
Okay. Thank you so much, Colin, for bringing us up to date, and please let us know, especially those areas that you're continuing to monitor. Okay, we want to get an update now. You just heard from him. They're monitoring those underpasses that fill up really quickly. Bruce, how much longer are we looking at? I know we've got Christy standing by as well, so I'll let you two take it away.
All righty. First of all, another at least 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I mean, the system is just kind of training over the same area. We're seeing now southwesterly flow, and unfortunately, to the southwest, we're seeing a lot of heavy rain continuing to move in and falling over that same area. Hannah Gard is on Viper. Hannah, let's go from basically the river parishes to the city, and we can show you that all this rain moving in over the city, heading over toward even Laplace, Luling, Destrehan, all this has another hour and a half to 2 hours to go. So already we mentioned several inches of rain, up to 3 to 5, even up to a half a foot, with an additional 2 on top of that. Big time flooding issues. Colin Arnold mentioned nearly 100 reports of street flooding in the city. That will likely go up as we continue to see those big storms moving in. Let's get a quick update on the North Shore, Hannah, if we can, and I want to show all viewers all over the area. I know we've been focusing in on certain regions with a lot more damage, but on the North Shore itself, Bogalusa, you're going to be in and out of some light to moderate rain. A little bit later on in the next hour, a bit heavier rainfall, but we're hoping by 2:30 to 3 o'clock, all this stuff begins to move eastward. Kentwood, Roseland, down to Independence, some light to moderate rain up the I-55 corridor. And then let's travel farther south and west, Hannah. Let's head on down to the river parishes. South of that area, too, you can see still Luling, Norco, you've got more rain to go. Let's travel a bit farther south to Houma and Thibodaux. And as you can see, a huge swath of rain in the area from Dulac to Chauvin over to Cutoff, even over toward Lockport, Lafitte. You're going to get into more heavy rainfall as well. So we're not quite done with this yet. Here's the update. Tornado watch has been extended through 1 o'clock. Likely, I think they're going to drop that. The severe threat is gone. Now we're in phase 2 of the flood threat. So at 1 o'clock, I'm expecting that to drop. Then later on this evening, remember, we were under a level 3, 4 over the area. This afternoon, that is now beginning to shift. So the severe threat is moving out, but the flood threat, that's going to be the problem. Remember yesterday we talked about all parameters on the table, higher end tornadoes? Yep, likely 1 or 2 confirmed. Frequent lightning this morning, boy, it was really out there with lightning and thunder, damaging winds. We've seen a lot of reports with that. Street flooding ongoing and now getting worse with more rain and hail, not quite as much. So all parameters actually came to fruition. Right now the winds are settling down and I do expect that to continue. Wind gust ahead of the front and ahead of that system. Look at this, up to near 60 mile per hour gust. Now remember, these are all reporting stations. Outside of areas of reporting stations, we've had winds up to 75 to near 80, and likely with the unconfirmed but looks to be tornado in Slidell, tracking over to Stennis and then over toward Mississippi, likely could be an EF1, if not greater, with some of the damage we're seeing. How do we get rid of this thing? Here's the big upper low. This is going to pull off to the east, and this spin, as long as it takes to get eastward, we're going to see rain. But I do expect as we go through the next 2 to 3 hours, we're going to start getting a push from the southwest, and all that activity will finally move out. In fact, parts of southwest Louisiana drying out. We will begin to see that coming up on the 2 to 3 to 4 o'clock hour. Here's your low. Here's all the rainfall. Tornado watch extended eastward into areas of the Florida Panhandle. Likely hours will be dropped. That would be good news. But look at this. We have reports of storm damage over the last 24 hours, wind and hail on top of tornadoes. Now, we don't see a tornado signature yet near Slidell because Weather Service have to go out and do their surveillance. With that, they'll put that out. Very quickly want to show you 2:30, 3 o'clock, the tail end of the rain begins to pull out. By 4 o'clock, we're out of it, and certainly that is good news as we finally see this afternoon things coming to an end. Let's head over to traffic now with Christy Coleman. Christy, a lot of problems, I'm sure.
Yes, we've had several issues out there all morning long, and we continue to see some high water in some spots. So several underpasses are shut down right now. I know earlier things kind of looked a little bit better at the Carrollton I-10 underpass, but we are seeing some reports of high water there again. So be mindful of that. I know that's an underpass that floods easily. Also, another report of high water, Gentilly Boulevard at the 610 underpass. That is currently closed. Also, let's take you over to City Park. High water, Canal Boulevard underpass there, close to the 610. And then in Gentilly, Franklin Avenue underpass is closed due to high water. An accident on the map. This will be impacting you if you are coming in from the West Bank. There's an accident US 90B eastbound on the Cuesta City connection. We do have one lane blocked. So please be sure to slow down as you travel from the West Bank into the CBD. It's pretty slippery, so definitely want to be mindful of that. And a quick live look outside. This is in Mid-City, I-10 at Carrollton. Light traffic overall, but again, as you can see, it's pretty messy outside, guys. So allow yourself the extra time if you absolutely have to head out. But if not, just stay put until those conditions get much better. Liz, back to you. Okay, some good advice there. Thanks, Christy. Maddie Kerr is on the North Shore in Slidell with the latest there. A lot of damage there, Maddie.
Yes, Liz. So for the past couple hours, we've been out here on Old Spanish Trail, and we have seen that unconfirmed tornado's damage just rip through a couple blocks here. So this is the apartment complex where we've been talking to residents for hours just about what happened and where they're going to go. You can see the bricks tumbled down, a lot of the framing exposed there in the apartment complex. It's raining inside on the first floor units for many of these residents. And across the street, another update for you. A lot of folks have come out to help these contractors try and clear away some of the debris before this next round of rain comes through. We had a little bit of break in the clouds. Things got a little bit lighter, but now it's starting to get dark again, and the rain is coming down a little bit harder. We know some more weather is on its way to us. So with me here, I've got a parish representative. This is Michael Vinsnow here with an update on the shelters, right? So a lot of these residents cannot sleep here tonight. There is a place for them to go.
Yeah, so I'm told there's 50 people who live in these apartments, which have obviously it's catastrophically destroyed. I mean, it's the damage here, you just can't fathom it. So we've opened up shelters, one here in Slidell. We work with the city of Slidell at John Slidell Park. It's open and ready for anybody who needs to go there. Also the rec center in Lacombe, there's also some damages over there. So we've opened up another shelter, and there will be more to come. We're just working with the Red Cross to stand these shelters up as fast as we can. And this is not something that's going to stop tonight. This is going to persist for the next couple of days. So anything we can do to be good neighbors for our citizens, those are the steps we're going to take. We're going to be in this together. I mean, this is something that you see the pictures, you see the sights around here, and these families' lives got ripped apart in just a matter of seconds. I mean, I was told around 10 or 12 people who have been injured, at least at this time, that's been reported. There was minor to moderate injuries. Some people were taken to the hospital. But really, your worst fears have come to life here in Slidell this morning.
That's right. We've got a lot of fire personnel here trying to chop away these trees. What's the main focus here beyond making sure that everyone's okay? What's the main cleanup focus?
I'll tell you, parish crews, the city crews, first responders, everybody, we're going to be working to get Slidell and the whole parish up and running as fast as we can. Really, the main thing we have to ask for everybody at home right now is please stay home. Please do not come out here. Not only are there down trees, there's down power lines, there's nails in the road from the shingles that have been ripped off. It's just not safe to come out here. And again, these are families' lives that were ripped apart. We see people who are carrying suitcases out of their homes because they have to go somewhere because there's rain coming in through their roof. So really, it's not the time to come out here and sightsee, take pictures. Give us some time. We want to work. We want these people to have the decency and respect as they recover from this dark time. So we need everybody's help. You know, in the days to come, we're going to see why St. Tammany is the best place to live in Louisiana. But now is not that time. It's the darkest hour for many of these people, for many of these businesses. And really, we're just asking for everyone's help. And I'm sure in the days to come, there will be opportunities for meal trains or for donations or for other ways for people to step up. But really, the best way to do it is just to stay where you're at.
Yeah, some of those residents we talked to in this apartment complex have animals. They're trying to get a safe space for them too. The mayor earlier wasn't sure if animals would be accepted at that shelter at the park. Do you have any updates?
We're going to consider everything. You know, and again, these are people in their darkest time, and you know, their roofs have been ripped off. Their belongings are soaking wet because there's no roof. So anything that we can do to be good neighbors for our citizens, those are the steps we're going to take. It just takes some time. We stood up our emergency operations center around 7 o'clock this morning. You have to be prepared for these things, but you just can't be prepared for this. I mean, the damage it's unimaginable. You think about all the tornadoes in history, and just these are the pictures, the same pictures, and unfortunately it's our home here in Slidell that's the one that's the latest impact, the latest victim.
All right, thank you. Michael Vinsnow here with the St. Tammany Parish government. We are here on in Slidell, and we are on Old Spanish Trail, and we're just surveying more of the damage here. A lot of residents looking for a place to stay, trying to reconnect with family. We're seeing a lot of reunification, and as Michael mentioned, a lot of people just taking what they can, whatever they can carry in their arms, because so many of their vehicles were destroyed as trees started to come down. Power lines are still a mess, but the crews are out here and they are working. So that's the latest update out here in Slidell. Maddie Kurth, Fox 8, Local First. I'll send it back to you, Liz.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Maddie. Our hearts just go out to those folks there. And even more damage in other parts of Slidell. That's where we find Chris Welty. We just saw him a short while ago speaking to a neighbor with roof damage. And I imagine you found some more. Chris, what do you have?
Hey Liz, we are in the French Branch subdivision. We're on the new French Branch side here in Slidell. We're on Rue Jonathan off of Rue Piper. We were trying to work our way to Rue Juno, where there's two homes that have significant roof damage. You can sort of see it through the tree line here, and we can't get back there right now because there is a massive power line draped across the only entrance to this portion of the subdivision. Now you can see some of the insulation that is hanging in the trees. You can see the branches that were snapped, the power line or power pole that fell on this shed right here, just crushing it. A lot of people, they are dealing with no power, more rain, and rain is starting to come down even heavier right now as we speak. And Jimmy, if we can flip the camera around over on this side, you can see that as this potential tornado was blowing through this subdivision, it busted out the window of this SUV. This home does have some shingles that are missing and some roof damage and a lot of tree limbs down and plywood scattered throughout their yard. And there's some debris also in their pool. Now, it does appear that the power company, they are just pulling up here as well, and they're talking with a neighbor here in the subdivision. Now, the man we spoke with a little while ago, he told us that as this potential tornado was blowing through this subdivision, it appeared to only have lasted roughly 30 seconds. He was upstairs, he heard the warnings on Fox 8, and he hurried up, got downstairs, got to a safe place. Now, it's not widespread damage in this subdivision. It is very sporadic. So that's a sign that this was potentially a tornado that these neighbors were dealing with. But at this time, there's no timetable on when power will be restored. A lot of people are without power here in St. Tammany Parish. And let's see if we can talk with this person right over here. Would you mind talking with us? Thank you so much. I know y'all are dealing with a lot right now. What's your name?
My name's Warren Singletary.
Yes, sir. And tell me, what did you hear as this storm was blowing through?
I was just looking outside the window. Next thing I know, just lots of wind. And then debris flying. Actually hit my mama's truck right there. It was just...
What goes through your mind as you see all this?
What happens next? What happened to the house? What's next? What's happening next?
Yeah, and to see this power line just draped across like this, and to see neighbors' roofs just ripped apart.
Yeah, it's a real eye opener. I was shocked, out of words.
Yeah, quite a devastating situation. I'm glad you and your family are okay. Yeah. I know it'll take some time for a lot of people to clean up, and of course the cleanup process really can't begin until the rain subsides. The rain is starting to intensify a bit out here in St. Tammany Parish. Unfortunately, it will be quite a while until the rain does subside, but once again, I want you to take a look at this impressive damage, and we unfortunately at this time can't get much closer because of the power lines. But as you look through the tree line right here, you can see the two roofs exposed and personal belongings unfortunately just getting drenched. So not only people having to deal with roof damage, they're going to be dealing with the water damage, and the cleanup process will definitely take some time. But we're going to continue monitoring the situation, and if we can safely do so, we'll work our way into this neighborhood and try and talk with some of those residents that are just dealing with so much after this potential tornado here in Slidell. Reporting in Slidell, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
And Chris, before you go, I mean, behind there, you could see, is Chris still with us? Or did we just lose?
Liz, I got you.
Yeah, obviously.
No, I have you.
Obviously you cannot move past where you are right now because of the down power lines. But give us an idea. Is that an entire community back there? Is that many homes, many people living behind you where they're blocked in now?
Yeah, it is a pretty large subdivision. I can't really gather how many homes here, but it is a decent-sized subdivision. We're not too far off of Gauze Boulevard, and unfortunately, basically, as soon as we got off the interstate and turned right on Gauze and worked our way down into this subdivision, pretty much that whole area is without power. Now, of course, there is a hospital along Gauze Boulevard. I'm sure they have a backup generator, but as far as street lights and signals, those are all out. A lot of homes are without power at this time. I do hear the soft rumble of generators, so a few people do have whole home generators in this area, so they fortunately do have power. But one man that we were speaking with earlier, he said, fortunately, this storm did bring a cool front. So if they are without power for a few days, he says at least they can be comfortable in their home. They don't have to necessarily go to a hotel. But of course, they would like power restored as soon as possible. But once again, no timeline on when that might be. But at least they're not dealing with the sweltering heat like they could be during the dead of summer. Liz?
Okay, thanks a lot there, Chris Welty, with giving us another aspect of the damage there on the North Shore. Amber Wheeler is live in Pearl River with a look at the damage there as well. Amber.
Hi, Liz. Yeah, I'm here with Joe. He's the homeowner of the house behind us, and we got a tree down on some cars.
Yes, ma'am. Got 3 vehicles under it. And looks like it might have hit the roof a little bit, but not too bad. So it is what it is. You got to, we'll cut it out of there, pick up, and carry on.
And it looks like your wife just came home to see the damage.
Yeah, she just pulled up. You can't see her vehicle. Her vehicle is actually at the end. It's a Jeep she just bought 3 months ago. And it looks like it's got a little bit of damage, but not too bad. We'll just have to get the tree off of it and see what it looks like.
And you weren't here when the storms hit. You had to be told this happened.
Yes, ma'am. I was at work, and the chief of police had called me and told me about it. And then a couple friends rode over just to kind of check it out and see what it looked like, because I was concerned with the dogs being in the house and what was wrong with the roof and stuff. And everything was fine.
We're live on the air right now. Could I ask you just a couple questions? Is that okay? Yeah. This is Holly.
I'm a little shocked.
Yeah, I'd imagine. So Holly is Joe's wife. She just got home and she just saw her brand new Jeep with a tree on top of it.
Yeah. This is bad.
Yeah, I'm sure just sheer shock. Yeah.
Very shocked.
Yeah. I'm very sorry about your Jeep and your other cars and possibly part of your roof. Yeah. One thing I've noticed too is that I spoke to some of your neighbors, and a couple of things that people have been saying. One thing in particular is that everybody's been saying, well, nobody died. We lived through Katrina, and everyone's letting this brush off of their shoulders after a bit. It seems like everybody's kind of lighthearted right now.
Yeah, we live in a real good community. They're all tight-knit. We're all friends. And, when Katrina came through, everybody helped everybody out. And, it is what it is. It's not, it's not that bad. Like I said, I got 3 vehicles in it right now, maybe part of a roof, and it is what it is. You just got to pick up and go along with what happens to you, and she'll be all right. Yeah. Just maybe some scratches and stuff on the Jeep, but we'll look at it.
I traveled for work, and I was an hour and a half away today.
Yeah, she was a ways away.
So you were told that this happened, and you rushed back.
Yeah, I was at work when he called me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I'm so sorry.
In Pascagoula, I had to drive through all that other junk.
Now, one thing that you had mentioned to me a little bit ago, and I was mentioning on the air earlier, is how much water that I've been seeing pooling here in Pearl River.
Yeah, I got off on the interstate and turned down by the circle, and whenever I passed through the circle and come past the red light, they got water all over in Pearl River. And I came from, I work in New Orleans East, and I came up through 90 there, and it was just flooded.
Yeah.
And a bunch of debris on the road and stuff. So this isn't, it's not just a local matter. It's everywhere right now with all these storms, which y'all know that, and it's going to affect some people, and hopefully they can stay positive and come out, good.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for letting me put a camera in your face right when you come home to see all your damage here. And as you can see, luckily these folks fared pretty well. Other folks, unfortunately, partially in Pearl River with a tree on a roof down the street here. And of course in Slidell, not faring as well. But luckily we got some folks with really good positive feelings here that they're going to be all right. Back to you, Liz.
Okay, meteorologist Amber Wheeler there giving us another look. The resilience, in an area where so many folks have gone through so many things since Katrina and thereafter. So hopefully the community will pull together and rally to help all those folks hit hard today. We've got a quick heads up for you. The RTA is temporarily suspending bus and streetcar service due to citywide flooding. Both the Algiers Ferry, which was discontinued temporarily, and the Chalmette Ferry are currently in service. Okay, let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz. And folks are probably wondering what comes next later this afternoon.
Well, what comes next is hopefully in the next hour and a half, 2 hours, all this rain begins to move on out. And right now we have a lot of it going on. In fact, we now have a new flash flood emergency for Metairie in Jefferson Parish. In Metairie, we have reports of lots of street flooding, potential of home structure or businesses, and car rescues. So again, all this heavy rain creating major, major issues. With radar, we're going to go over to Hannah Gard. She's going to take us through a radar tour. Then I'll come back, show you some of the model data to let you know when all this finally moves out. Hannah?
Thanks, Bruce. Yeah, we want to zoom in to the metro again, although we are giving you a wide view just to show you how widespread this flooding issue is. We've seen this rain continuing all throughout the morning. We have flash flood warnings across the North Shore, across the South Shore, into the river parishes. This is a widespread flooding event, but right now we're seeing the biggest issues in the New Orleans metro area. So I'll take these alerts off so you can get a better view here. But we're going to zoom in to the metro because that's where we're seeing that new flash flood warning. It's out there in the Metairie area. And if you are in the New Orleans metro area, you've probably realized just now this rain really started to ramp up. We've been in a little bit of a lull of some lighter rainfall, but we're seeing this heavy swath of rain starting to push into Kenner, Metairie, downtown New Orleans. And these are areas that over the past 6 hours, you can see purples here. I mean, this is 6+ inches of rainfall. So I'll try to query some of this for you. I mean, some of these areas are seeing over 7 inches of rainfall. We've seen up to 8 inches of rainfall, and this is widespread. This is from northern Jefferson Parish through Gentilly, over New Orleans East, Chalmette, down on the West Bank by the river. All of these areas have seen over 5 inches, at least over 6 inches for many of us, and then over 7 inches in these areas over in New Orleans East. So that's why we are seeing that flash flood emergency now for northern Jefferson Parish, where we've already seen 6 to 7 inches of rainfall. So if we take the radar again, you can see that we are starting to see a lot more heavy rain that's starting to push in, and we can take the rain rate here. Now this is just a radar estimate when we do the rain rate that's going to show how fast that rain is coming down. And currently we're seeing those purples, which means we have heavy to extreme rain rates starting to move into the metro. You can see where we're kind of in that more moderate to low rain rates earlier, but now this is starting to increase again. And if we query that, I want to just show you what that means, how much rainfall we're expecting in an hour. Now these are probably going to be a little bit high on the radar estimate, but this is 4 to 7 inches per hour if it continues over that same area at that pace that it has. So that's what's moving in to the city right now. It is moving to the east, so that's good. It's not just sitting there over the same places, but these areas have already had, again, 6 to 7, 7 to 8 inches of rainfall. So we'll take that radar again and we'll zoom out a little bit because we also have some problems in some other areas. Down to the south, we're seeing heavy rainfall. It looks like some pretty strong winds too, moving through Lafitte, just past through Cutoff, down through Golden Meadow. This is the end of it though. You can see this is the tail end. We don't really have any rainfall over here to the west. So we do want to get this through. Obviously don't want any more rainfall, but the faster this gets out of here, the better the situation. And this is kind of the tail end of things for the city too, in terms of really heavy rainfall. We only have a couple of batches of some heavy storms. This is all pushing out to the east. So we need to get this out of here quickly. But North Shore too, where we also have these flash flood warnings, we're starting to see heavy rain headed towards Slidell. And that's where we've been seeing that tornado damage, Slidell, Pearl River. That's where Amber is in the storm tracker. We're seeing another batch of heavy rainfall headed that way. So hopefully people have been able to cover some things up, the damage there, because we are going to get another round of this rainfall. Covington, we're seeing some batches of heavy rain up there too. Hammond, right now we have some heavy rain headed your way up through Tangipahoa Parish, and we see that in Washington and St. Tammany too. But again, this is kind of the tail end, luckily, of the heaviest of the rainfall. As we get this heavy batch through New Orleans, we can push that off, but we are still in that flash flood emergency for the city. That means widespread damaging flooding ongoing that can threaten those vehicles. You do not want to be out and about driving if you're at your workplace or school. do not leave. You want to stay put right now. So we'll take it back to Bruce.
I'll tell you what, we just need this stuff to go away, Hannah. And with that, we're seeing still heavy rainfall. But as Hannah mentioned, we are beginning to see a little light at the end of the tunnel with a bit of a shift eastward. But still, for the next hour at least, we're going to see that moderate to heavy rain in the city. And I just checked my gauge at my home. I have a remote gauge, 6.1 inches out in Metairie. Bob, near Bonneville, over 6 inches of rain. So again, this is really some heavy rainfall that's caused some major issues with another inch or two to go before it's all said and done. Just to update, likely they're going to drop the tornado watch at 1 o'clock. Flash flood watches in effect throughout the area. Warnings as well. Warnings that flash flood emergency on the South Shore for Metairie. Don't venture out. Don't travel out if you don't have to. And the good news, all the severe threat, that first round we had of tornadoes, that's all moving eastward, where the second phase is all of the heavy rain that's moving in. So as we take a look, a lot of things came to fruition. Tornadoes, we had several, likely will be confirmed. Frequent lightning. This morning, it was booming out there. Damaging winds, you saw the video, lots of wind and tree damage. Trees on cars, homes, street flooding, ongoing and getting worse for the next hour, and hail on the lower end of the scale. Right now, we're not dealing with a lot of wind out there, but before it was said and done, look at the winds at gauges that report. Areas that don't have gauges, we've had reports on the North Shore up to 70 to 80 mile per hour gust. Highest we've seen almost 60 since midnight at the lakefront. Here's our system, slow but sure, moving off to the east. All this activity will finally begin to move out. So you see the big split in the jet stream, this low moving northeastward. Look how far south it is. Normally, a lot of these lows are well up to the north of Memphis, where the severe threat is normally in those areas. This one, I expect it to be different. Much lower energy to the south and warm, moist air coming in from the Gulf. That brought the threat of 2 to 4 inches of rain per hour at times, up to 5 inches. And with that, we've already seen that half a foot or more. Satellite and radar together, this low as it pulls off, this rain moves northeastward. We will be watching eventually that rain, slow but sure, moving south and east of areas of Houma to Thibodaux first, and then over the city in the next hour to an hour and a half. After that, we'll be clear sailing, but a lot of work needs to get done with all the wind damage and all the issues we've had in Slidell, a lot of the flooding. Now look at the storm reports over the last 24 hours. Numerous all the way down to parts of the North Shore, wind and some hail. Tornado reported in Lake Charles, one near Houston. Now the one at Slidell, it's not plotted yet because the Weather Service, they need to go out and do their survey, and then we'll get reports of just how strong it was. If I had to say, in my years of doing it, I would say 99.9, that was a devastating tornado throughout parts of Slidell. Here's 12:30, moving in by 3. Finally, the rain begins to move out. North Shore by 3:30 to 4, it's gone. And then by 4, 5 o'clock, rush hour, where many people may not be at work, but nevertheless, it looks like rush hour will be drying out, and then eventually by 6, we begin to see a little clearing out there, and then for Thursday into the end of the week. And French Quarter Fest weekend, I know we're not thinking that far in advance with all this mess, but at least we do have something to look forward to. Before the rain moves out, we could see another little swath, green and yellow, up to 1 to 2 inches. So we still have a threat on top of the 6 to 7 that we've seen. Right now, those temperatures all rain cooled in the mid 60s. It is cool out there. It is damp out there. Still a lot of moisture with these dew points. And let's take a look at the next 7 days. Make you smile. Look at Thursday, Friday into the weekend, looking fantastic as we do begin to warm up. So once we get rid of all this mess today, and only an hour and a half to 2 hours to go, we will have clear sailing all the way to the east. But with that, we're going to be watching out for the threat of rain through about 2 to 3 o'clock. Our hearts go out to those who had tornado damage over in Slidell. I know you have a long cleanup to go. And of course, we'll be with you every step of the way through the afternoon, letting you know what's happening on. So Christy, you know, a little light at the end of the tunnel, but looks like traffic still has some issues.
Yes, we still have some issues out there, and the Causeway had some restrictions earlier that has been lifted, but as you can see here for the map, we still have some rain out there, so that will certainly slow you down as you travel on the bridge this morning. Definitely want to give yourself extra time if you don't have to go anywhere, guys. As always, stay put. We've been reporting that several underpasses have seen high water, and we certainly still see that. One at Carrollton underpass at I-10. Be mindful, that's one that floods very easily. Also, Gentilly Boulevard at 610, that underpass has high water. Canal Boulevard underpass as well near City Park, and then Franklin Avenue underpass that is closed as well. Let's take you over to the Schriever area. An accident reported southbound Little Bayou Black Drive at Gentle Oak Boulevard. That is closed, so traffic is passing on 311 North. Be mindful of that. We had an accident on the West Bank as we fly over. That had cleared US 90B eastbound on the Crescent City connection, but a new one popped up, US 90B westbound at the Stump exit, so that is currently closed. Definitely want to give yourself extra time to kind of navigate it around that. And as we mentioned, we were just ready to get this rain out of the way. This is what it looks like right now downtown. As you can see, light traffic. Again, if you don't have to go anywhere, stay put. This is downtown by the Superdome. No major accidents or breakdowns reported in this area, but very slippery, so take your time out there. The Canal and Chalmette ferries are back in service, up and running, and then don't forget that neutral ground parking is allowed until tonight, so make sure that you do move your car. Liz, back to you. Okay, but most importantly, if you don't have to be out there, don't be out there. So this weather moving through our area, causing flooding and other damage and impacting travel, as of course you just pointed out with the roads. Kelsey Davis is joining us now with some more details. Kelsey.
Yeah, Liz, we're getting video, a steady stream of video and pictures from viewers of what they're seeing right in their front yards. And this is a video we actually got in from one of our Fox 8 employees from the Lakeview area, from Chappelle Street. Lakeview often floods, and this was about an hour or so ago. So with this steady rain, possible that this situation has gotten worse in that area. But you can see, you really can't even see the street and that water almost over the sidewalk there on Chappelle Street in Lakeview. So we'll see what's happening there and get an update in just a few moments on conditions in Lakeview. I mentioned travel impacts. Personal note, my dad's actually flying, or supposed to be flying this morning. He says that he was told by Delta Airlines their flight that was supposed to leave this morning, coming in from Atlanta, had to circle the Gulf of Mexico for hours. It's been diverted somewhere else. They're not even sure where that plane is, and they're waiting on that plane to get here to pick them up, to take him to his destination. So a mess as people are trying to fly in and out of Armstrong International today. You could see on this list of, and I go to the top so you can see what this is here. This is the Armstrong International Airport website, arrivals list. We'll scroll down to noon. You can see flights that were supposed to be leaving in the last hour or so, delayed, most of them by a few minutes, some by hours or an hour. You can see this here. It's going to be quite a mess up throughout the day with those flights trying to get out of town. And you'd imagine if they're having issues, getting those planes here, then getting out of town, you're also going to have issues, as is the case with my dad and his fellow passengers today. You could see here delays all throughout the afternoon on various airlines because of the weather. Again, when the weather's like this, the planes can't even land. So that sends planes all over the place, and the ripple effect ensues. So we'll keep an eye on the situation happening there at Armstrong Airport, and of course the flooding situation across the viewing area, and bring you updates as they come in. If you are at home right now and can safely take pictures or videos of what you're dealing with, do that and upload it to the Fox 8 News app, and you might see some of your images on air. But again, only do that if you can do so safely. Liz, back to you in the studio.
Okay, thanks a lot, Kelsey. And of course, it's probably better to be on the ground rather than circling up in the air. So I guess everyone has to have a lot of patience today with flights. Andres Fuentes right now at the Gentilly underpass. We told you about flooding there recently. Let's take a look at this.
We're here at the 610 on-ramp on Gentilly Boulevard. You can see right now we're getting a nice pelting of rain. The underpass right now is still open, but at some point this morning it was closed down for quite some time. As we can see, we have a few cars still there from when it was flooded over, and no cars were going through. But NOPD as well as some public works crews are out here monitoring the situation, closing down this on-ramp if need be as we get more rain. They're also monitoring a lot of other underpasses and overpasses throughout the city, specifically along the 610 stretch. So just keep that in mind. We do have a lot of first responders here monitoring the situation, making sure there's no cars going through. If it is too dangerous, the best way for you to keep track of the situation, whether or not you can actually go through, Streetwise, NOLA ready. They'll have the latest information, the most up-to-date information for you if you need to get through these areas. But for now, reporting here in Gentilly, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8 Local First.
Okay, so that was the latest from Gentilly. Look at this, downtown New Orleans. It's an area that is always dealing with flooding when the pumps just can't keep up. This is video showing the flooding. This is right outside the Jung Hotel on Canal Street, and we had reports of water actually going in, as we've seen in the past, where it starts flooding and water gets into that hotel. So thanks to David Moore for that video. That gives you a good idea of the impact of the water rising on Canal Street. We also have a look at the flooding situation. Another location, Abundance and Elysian Fields. You can see the rainwater rose enough to splash into the vehicle's wheel wells as it was getting hit this morning with that constant heavy rain just pounding our area. Also from the Slidell Police Department, tornado damage at Pontchartrain and Fremont. We've been showing you for the past hour now a lot of damage, just devastation in the Slidell area. In this video, you've got 3 cars heavily damaged, 1 car on its side. You've got power lines down. So they've got a long way to go, and just heartbreaking for so many folks there dealing with that at this hour after that huge system came through earlier today. Okay, let's head back to Gentilly where we find Andres Fuentes. He's actually on the road giving a better view of what he thinks as a driver. Andres.
Hey Liz, I don't know if you can hear me or not. We're having some issues with our connectivity, but we're not going into Meadows right now.
Okay, we apologize for that. Sometimes technology can be a bit difficult in weather like this, but we do want to bring you up to date on what's happening in Jefferson Parish. I believe we have someone on the phone with us. Guys, who do we have? Mr. Valiente, can you hear me?
Yes. This is Joe Valiente. So I'm the Director of Emergency Management. So this is a Liz, right?
Yes, thank you so much. It's a very fluid situation here as we try to get a little bit of everything. You're giving us a perspective from Jefferson Parish where just a short while ago our Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz talked about the severe flooding threat. What are the areas you're concerned about right now?
Okay, so right now the West Esplanade Canal along Causeway, Bonneville, Power, and Transcon is near topping over. So, and so that's a big concern for us because that's about a 4 or 5 mile stretch there along West Esplanade. We're also starting to have flooding that's occurring in Kenner, and that's due to the fact that our pumps are simply getting overrun by the amount of rain. We have about 105% capacity going right now, and it's simply there's just too much rain to deal with. Our biggest problem, though, currently is Mounds and Clearview, where we've shut off Mounds at Clearview, and we have DOTD sending a crew out there to determine whether or not we have to shut down Clearview, because at that intersection we would have to shut down the UEP Long Bridge. We haven't done that yet, but the water there is reaching above the level of the doors on vehicles, and we've had a couple stall out, so it's about time that we address that. As soon as DOTD gives us the go-ahead, we're hopeful that we can shut that down. Other than that, we have some flooding along Jefferson Highway. We have some homes, a handful of homes, just like a handful, that are reporting like houses are getting in there, water's getting in their garages or dens. But it's very, very sporadic. We haven't been able to find a cluster yet, so it just might be a couple of homes that are just that have a low lying where they sit on their property. Again, though, we think that we've done very well so far. It's just that we've got a big push of rain that's coming on to us right now, and we're very concerned about that for West Esplanade, along Bonneville, Causeway, Transcon, and Powers. There's about 6 inches of freeboard there before it tops over onto the streets. And the Kenner area, we're concerned about that, which is mostly in that Chateau area and on that backside.
So those are the key areas that people really need to be mindful of if they're thinking of heading out or if you know of someone on the roadways. And I've got our Chief Meteorologist, Bruce Katz, who's going to join us here with a question for you. But can you also stress again that Clearview area that you want folks to know about before Bruce asks you a question?
So it's Clearview and Mounds. And that has always been a problem site for us.
So, Joe, Bruce Katz here.
Hey, Bruce.
When we talk about the canals, and I grew up on West Esplanade, right off of Transcontinental, I know when those canals go up, and if they do go over their banks, the canal and the streets are even. So you don't know where that curb is. So if you drive in those areas, which you shouldn't be, and you go over that curb, you go in that canal, you're going down 8, 12, 15 feet, and your car's going to sink. So let's talk about that. I've been trying to put that out where when canals overflow and the depth of the water is even with streets, you're blind. You don't know where you're going.
Oh, no, exactly right. You've lost all your landmarks that will help you stay on the road, because the street itself is flooded. All your peripheral landmarks to your right and left are gone. And you're right. You could easily just wander. Bruce, that's actually a great point. And I did want to say, while I have everybody on there, now is not the time under any circumstances to go out onto the streets. We're still assessing how many streets we have flooded. We don't have a good site map yet, but we are building one. And this is just not a good time under any circumstances to venture out onto the roadway with a vehicle.
And finally, I've got sister-in-law on River Ridge. Her street floods horribly. Right now, no water in it, but it's within inches. Let's quickly talk about people, A, should not be on the road. B, if it's an emergency and you're going down a flooded street and you see the water's close to homes, you're throwing water into homes that may not have flooded if you wouldn't have driven down those streets.
Oh, no, absolutely right. No. People that drive down the streets, even slowly, they're gonna create a wake.
Yep.
And the problem with that is that wake will put them over that inch or two, and then water will begin to lap into their homes.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking right now at Viper radar, and I don't know if you can see Fox 8 right now. It is showing that the heaviest of the rain is now beginning to move out of the Metairie area in Jefferson Parish on the northern end, southern end. So Metairie, Kenner, Harahan, River Ridge, those areas on the West Bank, another 15 to 30 minutes, we'll see light to moderate rain. But the good news, Joe, is that the heaviest of rain finally is now beginning to make that shift eastward, and slowly but surely through the afternoon, I think things will begin to improve.
That is great news for us, Bruce. That is great news.
All righty. Well, thanks for joining us. Liz, back to you. Any more questions?
Yeah, Joe, so you explained the areas that you want people to be very mindful of, because when you get hit with that constant rain, it's hard for the pumps to keep up. So for folks who are thinking, well, it'll probably be down in a few minutes, what sort of situation are they facing? Is it at least an hour? Exactly. So explain to them, for those who are thinking, oh, I could go out in probably another 10 minutes if the rain clears up.
Let me tell you something. I would err on the side of caution, but if it was my family, this is what I would recommend. Wait at least an hour and a half to 2 hours once the rain stops where you are, and then proceed from that point with caution. Again, West Esplanade, along that stretch with Bonneville Causeway, Transcon and Power is on the verge of getting overtopped. And Bruce brought up that great point. Once it overtops, you will not be able to tell where the street ends and where the canal starts. You can easily wander over there. So stay away off of that roadway. Stay off of all the roadways. But the problems that we're having now are really starting to pop up at different locations. I will say this, though. The West Bank is very strong right now. We haven't had any issues on the West Bank. There is some minor street ponding with water, but we haven't had any reports of any water getting into houses on the West Bank.
And overall, have you heard of, I know you touched on, you're getting reports of water in homes. Are you guys checking to see if that's a situation or vehicles?
We do. We have our street department is out there, and they have a punch list that we update, and that they're going and they're checking all these different locations. I can tell you for a fact that the parish president's been riding around all morning and afternoon now, and she's physically confirming all these reports and such that we're getting. So we know that the information is good. It's just that, Liz, right now we're at the edge of that envelope, and so like what Bruce said, if this rain starts to subside and stops, our pumps should be able to catch up before any more damage is done to any homes or businesses.
Okay, thank you so much, Joe Valente. I appreciate you bringing us up to date on what's happening there in Jefferson Parish with the heavy rain, leaving behind a lot of different situations with flooding impacting a number of areas. Appreciate you.
Liz, thank you for giving us a platform to get this information out there. We really rely on the news media for that platform.
Thanks, and stay in touch. Okay, still in Jefferson Parish, let's head to Kenner. We heard of water rising there as well. Fox 8's Chris Joseph is there. Where are you exactly, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, we're on Lassand Drive right now, right by the Oakland Street intersection, and we're at a home where, you can see for yourself. The water has taken over the entire front lawn, turned it essentially into a pool. If we look, obviously the sidewalk well covered. And then Whitney, if we come around here, we'll see the driveway obviously covered with water as well. Speaking with one of the residents that we'll chat with in a second, the water had made its way all the way back and was risking getting into the home, if not already has been in the home. So some serious concerns out here, some concerns about the ability to drain the water right now. There are drains littered about, but obviously you can see for yourself, if the pumps are, operating at the best they can, a break would be needed. So we are here with Miss Monica Lewis. She lives here with her husband. Ma'am, we got an opportunity to check out your home a little bit earlier. How would you describe the situation at your house right now?
It's not nice. The water is all over in my yard. I have had some water that came into my den, and it's just really not a good situation. This has happened several times, and my husband have called and spoke with the Kenner Public Works Department and also Jefferson Parish in reference to this issue. But each time there's a hard rain, it seems to me that they're not turning the pumps on, because we've been out here maybe about an hour and a half, and looking at the pumps, you could see that there's no rotation. And my main concern is that I don't want to, have a house full of water.
What's the extent of the damage? You talked about some personal items that might have been damaged. What have you had to deal with?
So far, I could see that some of my rugs on my floor, they're wet. A few pictures that I had, standing up against the wall on the floor, they're wet. But I haven't really had a chance to go and look through everything, because I've been out here trying to watch the drains to see when they're going to start rotating so that the water can recede.
I'm sure it's a very stressful afternoon for you.
It's very stressful. It is.
Well, hopefully the rain will subside soon and everything will come together. I'm sorry it's gotten to this point, but with any luck, obviously it'll dry out. So wish you the best of luck, and we'll send it back to you. Reporting in Kenner, Chris Joseph, Fox 8, Local First.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Chris. Okay, our meteorologist Amber Wheeler is live in Pearl River with a look at the damage there. Amber.
Hey Liz, yeah, we're driving through a neighborhood right now where we've watched a lot of rain pile up against some of these homes, and I would imagine there are a few homes that some folks are having a hard time even getting out of. This is one of the streets we're driving down. As you can see, this neighborhood, lots of debris on the roadway there, both sides of the street. As you can see on the camera here, I'll move it so you can get a better view. Both sides of the street covered in water, and we've seen that all through Pearl River. In fact, this is actually a pretty good looking road compared to what we've been driving through Pearl River. We've had lots of water, and some roads that have been tough to pass that we were a little nervous on whether we should actually pass or not. And you can see here, it looks like we're okay. Just a lot of debris on the roadways. We have spoken to people who've had trees falling on their roofs, trees falling on cars here. Most of the city is without power. We tried to stop at a gas station just a few minutes ago, and that was without power. The entire kind of little downtown there, if you will, without power. There was a hotel that we drove by, and a lot of the folks that were inside the hotel had their windows open just so they could get a little airflow in there. But you can see here just all the debris from the trees. There's a lot of trees around this area, so when you have these strong storms come through with these straight line winds, gusts up to 60, 70 miles per hour, that's of course going to do some damage and blow anything loose around, and of course that's going to include those limbs there. But at this point, we're still kind of driving around assessing the damage here, and it looks like for the most part here in Pearl River, we've been hearing more about trees down on power lines and flooded roadways, and again, just a handful of homes that we've heard had trees on top of them at this point. And if we are able to find anything that we think that you need to see, we'll certainly flag the control room here and let you know, Liz, but I'll send it back to you. But at this point, Pearl River, a lot of folks just cleaning up after these strong storms.
And Amber, being a meteorologist, you've been out in the thick of it today, but being a meteorologist, does it still leave you in awe how quickly the intensity of a tornado can leave so much heartbreak and damage behind in such a short time, as you saw firsthand today?
Yeah, you know, we watched those storms go through Tangipahoa Parish. I saw the clouds come right at us, and then it was just the winds whipped up quickly. And, you know, myself and my photographer, Jake, we just sat and just watched in awe, going like, wow, I can't believe this is so strong. You see it all the time on radar. I've been in storms before, but when you're in it, in the thick of these really extra strong storms, it's still pretty powerful. Also, you know, have to mention the folks that I've met out here. I've met some incredible people who are very resilient, and I want to give a shout out to Tanya and Joe, the two people that I met out here that seem to be going through a lot here, having to clean up, and that part is, I'm in awe of their strength. Being a meteorologist, usually I'm back in the studio watching the radar, running Viper, and certainly pretty humbling to be out here with folks like this.
Right. And as night falls too, I mean, even those roadways, hopefully they'll be able to clear some of them, but it's going to take some time from what you show us with the damage left on roadways for people who may be thinking of heading out there after it gets dark.
Yeah, you know, I did speak with the police chief, the Pearl River police chief's wife. She was one of the folks that came out to speak to us when we stopped to look at some damage, and she said that he was out with chainsaws getting some of these trees out of the way so folks can kind of go about their life. But they are urging people to stay off the roadways if you can today, because it's not just the trees down. There's a lot of roads that are still washed over, a lot of roads that are unpassable here. And we also have more rain coming. I mean, rain's still falling here. We're in and out of pockets of moderate to heavy rain here. So we're not done with the rain just yet, and that's going to continue to cause its own concerns.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Amber Wheeler, out on the roads today, giving us a good first-hand look of the damage left behind. And the damage is extensive in Slidell, especially in the old Spanish Trail and City Avenue areas.
We got all the people out. How many people were trapped in there? Basically, every apartment was full, so I guess at least 50 people were under there. People's doors were shut because the railings came in, so we got that. The whole roof came out, so we had to get women and children out. It's pretty much flooded down there. Well, I'm pretty sure this is where the tornado hit, right here. So, but we got everybody out.
What about across the street?
Nobody was injured. They had a couple of employees up in there. Nobody was injured, thank God, but we got them out too, so everything is good.
Well, thankfully, no lives lost. And Maddie Kurth is on the North Shore in Slidell, where we got a lot of damage there today. And what is the situation based on where you've been for the past hour or so?
Oh, okay. Hey, Liz, we've just moved a little bit away from Old Spanish Trail in Slidell, just off Highway 11 now on Pontchartrain Drive, where we've heard even more reports of damage. This right here, what you're looking at, is a hair salon, and I just talked to some of the stylists that were inside. When this happened, the entire walls there, they're glass walls, all of them shattered and blown in, and take a look at those cars just completely wrecked, damaged, tree limbs everywhere. And the main thing I'm noticing too is just a real strong odor of gas. So I'm afraid that maybe some gas is leaking somewhere as all of these crews try and pull themselves together and pick up a little bit. Just next door, we've got an Ace Hardware, where crews are boarding up their windows now for this next round of weather coming through. The rain has certainly picked up since we last checked in with you, and it looks like it's gonna just increase to be some more heavy rain, and that's making it a little bit difficult to get everything cleared away. We know when we're soaking wet, it's really hard to clear. Across the street here at the McDonald's, we've got some cars crashed into each other with more tree limbs on top. Down power lines just across the roadway. We've got Slidell police out here trying to manage some traffic, but of course the officials' main message out to everyone is that now is not the time to be sightseeing. That is why the news crews are out here. We're out here with the help of our city and parish leaders to bring these pictures to you so that you don't have to leave your house. You don't have to drive in this, because when the power lines come down, the traffic lights go out as well. So it's a real mess here in Slidell off Highway 11. Just off to the right of this hair salon here, I'm seeing a whole bunch of boats. It looks like a marine yard. There's a welding shop just down the way. So it looks like we've got a lot of trucks, tankers, boats just all piled up together, mumble jumbled together. and that's going to be a massive cleanup. But I certainly don't want to get into that water. As I mentioned, we can see like an oil slick or an oil sheen around the way. So that is the latest here from Pontchartrain Drive in Slidell. Maddie Kurth, Fox 8, Local First. I'll send it back to you, Liz.
Yeah, Maddie, I got a question for you. I mean, do you find as you're traveling, because every time we come to you, we see more damage in Slidell, like there's a path where this system hit and just went straight through, hitting all of these areas?
That's right, Liz. I mean, this area that we're at now is just a short, 5 or 10 minute drive away from where we just were. So this damage is close by, and we don't have a lot of cleanup crews over here. It looks like they're focusing their attention over at the Old Spanish Trail site with more trees down. They need the chainsaws over there at the moment. But you can look just beyond, Tommy. I'll have you move over here to the right, just beyond this parking lot where the boats and the trucks are. You can see the swath of trees down as well. So just beyond where these buildings are, you see, as Liz is mentioning, that sort of path come through. Now, Pontchartrain Drive is open. They did just shut down Old Spanish Trail right before we left. The traffic was really impeding the rescue crews' operations of getting all those trees cut out of there. But yes, this area, this about 10-minute radius of Slidell has seen the worst damage thus far.
And the other thing that, we saw a lot from you so far today, so many people impacted. Any idea if those folks not only have relatives, but the Red Cross and other agencies that they'll be able to turn to, because as we get closer to nighttime, they've got nowhere to go?
Yes, Liz, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the Red Cross is activated. We checked in with the St. Tammany Emergency Director, Clint Orey, yesterday, who said this plan was all in place starting yesterday and ready to be activated today, which, as we're seeing happening right before our eyes, the plans are activated. So there is a shelter here in Slidell at the park that is available for anyone who might need help to take your animals, take whatever you can salvage from your home and get there. Just get yourself a nice dry place to stay. And then, of course, they will help you further with if your home has been completely damaged, if you need to call insurance, all of that. But as far as from the parish government side, the main focus right now, and you just heard there a big crack of thunder and some lightning, the main focus is to get everyone out of the danger and to get everybody in a safe place, and then they'll be able to pick up the pieces thereafter. And, Michael Vincenno, a parish government official, tells me that this is the time where St. Tammany shows up for each other, that he's sure that there will be meal trains and other help, but you don't need to come out right now with your chainsaw to help crack away at the trees and pick up the damage, because we do have more weather on its way, a bunch of down power lines and just really dangerous conditions. So we want to let this system move out of the way, let all of the fire officials and the other parish officials come in and eliminate the immediate threat, and then let all of our relatives, friends, and family come out and help us out. But if people don't have family here, the other great thing I'm noticing is just neighbors checking in on each other. There are people walking up and down these stretches of the highway, just themselves in an umbrella, asking, is everybody okay? What can I do? How can I help you? And so there are definitely resources here, but we do have more weather on the way, and so we want to stay vigilant for that. That's going to be the latest here in Slidell. Maddie Kurth, Fox 8, Local First.
Maddie Kurth, thank you. Compelling video and good work today from Maddie and her photographer. Those heartbreaking stories and the incredible video of the damage that happened today in Slidell. And Bruce, as you heard from Maddie, it's still coming down.
It is still coming down, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. In fact, as we take a look at Viper radar, look at this. I mean, Tangipahoa Parish, you're pretty much done with it. A little shower on the southern end, right along I-12 and 55. Look at the river parishes. I mean, what I'm going to do is come in and I'm going to stop the actual radar to the current time, and you can see that things are really drying out now. Laplace westward is over. This is more light rain into Metairie and Kenner. So in the next 15, 20, 30 minutes, each half hour, better and better weather moves in. Still, though, south of the city, some big storms and also some heavy rainfall from Cutoff to Golden Meadow. But again, everything is now shifting off to the east and northeast. And I'll put this back into motion for you, and we can show you that most of the area down south, all this is going to miss the city. I mean, basically, down to Lafitte, areas maybe near Golden Meadow, a bit more to go for the next hour, maybe hour and a half. So the trajectory is now changing as that system moves down to the south. That certainly is good news. And as I come out a little bit further, you can really see that the movement of these storms in this direction, here's the city, these are going to bypass us down to the south and off to the east. Let's take a look at the North Shore right now, and we are seeing from west to east, slow but sure. Tangipahoa Parish, you are beginning to dry out. Another lone shower near Albany, but if you'll notice, western areas of Bogalusa, right now, moderate to heavy rain. West of that area, we are beginning to see a break toward Kentwood, and that will begin to move your way in the next 30 to 40 minutes. So certainly much better news out there as all the rain begins to move out in the North Shore in the next 30 to 40 minutes. South Shore, we're seeing that rain really beginning to move out. And right now, Metairie and Kenner, although we're still seeing some light rain, moderate at times, we are now seeing the worst of it shifting east of the city, now moving toward Lafitte. Cutoff, you've got more to go. So down in this area, you're going to get hit with more rain for the next hour. Heavy rain, that is. And then eventually, everything begins to move off toward Waveland. So coming back out one more time, as you can see, we are now beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Of course, still many areas with flooded streets. They're not going to go down because the rain ends. It's going to take a couple of hours. So even though the rain is tapering off in Metairie and Kenner on the North Shore, you cannot venture out with the streets flooded the way they are. Here at Fox 8, we're on an island. We're basically completely flooded in. So we can't get out. So at this point, likely many areas around the region are seeing the same thing. So just to recap, great news. We are beginning to see the system pull off to the east. From the west to the east, we are seeing every 30 minutes better and better and drier weather moving in. So Bogalusa, more rain. Heading east of New Orleans toward Chalmette, you still have another hour to go. Down to Lafitte, the same. But in the metro, in the city, and the CBD, I would say in the next 30 to 40 minutes, all the rain will be ended, and that should be pretty much it. So right now, Liz, we are beginning to see a little better news. Although there's still lots of flooding out there, the floodwaters do not go down because it stops raining. Pumps got to catch up. They were overwhelmed, so it is going to take a while. So even though it may stop raining where you are, don't venture out because there's still lots of flooded roadways out there. Back to you.
Thank you, Bruce. And joining us in studio is Meg Gatto. Our team coverage continues on this severe weather day, and what a day it's been so far.
It's unbelievable, Liz. I mean, so many areas are impacted by this storm today. You know, Bruce and the weather team have been predicting this. They've been telling us it's been coming, but it's devastating to see some of the images of the destruction, particularly on the North Shore, and the flooding that we're seeing in all areas, the South Shore and the North Shore. It's just a mess out there. It really is.
And like Bruce has stressed, and so have the emergency managers we spoke to, it's not over yet, especially on our roadways. Let's check in now with Chris Welty. He's in Slidell. Meg, as you know, the damage has been extensive there. Chris.
Hey, Meg, Liz. Yeah, we are on Cedar Street here in Slidell. We're not too far off of Fremont Boulevard and I-10, and we've seen some emergency personnel. They've been surveying the damage throughout this neighborhood and so many other areas here in Slidell. But I want you to take a look at this home behind me where you can see that pine tree that just cut through and exposed the kitchen here at this home. A tree also fell on a pickup truck in their driveway. Just extensive damage, power lines down, and same thing whenever you flip right across the street, you can see that the carport of this home was ripped off, and there's trees down in their backyard. Neighbor has trees down in their yard. And Jimmy, if we can take a look down this way, you can also see how a pine tree just split into the roof of this home. We are told that those that were in this home, they are okay, thankfully. We have seen the fire department out here as well. They had two were navigating some of the roads. It's really hard to get into this subdivision because there are so many trees down across the roads in this area. So we had to do some navigating and skirting around different areas to be able to get into this subdivision to be able to show you this damage. But I want to take a walk down here, and we are once again Cedar Avenue near Sycamore, and you can see people are already bringing in generators. It's clear how long people will be without power in this area. It could be quite some time because there are so many trees down. Let's see, we're going to stop walking for a second and see if the shot cleared up. Can somebody tell me in my ear if the shot cleared up? Can y'all see us? All right, we are frozen, I'm told. So, look, we're going to continue bringing you the situation out here in Slidell. Oh, all right, I'm told we're back. But, look, we're going to toss things back to the studio. Reporting live in Slidell, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
Thank you, Chris Welty. This happens because of the weather. You know,
Absolutely.
We try to make it perfect. So, Meg and I, we know from driving in the streets, you've got a lot of canals and you've got streets. But when the canals start overflowing, you can't really tell where it ends. Where's the street? Where's the canal?
Absolutely. All right, this is pretty incredible video. Take a look at this. This is the West Metairie Canal, and you can see how the canal has basically just overtaken the road. What a treacherous situation there for drivers trying to navigate where the road ends and where the canal begins. This was shot by PJ Hahn. He says as he was on the road, it just got higher and higher. You could sort of see the progression there. The beginning of the video, you could still see the blacktop where people were driving. And then as he went along, it just became worse and worse. I mean, terrifying situation, and that's why we've been telling you over and over again, if you do not have to be out on the roads today, please don't. Stay inside if you can, because there are so many areas affected. But this is some of the more compelling video of road flooding that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, and just tell folks again that location in case anyone's thinking. It's West Metairie and Canal, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So if you're driving along, you think you're on the road, but you're not. You're actually 18 feet down, and you're in the canal, and the next thing you know, you're in a deadly situation.
You know, you keep hearing this saying, turn around, don't drown, and people kind of poke fun at it sometimes. But the thing is, it's serious. I mean, you do not know when you're looking at a flooded roadway how deep that water is, and within just a matter of minutes, your vehicle could get flooded out, you could get stuck, and God forbid something worse could happen. So it just remains to be seen, how deep the water is when you're driving and you can't see that far ahead of you.
Right.
You just have to stop and turn around.
Especially when we are in an area with many canals for drainage purposes.
Yes.
Because we are below sea level and many underpasses. And Bruce, this is just one of those mantra you keep repeating over and over when we have weather like this.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we were talking about with the emergency management over at Jefferson Parish, where when the roadway and the canal get even, you have no landmark and you have no point of reference on if you go over that curb and you're driving on the grass and you think you're on steady ground, you drop into the canal, that can be 7, 10, 12 feet deep. So again, if you don't have to get out, I would certainly stay put. We are beginning to see a little light at the end of the tunnel. Out to the west of us, Metairie, Kenner, and the CBD, uptown, the rain has finally come to a lighter rain, and eventually in the next half hour should be ending. Now down south near Port Sulphur, heading over toward Lafitte and also Gulfport, Slidell, still probably another hour to go, but we're finally beginning to see a push of all this rain moving out. And fortunately, it comes at a good time because once again, we have a lot of flooding going on, but all the rain that's been falling over the flooded areas have just been overwhelming the pumps. It's like pump it out, but just keep pouring water as it's pumping. So now with rain rates coming down and less rain eventually stopping, it looks like the pumps will take a while to finally catch up. Now remember, you may say, it stopped raining, I'm going to the store now. No, the flooded streets are not going down. They're going to be there for at least an hour, 2 or 3 until the pumps catch up. So even though it may stop raining in your area, remember, we're surrounded by flooding all over the city. You're not going to be able to get out and about. It's not worth the risk to you, your safety, your car, flooding out your car, throwing water into people's homes or businesses. Again, if you don't have to travel, stay put. Even when the rain stops, we still have major flooding issues. But I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Moderate rain all moving east of the metro, light rain continuing to move in. As we take a look, basically on the North Shore, the same situation. Right now, taking a look at Kentwood down to Roseland, Amite, Independence, a couple little showers down south along I-12 and also on 55. But you'll notice most areas are beginning to see lighter rain and lighter rain as all this moves on out. Now, Slidell, where we had that likely tornado, has not been confirmed, but everything that I'm seeing right now looks to be a wind field that rotated and threw stuff about. And that's not a straight line wind. That's more of rotation wind within a likely tornado. So in Slidell, still some moderate rainfall, but even you in the next 15 to 30 minutes will begin to see more light rain. And I'm honing in on Slidell because so many rooftops have been blown off or damaged to the point where all this rain raining into the houses, creating tons of damage and ruining so many things. So we still have a little ways to go in Slidell. However, it looks like the heaviest rain is beginning to move out. You will see some light rain, and you'll notice, look at Laplace, west of that area, it's over. So each and every 15 to 30 minute increment, the rain will end and continue to move out from west to east and eventually move into areas of Mississippi. So let's take a look farther north again. As you can see, heaviest storms moving now almost moving into areas of Breton Sound and offshore. So here's eastern St. Bernard Parish. So the heaviest of storms beginning to move out into the Gulf of Mexico. Also, overland, the heaviest storms are now making progress, moving away from the metropolitan area. Still, though, areas down south from Lafitte, Crown Point, those areas toward Plaquemines, you're going to still see for the next hour some heavy rainfall in your vicinity. The North Shore, as you can see, again, everything moving on out, which is great news. Now, the rainfall totals have been just amazing. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in on the last 3-hour rainfall totals, and let's stop this for you, and we'll query this. Coming in, zooming in, take a look at some of these numbers. I mean, some of these numbers are just incredible in terms of the amount of rain that have been falling. 5, 6, up to 7 inches of rain at times. So that's only over the last 3 hours. Let's take a look at 6 hours. Look at this, 7 to 8 inches of rain throughout much of the metropolitan area. So very heavy rainfall over that area is now beginning to end, but it will take some time before finally everything does come to an end and the streets finally drain as well. So we're going to toss it back to you guys. We are seeing slow but sure progress west to east. I'll come back in a couple of minutes, updating the radar, and we'll show you by your community as the rain moves on out. Back to you.
All right, Bruce, thank you so much. We want to get an update now on the situation in New Orleans. We've got Homeland Security Director Colin Arnold joining us on the phone. Colin, can you hear us?
I can.
Thank you for joining us. First of all, can you talk to us a little bit about the situation with street flooding right now in New Orleans?
Yeah, it's starting to clear up. The rain, obviously, we're still looking at areas that are holding water. Again, looking at 6 and 7 inches of rain around the city, particularly honing in on Gentilly and Mid-City right now is kind of the areas that seem to be the most impacted. Again, it's going to take some time for that water to clear as this rain moves out of the area. But right now we're looking at one point, I think we had over 100 reported areas of street flooding around the city, which is a lot. This event today is reminding me of the Mother's Day flood that we had a few years ago. I think in that situation, there was a lot more rain on the front end. This was just constant over 6, 7, 8 hours, pretty on and off. Heavy downpours, and so that's kind of what we're looking at right now. I think that through this afternoon, over the next couple of hours, I believe Sewage and Water Board will be able to catch up. To be clear, this amount of rain is a lot for that system. It overloads that system that they have, regardless of some of the fragility with the power system that we've heard from the director, from Gaston Corbin and others. This goes beyond that. So keeping up with this rain was not possible. I think now that it transitions into catching up with the rain, and I think that that's what they're working on right now.
So, Colin, Bruce Katz here again. With the rainfall, I'm looking at right now, we're showing some of the rainfall totals on Viper radar. Gentilly, I mean, you're right on target. I mean, almost 9 inches of rain in that area. Mid-City pushing almost 8 inches of rain. Now, the rain is beginning to move out slow but sure. But let's talk to people about, just because the rain ends, we still have a lot of floodwaters. It doesn't mean you can start venturing out. We've got to let this water get down, and it may take an hour, 2, 3. So if you could speak to that.
No, absolutely. It's a great point, and it's why what we've been talking about all morning, and we'll continue to talk about into this afternoon and evening. I wouldn't move your vehicles yet. Neutral ground parking's lifted until 8 p.m. I would definitely just be really aware right now that driving around can actually do more damage to not just your vehicle but to other vehicles, because that flood water is going to remain. And I would again caution people. We've got 12 different locations around the city, these underpass locations that we all know very well: Carrollton, Canal, Gentilly, Paris, Florida avenues. They're all still closed, and you'll see NOPD and New Orleans Fire Department personnel out there actually blocking those with the large Type 3 barricades, the flashing red lights of the flood warning signs that we have. Those are the types of things right now that people should be avoiding these things. So I would say that I try to tell people that this is kind of a lost day. You need to just stay put, let this water go down, and assess what you need to assess afterwards. And so that's going to continue, and I think that's still is true throughout this afternoon.
And Colin, looking at Viper radar right now, I think in the next 20 minutes, 25 minutes, the rain will be done, which is great news. Now, the tornado watch has been reissued till about 4 o'clock. And what I'm thinking is, I'm thinking once this all moves eastward, we're going to start peeling off parishes from west to east, because the main energy is now moving off to the east. So we extended it from noon to 1, now from 1 to 4. And my thinking is when all this begins to move out, we'll likely start peeling off many of those parishes north and south from west to east out of the area. But, again, I think, in the next 30 minutes, the city will finally be done with the rainfall. But to reiterate again, just because it's not raining, it doesn't mean the floodwaters aren't down.
No, that's correct. And over the last, I would say, hour, and you probably saw it too, even the rain intensity was coming down. Right. It was starting to taper off. And I think now we're looking at, and again, I have our city's website, weatherwise.nola.gov, with our 23 stations around the city. I'm seeing, rainfall rates less than, talking tenths of an inch.
Right. It's really
and so it's definitely come down.
It is. All right, ladies, any questions for Colin Arnold?
I just wanted, Colin, if you could just stress again, I know you said Gentilly, Mid-City, those are the areas you're really concerned about. For anyone who, a loved one on the road or thinking of heading out, any particular closures you want to warn them ahead of time not to head that way?
Yeah, definitely the underpass locations, and you'll see them out there. They are blocked off. There's law enforcement or fire personnel out there monitoring those. And look, if there's water in those at any time, it's not safe to drive into them. It doesn't take even an entire flooded intersection to cause a lot of trouble for your vehicle. It could trap you in water that you really don't want to be in. It can actually float your vehicle at very low amounts. It doesn't take feet, it takes inches of water to actually do damage or potentially put you into a dangerous situation in a vehicle.
All right, Colin Arnold, thank you again for your time. We want to get out now to Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang. She's about to speak live about the situation in that parish.
Okay. Hi, this is Cynthia Lee Shang, Parish President. Obviously, we're still in the middle of this weather event that we're going through. Hopefully, the worst is behind us, and right now it's just kind of drizzling. What we're hoping for right now with our system is that it stops raining enough and it'll allow our systems to catch up. So that's the issue. We just need time for our pumping systems to catch up. A lot of the day I've been really hanging around this canal right here, West Esplanade Canal. It was very high earlier. To me, this is the danger point right here. When you're driving next to a canal, and it's worse further down, but a lot of it was really high down there. It's a really dangerous situation when the canal overtops and the road is flooded. You don't know where the canal starts and ends. You don't know where the road starts and ends. And it doesn't take a lot for your car to start. You lose control of your car can start floating. And then the very worst case situation is your car is floating over the canal, okay? So that's why we're very, very concerned, not so much about flooding, which is happening everywhere, but this canal in particular overtopping with the vehicular traffic right next to it. Very, very dangerous situation. So as we go on, parts of West Esplanade are worse than other parts. If you can avoid this whole thing altogether until the canal level starts dropping. And if it stops raining, the pumps will start catching up. You're going to see this start dropping, but right now, that's where we are with the system right here. And we do know there's some stalled cars in other areas, but I feel like the really dangerous position for us is a high canal where you don't know where the canal starts and stops, and you don't know where the road starts and stops, and it just looks all on the surface like water. Okay, so that's why we're here right now.
And I know that this is obviously the main canal, but are other canals concerned as well?
I have been looking, and I have our teams. I've asked JPSO to monitor other canals. We have our own public works team monitoring high canals. It seems like West Esplanade was the worst situation. So that's why we're focused on this. But we do have our public works teams checking other canals. A couple of hours ago when I saw this one getting high, we called into our public works. They have people out looking and monitoring, but I've asked JPSO, and I'm happy to see a lot of JPSO cars driving up and down West Esplanade because we're ready to go in case it gets higher. But I'm hoping that with the worst of the heavy rain behind us, we're going to be able to catch up, and you're going to see this canal level go down. That's my hope.
On the street level, any areas of concern in particular?
Well, there are different areas of street flooding, and there's some where cars are stalled. So especially, if you have a low car, just don't try it. Once you try it and it doesn't work, you're stuck. So, pull off to the side. Many cars over here, they just pulled off to the side, and just give us time. It'll go down if we can get, some dry time and there's no rain. The water goes down quickly. But just hold tight and just pull over, and don't try to make it because there are reports of stalled cars throughout different areas of the parish, especially on the East Bank.
We had Joe Valiente on our airways not too long ago talking a little bit about drainage and where we're at right now on both things. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about that as well?
Yeah, we went into this event almost at 99.5% of our system. We always have one or two pumps, off for maintenance, and I think we had 192 of 194 pumps in operation. So certainly, it's just like every storm. It's a matter of how long it hovers over you. Can you keep up the pumping capacity? I don't know the last reports, but I think I heard, a little, maybe we got 8 inches. I'm not sure. That's what my team seemed to tell me. So that's more than we expected, but it's just if it can move fast, that's better for us. If it hovers over us, then it's like a time game that we play, our pumping capacity versus how much rain that's still coming down onto the streets.
And any reports of any water rescues or anything like that?
There was a report of one vehicle that people were stuck in a car. They were out by the time first responders got there. There were some other people stuck in cars in high water. Nothing that I'm told deadly or anything, just people in high water, but nothing extremely dangerous. But people, that was a report in Metairie, yes. But by the time, the way I got it is by the time first responders got there, the person was already out of the car.
President Chang, we're live right now. If you could just briefly summarize what you said at the top about this particular canal.
Right. This particular canal has been on the top of my mind all day, West Esplanade Canal, because the canal levels were extremely high earlier today, and it kept raining. So the real danger, it's an inconvenience for us to be on flooded streets. It's an inconvenience. It takes a longer time to get whole. But the real danger is this canal, because the vehicles travel right next to the canal. And if the canal overtops and the streets are flooded, on the surface it looks just like straight water. You lose your visual of where the road ends and the canal begins. And if the streets are flooded, it does not, I've been in it myself, it doesn't take a lot of water to have you lose control of your car and for your car to kind of float. So a potential floating car next to an open body of water is a deadly situation. And so that's why I initially, have been looking at this canal, spending most of my day around here. We have our public works teams looking at the height of all canals, but this canal especially, I was on the phone with Sheriff Lopinto earlier, asked him to send resources out, and I've seen JPSO driving up and down West Esplanade. So we're ready to, put barricades up and put police up and close if we have to, because that's the deadly situation. That's much more than an inconvenient situation. That's a deadly situation. And so that's why I've been kind of hanging around this area today.
And then any concerns with school letting out? There might be flooded roads?
Some schools, we're told that later on today it'll be fine. So it's just we're trying to beat time. We know that parents having to pick up kids from school, I'm sure the schools are going to work with them. Nobody's going to close doors and leave kids, overnight by themselves. So I think, the children are safe. Again, if you have a low car to the ground and you need to wait it out a little bit, I'm sure it'll be fine. I think schools will be making some announcements about that, but we're just trying to
hear this interview for whatever reason. So it kind of scared me.
Stall is not what we want, right? So fortunately, I think it's not raining as much now. The worst is going to be behind us on the East Bank, and we'll be okay for the rest of the day, hopefully, if the way the forecasts come in, prove true. But yes, just it's critical that if you don't think you can make it, it's better to pull off to the side and wait or go in another direction. Just find another way to do what you have to do this afternoon. If in doubt, don't. Okay? That's if you have a low car, if in doubt, don't. So. All right. Okay. Y'all need to go get that now tired in there.
Hey, we've been listening to Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Sheng speaking about the importance of staying off the roads, especially if you drive near canals. We have that video we just showed you. You can't tell where the canal is and where the road is.
And you know what I thought was interesting too, Liz? The portion of West Esplanade right behind her was already dry. But if you're watching on the other side of the canal as she was speaking, there were still cars driving through a significant amount of water because the water was spraying up and out. So it just shows you that not all of the water has gone down there. As we know, of course, that's the situation across the parish. Our Chris Joseph is live in Kenner this afternoon with a look at the conditions there.
We're at the Loyola Drive exit just off Interstate 10, and what was a road has quickly turned into a small lake. Take a look for yourself. Cars have been fording it the entire time we've been out here. The bigger cars have made it okay. Admittedly, I have been nervous for some of the smaller cars, but thankfully they've all made it out as well. But you can see for yourself, the water has essentially taken over the road. It's been lingering around some of the construction equipment, both across the road there and off to our left, covering, going up several layers on some of those orange cones, and it is just a nasty, nasty scene. Now, the good news is, since we have been out here, relatively very little rain, and the skies have definitely cleared up. So with any luck, as the president was just saying, hopefully this will drain out of the system quickly. But in the meantime, if you are going to drive through this, please be careful. Obviously, the safer thing is to avoid it, but when it comes to the traffic flow, you may not have an option. So I'd really encourage you to take your time and be safe. Reporting in Kenner, Chris Joseph, Fox 8, Local First.
Okay, thanks a lot there, Chris Joseph, giving us a look at what's happening there in Kenner, still in Jefferson Parish. But that is that exit. You get off to head to the airport, that whole area there. There's always a lot going on. So when you got that water rising there, and many businesses there would be impacted.
I'd be nervous even if I were in a bigger SUV or a truck going through there. I know Chris said he was worried for some of the smaller sedans, but that looked like a significant amount of water for even a larger vehicle.
Yeah, and as I said, it takes time for that water to go down, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's check in now. Kelsey Davis, we've been keeping an eye on the power outages with this weather.
Yeah, Liz and Meg, power outages all over the viewing area, but the most significant number of outages we're seeing are with CLECO. Let's take a look now at their outage map. CLECO reporting approximately 41,800 customers without power. Now, mind you, that's across the state, but we can kind of zoom in a little bit more to see what our viewing area folks are dealing with. So kind of tamping down, if you will, into the Madisonville area. You can see just a handful of customers there. Also, as you get closer to Covington, a handful of customers there. So those, again, that big number is across the state, but we are seeing a good number of customers around the Covington area, around the Franklinton, even into the Slidell area with power outages. So of course, CLECO says they're working as hard as they can to get that power restored. But the big thing with all of these power companies, be it CLECO or Entergy, those crews can't go back out when conditions aren't safe. So they have to first deem conditions safe and then put those crews out where they're most needed and where they could safely go and start putting work in to get the power back on for customers all over. We also are getting video from all over the viewing area of flooding that people are dealing with. This first piece of video you're going to see here is from the Teamers. They're uptown over off of Claiborne and Ferret. You can see a lake in front of their house there. This is earlier today, but again, still raining in most of the New Orleans area, so they likely are still seeing water added to that lake they were already dealing with right outside the house this morning. We have another piece of video coming up next. Let's see what we have here next. This is from Amy No, also uptown, more of the Riverbend, Carrollton area, but still a good bit of water there, covering the sidewalk up to that bottom step of this porch here. Looks like those cars are making out okay, but again, I'm sure they're all just hoping and praying that the water stops or the rain stops so that water does not get any higher than it is. We heard a lot about flooding in the Gentilly area. This is from the Briscoes over in Gentilly, their backyard. Looks like one massive lake, one massive pool, if you will. And there's a ladder there in that image, so you can kind of see how high that water was going up. But this was maybe about an hour or so ago in the Gentilly area. So no, they're hoping that the water goes down. And we also have some video from Mid-City. This is from Bank Street, sent in from Bailey. You can hear the rain coming down in this video here and the water flowing down the street there on Banks. So we'll keep a close watch on conditions all across the viewing area. Again, if you have videos or pictures that you'd like to send in that you can safely send in to us so we can see what you're dealing with, just in case we can't get a crew right to your street, we'd really appreciate those images. But again, only take those pictures or videos if you can do so safely. You can upload those right to our website, fox8live.com, or our Fox 8 News app. Liz and Meg, back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. That looked like a little mini river on Banks there. And I know Banks is a street in Mid-City that typically floods, but the flow of that water in the video was significant.
Yeah, I think it's, situations like this, it's a sobering reminder of how prone we are to flooding.
Yes.
Given that we live below sea level, we're surrounded by water. And if you don't take precautions, you can easily get caught in a very dangerous situation.
And how old this system is to try to keep up with this
old
rain. Bruce, we've been talking about it all day. When you just have that much rainfall in such a short amount of time, it's very, very hard for the systems to keep up.
No, that's right. A lot of people, blame the Sewage and Water Board, the pump systems. They didn't work. But this time, when you have 6 to 8 inches of rain over a few hours, no pump can handle that. So water is going to go down. But remember, just because the rain ends, it doesn't mean the floodwaters go down that quick. It will take some time. I've got some great news for you. I'm going to focus in basically to the South Shore right now. And I'll tell you, the city is basically done with the rainfall. Now, in the east, a little more light rain to go in the next 15 to 30 minutes, but really overall, Metairie and Kenner, look at the river parishes. Finally, you're pretty much done with the rain from LaPlace over to Convent, down toward areas south and west toward Raceland and Thibodaux. So slowly but surely, we are moving the rain out from the west to the east. Now, farther south, yes, it is a different story, and we're not going to discount Dulac down to Cocodrie and Golden Meadow, even over toward Lafitte. We are seeing a lot of rain continuing on the heavy side. This activity, although it's moving northeast, it's kind of sagging in this direction. So this will miss the city. So we're not expecting any more of this rain to move over the city, but this area here, I think cut off in Lafitte, these areas south and east will see some rain still, even around Port Sulphur, and Grand Isle may get a little more rain as well. So let's take a look at the North Shore. Great news up there too. As you can see, right now, we're looking at Tangipahoa Hole Parish. You're dry. Coming into areas to the western region from Washington Parish on the western edge, a couple of more showers. Moving from west to east in the next 30 minutes, you'll be dry. Covington, Mandeville, Madisonville, you're drying out now as we speak too, so the worst is over there. And then we focus a bit farther south and east. This is where the problem is going to be. Taking a look at St. Bernard Parish, still some moderate rainfall. And I think south and east of that area, we're still going to have Chalmette and farther south toward Port Sulphur, probably another 30 to 45 minutes of moderate to heavy rain. And then it will be ending. But as you can see, everything is kind of shifting off to the east, but the line is kind of drifting more eastward and south. So that's great news. Slow but sure, everything is coming to an end. What a morning it has been. Zach Ferdello was with you this morning. We had Hannah Guard with you, Amber Wheeler in the weather tracker, storm tracker. And yeah, we were here with you the whole time and just watching the rain pile up, the numbers pile up, the flooding reports, all the reporters around North Shore and South Shore, the tornadic development that we saw likely in Slidell. Can't call it confirmed because the survey has to go out from the National Weather Service, but likely with a lot of that damage on the North Shore, probably a tornado. So this is what we were warning everyone about. This feature, the worst of the low and energy was much farther south this time. That's why we just could not discount it. And that's why I was a bit more concerned on the threat of tornadoes, strong gusty winds, also flooding rains. And indeed, unfortunately, it came to fruition. But now we're slowly but surely seeing all this activity moving eastward. And hour by hour, things will get better and better and better. So nevertheless, if the water is still high in your area, don't drive. Even if the rain is stopping in your area, remember, we've got flooded streets all over the area from Mid-City over to Metairie, even down the bayou areas. We have flooding conditions around most of the region. So even though the rain ends, it does take time for the water, gravitational drainage to drain off. And then, of course, the pumps, Orleans and Jefferson, they've got to do their job. But I am so happy to report, Liz and Meg, I love seeing this line and the end of the rain finally moving on out. And as we come a bit closer in, you can see here, the rain is definitely moving out of the city and heading eastward out of the area. So what a morning it's been.
Yeah, an afternoon now as well, Bruce. It's just continuing on. But luckily, the rain is stopping, as Bruce mentioned, at least in the city of New Orleans. So getting a little bit of a break, and we're just hoping that that water recedes.
Yeah, this was from earlier today when that water was rising and it was just coming down heavy. And this was a look downtown in New Orleans, so you can see some flooding right outside of this. It's the Jung Hotel, right?
Yes.
Pronouncing, make sure I get that right. This is on Canal Street. We've seen in the past where they've had the same issues with water coming into that hotel.
To the point where they typically have sandbags placed around the windows and the doors, even on, bright sunny days, just because they know any sort of, heavy rainstorm will unfortunately cause flooding for the lobby inside of the Jung Hotel. But again, another day where they're just taking on a lot of water there. We want to thank David Mora for this video that gives you a good idea of the impact on the rising water on Canal Street. As you can see, a truck barreling through there, just trying to get out of that wet stuff.
Okay, another look at the flooding situation. This was earlier today, Abundance and Elysian Fields. And you can see the rainwater rose enough. It was splashing into the wheel wells of vehicles in that particular area earlier today as the rain was just coming down extremely heavy.
And this is from the Slidell Police Department. A tornado damage at Pontchartrain and Fremo. 3 cars heavily damaged, 1 car on its side. Power lines also down there. We've seen, pretty extensive damage on the North Shore and just incredible images coming from our viewers and our crews there that have been stationed on the North Shore today.
Yeah, really compelling video that we've been seeing and hearing the stories of these people saying how quickly their lives are just turned upside down and how quickly tornadoes can just change your life in just the blink of an eye.
All right, let's get over to our Rob Krieger now. He joins us with an update on street flooding in New Orleans. Rob?
Yeah, hey, Megan, Liz, I want to give you a couple of updates right now. We're going to get to the street flooding in just a second because that might take a minute, but I wanted to show you first the update status for flights out of Louis Armstrong International. You can see here nearly every flight that was scheduled to leave early this morning, and that's when the things started happening just around 8 a.m., has either been canceled or delayed. So you can see, this flight at 7 a.m., delayed now, hopefully taking off in about 40 minutes. And then all the rest, it just kind of goes all the way down the line like this. It doesn't seem like there's a single flight that is on time as scheduled. They're either canceled or delayed, so maybe a couple of them a little later in the day when hopefully things dry up. But if you're planning on flying out, make sure you check with your airline because it could be a bit of a wait. We've heard from some folks at the airport, and it's not it's not a great sight there. But right now I want to show you here, this is our Streetwise from NOLA Ready. It shows you where all of the reported street flooding is happening right here in Orleans Parish. So you can see all of these blue dots indicate that there is street flooding here, and we'll go ahead and zip down into this area to try and show you a little bit more. We've been hearing reports of street flooding on this is Carrollton right there. That's the Carrollton underpass that notoriously floods there in the Broad Street area here. That's near the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club headquarters right there. We saw some flooding near that area. And then here along Rampart, kind of ringing around the French Quarter, a little bit of street flooding there in the French Quarter. But we've been getting several reports of street flooding here in the Broadmoor neighborhood. As you can see, we actually heard from our own Doc Griggs, who lives in the area, and he had some water in the house. But you can see these are areas that really, really often see a lot of street flooding when that rain starts coming in pretty strong there. So you could see multiple reports. Each one of these is an actual report of street flooding. You can see here on the left side, it'll tell you where those underpasses are closed. We're losing our signal there. Let's see. All right, so we've got underpass, the 610 underpass there closed, Carrollton underpass, as well as a couple others there. Having some difficulty reading this because our computer clips the edge of this image there. But you can go to Streetwise NOLA on your phone or on your at home and check out where these streets are impacted right now. The red dots typically indicate some sort of a traffic accident. So that would either mean that either a car is stalled in that area or just a typical traffic accident. So I'll just give you a big overview once again here so you can see exactly what's going on there. A lot of street flooding in New Orleans. That is exactly what we were warning you about earlier in the day, and exactly why we gave you the first alert about the weather impacting folks throughout the day here. So just keep aware when you're out and about driving around. Make sure that if you see water, just don't even chance it. We've seen several cars stalled, so it's not worth it right now. And if you see an issue, you can always report it to Streetwise NOLA Ready anytime that you see that. That's going to do it for us here in the newsroom. Meg, Liz, send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Rob. And Colin Arnold, the Director of Homeland Security for the city, telling us that earlier today there were over 100 locations of street flooding in the city. Even he said that was, a pretty high number on a day like today. Those numbers are going down because the rain has stopped, thankfully. We just need all of them to go down and to go away at this point.
That's going to take a while, but I like that Rob pointed out there's so many tools that are available, even if your lights go out, and you can keep your cell phone powered up for you to check and make sure which roads are the most hazardous.
All right, well, earlier in the day, there were several crashes in the region.
Our Olivia Vidal came across a car that hit a train.
I'm at the corner of Elysian Fields Avenue and Abundance Street, where we are noticing some flooding along this corridor right here near the I-10 overpass and 610. You can see cars that are coming over the overpass have been coming through this standing water here. In fact, moments after we first got out here, I noticed a driver flew through the flooded water and hit an oak tree, hydroplaned, crashed into an oak tree. You see NOPD there, the car directly behind it. I'm not certain how the driver is doing, but EMS did show up to the scene and was able to take that driver off to a hospital for treatment. But this is the scene here at Elysian Fields and Abundance Street, where cars are kind of taking their time approaching this flooded area of Elysian Fields. As you get closer to the overpass, you can see just kind of the flooding that these drivers are having to go through right now. So take your time if you're in this area, especially if you see standing water. Take your time. Don't speed through it. If you don't know how deep it is, definitely take your time going through it. There are some other areas I noticed near the I-610 exit ramps here on Elysian Fields Avenue. I noticed some standing water as well. So again, drivers, be careful as the rain is still coming down, and as we're still in these severe storm threats, there is standing water throughout the city. But again, this is what we're seeing here at Elysian Fields Avenue and Abundance Street, where there is standing water. I want to show you this, Aiden. If you want to follow me this way, I want to show you down Abundance Street, just what we're seeing as far as the type of standing water we're seeing following these storms here. You can see just how high it is against the utility pole and that stop sign as you make your way down Abundance Street here. You can kind of see just down the street what some drivers are having to navigate through when they see this water. It's raining, obviously I can't go, but look, I'm ankle deep right here and I'm not even off the curb. So it just goes to show you how deep some of the standing water is from these storms. So again, drivers, be aware of this. Take your time, turn around, don't drown. We hear that saying all the time, but be mindful of that as you're traveling, especially if you're in the Elysian Fields area, Abundance Street area, making your way over this overpass here from I-10. But that's a look at what's going on over here. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Olivia. Let's check in now with Kenner. Fox 8's Chris Joseph is there.
Chris, how's it looking at this hour?
Esplanade and Loyola Drive. Do not drive here. Do not come here. It is a mess in every sense of the word. You can see the intersection flooded out. It is a lake. Cars hazarding it at their own peril. In fact, if you can see right behind the white truck as it drives through it, that does make me anxious. You can see at least one victim of attempting to drive through it there. The lights were flashing initially. Now they're not flashing. Perhaps the battery died or some sort of electrical issue or the water got somewhere. Regardless, the car is not where it's supposed to be. The intersection obviously looks bad, but the roads as well. We can look down West Esplanade here. You can see that Ram driving, forwarding through the water. The Kenner police obviously in the foreground, trying to alert people that this is not the way to go. But as you can see, this is a busy intersection. You've got Oxnard and the Walmart right here. So a lot of people making their way through at their own risk. And Whitney, let's turn around here. There's potentially a second car that has been flooded out. A white sedan, which appears to be driving on the wrong side of the road. I do wonder how that happened, but that has not moved here since we've been here. Those lights are still on, but any cars coming to or from are going to have to really brave it. Deep water, deeper than what we saw, obviously, just off the exit when we were talking to you a few minutes ago off Interstate 10, but Loyola Drive is a mess. Here's hoping that we don't see any more cars stall out, but that Toyota there, the white one driving through, oh, that makes me nervous. We will see. Hopefully they make it through, and hopefully everybody's okay. And yikes. Reporting in Kenner, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thanks, Chris. We want to take a look at some video now that was shot just a short time ago, just to give you an idea of the different conditions we're seeing, and unfortunately different vehicles attempting to make it through that water and unsuccessful. There's a car there getting towed. This is near Mandeville Street, Florida Avenue in New Orleans, and that small sedan just no match for the inches of rain that unfortunately fell earlier today.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't know, and there are some situations where people think they can get through it, but that one did not work out well.
That's actually in Mandeville, excuse me, I want to correct myself, in Mandeville, not in New Orleans.
Yes, Mandeville, Florida Street, and Girard Street. We know the North Shore, they had their fair share today of a lot of damaging weather. Video of weather at Chef Pass near Fort Macomb from viewer Cindy Bryant. You can see the strong gusts just whipping up the flags here, the American flags and the trees, giving you another idea of just how strong those gusts were today. And we know at some point, as we were being warned by our meteorologist, that it was going to be hurricane force gusts that some of you could experience.
We want to send it over to Bruce Katz now. Bruce, I'd like to ask you a question if I could. I was sitting in the newsroom for a while before I came on set, and I was taking a number of calls from parents saying, look, we know the rain has stopped. When is it going to be safe to pick up our children from school? A lot of the streets are still flooded. Do you think it's safe to go now? Should they wait a couple of hours, leave the kids in aftercare? What should they do about that?
I would certainly wait. The rain has definitely slackened off, but the floodwaters, we saw some of the video. We're seeing some of the live video right now. It would be dangerous for parents to try and get out in this to try and get those kids. Remember, you have stalled cars, you have vehicles disabled, traffic is going to be a mess. I would let the floodwaters go down. Now, the rain in the city has ended, and I'll show you, really good news. We're done with the rain in the New Orleans area. Now, east of the area, from basically Chalmette down to Lafitte, that'll be done in the next 30 to 45 minutes. But in the metro itself and the river parishes right now, we are basically dry at this point. But we're still having reports of numerous streets that are flooded. As a result, I know a lot of parents are saying, I got to go pick up the kids. Well, we heard from JP officials and Cynthia Lee Shang saying they're not going to leave the kids alone. Someone will be there with them to make sure that they're safe. So I would give it another at least hour for the water to go down, to get those disabled cars out of the lanes that are blocking right now, and give it some time, because this much rain in a short amount of time, even though the rain stops, it's going to take time for the water to go down. So hopefully that answered that question. On the North Shore, as we can see, good news there. Here is the state line of Louisiana and Mississippi. The rain now moving into Mississippi and basically drying out throughout all the North Shore. That does include Mandeville and Madisonville over to Covington. So we are seeing finally the end of the heavy rain. North Shore moving out, South Shore likely around 3:15 to 3:30. All this will be done, and eventually all that water that's in the streets and the floodwaters, they will finally be able to go down as well. Just checked in with Hannah Gard a few minutes ago. A lot of the weather watchers are calling in. Weather watchers, some of you may have called in at 9 or 10. Since then, you've had a lot of rain, so if you want to call back the weather phone, give us that update. Hannah right now is getting all the tally together, and of course, as we go on at 4 and 5, we're going to have some extremely high numbers. Some of the weather watcher totals, 6 inches, 7 inches, up to 8 inches of rain, so certainly it has been a doozy of a morning and now into the afternoon. So Liz and Meg, The North Shore, I'm happy to report, basically done with the rain. In the metro in the city, basically from, I would say, 610 all the way to the river parishes, we're looking good. Bayou parishes, a little longer to go. 30 minutes or so, all this will begin to lift on out to the north and east, and then eventually Lafitte will begin to dry out, Port Sulphur, and then down toward the mouth of the river. So we are slowly but surely seeing improvements, although, Meg, your question was, do I get the kids now? I would have to wait. I mean, there's so many flooded streets. We just saw that Cynthia Lee Shang report, and that was live in Metairie. We saw how much water there was in the streets. So I would have to wait. Kids are safe. They've been assured that people will be with them. I mean, they're not going to be left alone at school. So I would just wait for the waters to go down, not to put yourself in danger, your car in danger of stalling. Plus, remember, lots of cars are stalled with a lot of traffic as well.
Well, and Bruce, you know, the other question is school buses.
Yep.
What are the school buses going to do?
Well, school buses are higher, so I think they can maybe take some of that water, but I mean, the kids may be stepping out into some flood waters, but that's really that call for the schools. I mean, remember yesterday we had our news meetings and certain schools were canceling, certain schools weren't going to cancel, and we were saying, well, it's coming in the morning, it's going to be, at dismissal, it's still going to be flooded, baby. Yeah. So, at this point, I don't know what that call would be, but that is a good point. A lot of buses that carry those children, what are they doing? Are they going to be able to pick them up? Buses are higher, likely be able to kind of withstand some of the flood waters. But, at this point, if you're traveling to pick up your child, not on the bus, I would definitely wait. If they are on a bus, I'd maybe contact school board or your school just to kind of say, hey, my child rides on a bus. What are your plans? Are you going to wait or are you going to come home now? So I would make that call to the school.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of concerned parents this afternoon.
Without question.
Because in some cases it may be dry where you are, but as you're traveling to get to your destination, there
may be
could
flooding.
still be an hour. You still need about an hour to just hopefully get that water out of here.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, Bruce. Let's check in with our Maddie Kurth now. She is live in Slidell, where an unconfirmed tornado touched down earlier today.
And Meg, that unconfirmed tornado has created a swath of damage here in Slidell. Earlier, we were on Old Spanish Trail. We saw an apartment complex. The roof ripped off. The sidewall bricks just slashed on the ground, and everybody in that apartment complex, thankfully reporting no injuries, but just trying to get what they can and get to a safe spot. Across the street from that apartment complex, we saw a contractor's warehouse just smashed aside, and we don't see the same type of damage you see with straight line winds where everything points to one way. We're just seeing a swirl of damage thrown about everywhere, which is leading us to think that this was a tornado, but of course we're going to wait on confirmation. So right now I'm on Pontchartrain Drive over near Highway 11. Over here we see a hair salon, with windows made out of glass all completely shattered, and all of the cars there just stalled. People are trying to rummage through the wreckage, and thankfully the rain has let up for us now, and the sky is turning a little bit brighter so we can get a little bit better of a view at the damage. But the roof you can see there torn off, exposing those metal beams. And just to the right over here we have a boat and truck yard, seems like a kind of storage place where they might post them up for a little while. All of that strewn about, and still quite a bit of water over there. Now, the last time you checked in with me, we had a really strong gas smell. We have had Atmos Energy out here. They've been handling that, and the smell has gone away now. So I think, thankfully, that problem's being taken under control. Just down Pontchartrain Drive a little bit, I see this JG Land and Marine welding spot. Nearly half of their roof, they've got these sheet metal roof panels, nearly half of those flown off into the parking lot, some even crossing Pontchartrain Drive all the way over to the other side of the street, where we have more buildings with their roofs just completely ripped off, thrown about, power lines down, telephone poles down. It's quite a mess here in Slidell. It's some of the worst damage that we're seeing in the area. And not only has the mayor of Slidell said this, but even just folks I've talked to walking around this area saying this is the worst damage they've seen since Hurricane Katrina. Now, if you are in Slidell and your house suffered some damage and you need a place to stay tonight, St. Tammany Parish has activated a severe weather plan. They have been at the command center in Covington since 7 a.m. and then, of course, mobilizing out here to the areas that need the most help. So John Slidell Park and Creekside Junior High right now are going to be your emergency shelters. They are open. They are ready for you. Bring what you can. If you have any medications, any personal hygiene products, if you could salvage some blankets, bring what you can, and they will help you the rest of the way. Red Cross is here in Slidell, and they're going to help to make some accommodations as well. But right now, with the worst of the rain possibly behind us for now, we're working on cleanup. We're focusing on restoration efforts. There are DOTD crews, there are CLECO and firefighters, just everybody mobilizing to try and help all of the people that live, work, and play here in Slidell. So that's going to be the latest update. Maddie Kurth, Fox 8, Local First.
Thanks, Maddie. And still some more from that part to give you an indication as to how widespread this is. We're getting word that the St. Tammany Parish government, the parish president, declaring a parish-wide state of emergency to get that ball rolling officially so the assistance process for financial aid and things can start moving. So that gives you an idea how big a deal this has been today for the folks on the North Shore.
Yeah, and the parish saying multiple people were injured in today's storm. Now, Maddie mentioned the 2 shelters that have been set up. There's also a third one. The Recreation Center in Lacombe is also set up for anyone who may need shelter at this hour and into this evening.
Okay, we've got our crews everywhere. Josh Robertson is standing by now. Josh, where are you?
Well, we're here in Laplace where the weather has not let up really when it comes to the rain. The rain total has got to be high here in the river parishes, but here in Laplace we know that this whole area of Laplace is prone to flooding, and when we have a severe weather event like we've had today, we know that they're going to see street flooding like we're seeing here behind me, street flooding throughout neighborhoods all across Laplace, and even major highways like Highway 51, which goes right off the interstate into the town of Laplace. There are portions of Highway 51 that were impassable earlier this morning during the heaviest stretch of that rain. The only thing that could really get through there were 18-wheelers, really high up trucks, but we saw vehicles that were getting stalled out in just the neighborhoods, people walking in ankle deep to knee deep water in spots. And talking with people, they say that unfortunately flooding like this is not a rare event here in Laplace. It is something they have to deal with periodically, but when a severe weather event comes through like this one, they say it definitely causes headaches, traffic jams, and just some irate residents.
Definitely we need to take some action because this happens a lot. Like I said, my backyard always floods. My house always, this is the second time my house flooded. So I hope it doesn't flood this time due to the weather, but I mean, something has to be done for sure, but I mean, we're used to it at this point.
We know that after major hurricanes, we've been out here for weeks on end where there was still some standing water, even after major hurricanes like Ida in particular. But here, this is just a severe weather event that did cause some issues for the residents here. But when it lets up, they're hopeful that it will drain out of here quickly. But for now, reporting here in Laplace, Josh Robertson, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks, Josh. Well, our Andres Fuentes is covering the flooding in Metairie. I can see you standing in a flooded street right now.
Right, guys, we're here along Clearview, just north of West Esplanade. After wrapping up with an interview with Jefferson Parish Cynthia Lee Shang, Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang, but I do want to show you the situation here at this intersection. As we can see, we got a lot of flood water still here on the streets here on Clearview. Despite the fact that it is up to your knees at some point here, we're still seeing some cars go through, causing a lot of wakes here in this neighborhood. That's something that Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang did advise against. While we're not seeing those downpours, we haven't really seen a whole lot of downpours in around 30 minutes or so here in Metairie. We're still seeing a lot of these flooded streets just because the drainage system is trying to keep up with the amount of rain that we've been seeing. The Parish President told me that there are reports around 8 inches here in the parish, so you can imagine just how hard it is for the current infrastructure to really take on that amount of rain in that amount of time. But you can see we have a few stranded vehicles as well over here. I believe it's a church over here on Clearview, and it looks to see. We did see a few tow trucks in here in the area, also towing away some cars that were stranded here on the neutral ground. So, this flooded area has been an issue for this intersection and this neighborhood for quite some time today. But again, we really haven't been seeing those heavy rains. It's just been this water that seems to not drain at all. We saw some public works crews out here trying to do their best with the current drainage, but it will take some time until we can get things to where it is back to normal. As you can see, another car barreling through this intersection. Again, this is something that parish officials do not want you to do. If you see standing water, slow down if you do if you do want to make your way through it. But if it's this high, they do recommend that you try to turn around and find another route. But just looking at the latest alerts from LADOTD, they're telling us that Clearview is closed in both directions from Earhart to Jefferson Highway. Keep that in mind if you are trying to make it through that area, if you're trying to pick up the kids from school. I know Jefferson Parish Public Schools did not shut down today, which is something that Jefferson Parish government is also going to be monitoring how dismissal will work for all of the schools across the parish if some of the intersections and some of the areas near some of the schools look like how you're seeing right now. So I'm just going to repeat that one more time. LADOTD says that Clearview is closed both directions from Earhart to Jefferson Highway, and a number of intersections like how you're seeing right now here just north of West Esplanade on Clearview. A lot of that still underwater. Just keep your patience, pack your patience if you're going to be behind the wheel. I know everyone's just trying to get home from work or from school or whatever errands you've been running today. It's been a hassle all morning long. The rain affected the morning commute, and now floodwaters are unfortunately affecting the afternoon commute. So just keep that in mind if you're out and about, because I know it's going to be frustrating trying to especially pick up the kids from school. But we're going to be heading south down Clearview, trying to see the situation down there. But for now, reporting live, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8 Local First.
Thanks, Andres. And that is an area where you have a lot of homes that are just right there on those main streets. So every time that vehicle goes by quickly, that wake of water goes into those folks' homes. So
I know, and I know some people may be panicking as they're driving through the water, thinking, I need to get through this quickly in order for my car not to flood, but just think of the homes and the others around you.
That we'll have to deal with the aftermath of your car speeding through in the wake of water coming after. So Ashland Brothers, I believe now we're going to Ashland.
Yes, and some people are traveling by kayak this afternoon on the streets of New Orleans, right, Ashland?
Yeah, guys, they are. We're at the corner of South Carrollton and Banks, where to my left, it looks like a normal day here in New Orleans, maybe a little bit of water on the street. But if you look to my right, where I am standing right now, about knee deep, and just for perspective, I'm about 5'3" on a good day. It looks more like a lake than a road, okay? And yes, in fact, we do have our friends right down here. If I can make my way down to them, where they have been kayaking for the past 50 minutes now, making the most of these matters. And of course, we've seen a lot of students at Jesuit who did go to school today. They've been wading through the waters, trying to get to their cars, trying to get to their parents to go home. But here we've got our friends who live just down the street, and they are going to share a little bit of their experience today dealing with some of these catastrophic rain issues that we've been dealing with here in New Orleans and really across a significant portion of our viewing area. So what have you been able to experience today? What did it look like from this morning compared to now, when you guys seem to be a little bit more lax?
Oh, yeah. So this morning I slept in and I woke up to like a million missed calls, people being like, oh, move your car. And I went out in the street and I was parked on the median, but it was already like way up to the tailpipe nearly. So I called him and told him like, hey, can I use your ramps? And then he was like, oh, I got to get home because I got to go get my kayaks. And then we put the car up and then we just kind of like hung out. And
I drove home so I could get the kayaks. Yeah. I was prepared.
So you guys actually lived right down the road, and you were telling me that this morning you did deal with some flooding. So what is the current status of your car? Not this vehicle that you got right here. Not this bad boy, but your vehicle, your car.
I think mine's good right now. Oh, I'm floating away. Hold on, wait 1 second. There we go.
Win in NOLA.
Yeah, win in NOLA. Yeah, so mine was almost a victim of the Bank Street Bayou, but I was able to like prop it up. So it's cool now. Some Jesuit kids helped me out. So they're very nice. But how was yours, Tim?
I was at work, so I'm parked over there.
Let me come to you right over here. So over there, was it bad?
Oh, it wasn't bad at all. I got home from work and I just parked in the middle of South Carrollton.
See, that's what's so interesting is you look around here and there's certain areas where the drainage is really good, but then you go just down South Carrollton, you come to Banks, and then you look in this direction right here and it's just completely flooded. You've got these low-riding vehicles, they're in the path of destruction, and there's just no way they're going to be able to get out until this water recedes. Of course, there are a couple of cars that are a little bit more lucky down there, but of course what
what we say is always heed caution and always listen to what NOLA Ready says. If you're given the opportunity to park on the neutral ground, do so, especially in this situation. You also mentioned that since you live right down the road here on Banks, that you guys may have had a little bit of flooding inside of your home.
In our garage, yeah, but we live on the second floor, so we're good. I just kayaked right out the garage.
What about your neighbors? Did any of your neighbors experience anything? Did you hear any stories of what they've been able to succumb to, if they've had any flooding inside of their homes, or if you guys really lucked out?
So I think for the most part we lucked out, but we did cross past some Jesuit kids who had like Honda Accords, and I was like, man, you want me to come back with a jack? And he's like, no, it's dead. Like 2 separate occasions, their cars are just toast. But I think in terms of like houses flooding, most people here, their houses are a little bit more elevated, but we didn't really talk to too many of the neighbors, so I don't really know. But it doesn't look good.
All our neighbors are at the bar.
So out here, I mean, you guys are having a great time right now. Now I really am even sort of thigh deep at this point. Were you guys able to tell how deep the water is down there? Would you say it's a 1.5 feet? Would you say it's 2 feet? I mean, estimate.
Right about there. It's like 2.5 deep. Yeah.
2.5 deep. Wow, that is crazy. Have you guys seen anything like this? I mean, obviously we know that New Orleans is prone to flooding. We do have some critical infrastructure problems, but have you ever seen anything like this in the time that you've lived along Bank Street?
So I used to live down in Rendon, and it got pretty bad on Rendon, but he's been here for he's been on Banks for like 3 years, and he told me that Ida, it was like horrible, so.
Yeah. Would you compare this to Ida?
This is my 4th time kayaking on this street. So Ida was worse, but this is still pretty fun.
All right, so you guys are having fun in the kayaks, but would you recommend people drive down this street?
The Bayou or the Bank Street Navy can only save you if we can only do so much. So no.
Yeah, well, you heard it from them, and guys, I mean, we're talking about, a couple feet deep of water. Of course, those low-riding vehicles are going to really struggle along here, but if you have a vehicle that is even higher up, I mean, that's still going to create problems for you. If you can turn around and don't drown, heed that caution. Of course, we have seen a couple come through this area, and that is certainly not what emergency professionals would recommend you do. They would recommend you turn around. But another problem that it creates, of course, is when you're driving down in the wake of the water, it's pushing that water to the side, to the shoulders, and it's just making things worse, making matters worse for the vehicles that are parked on the side, of course, pushing more water into those vehicles. So again, if you can avoid the area right now here at South Carrollton and Banks, I would recommend you do so. Reporting live in New Orleans, Ashlyn Brothers, Fox 8, Local First.
And that's one of those areas that always floods. And when you have a lot of rain, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they can pump, an inch in the first hour and then half an inch in the next hour. So
I think it's something like that, yeah.
It takes a while for that water to go down.
In Jesuit, one of the many schools that chose not to close today. So, we've been talking about school pickup this afternoon. I was speaking to a Jesuit parent this morning who, was kind of wondering how this situation was going to play out today. It's going to be a mess for them to try to pick up those kids in the next hour or so when school lets out. Perhaps they leave them there a little bit longer just to wait for some of that flooding to go down, because as Ashlyn showed us, there's no getting through right now on that street.
And that's an important part that you keep mentioning, that there are kids at schools and parents are trying to figure out what comes next and how do I get them home and get them from school.
Absolutely.
So David Jones is...
I think we're going to go to Chris Welty actually next.
Welty?
Yep, let's send it out to Chris.
Hey, Liz, Meg, we are right near Pope John Paul II School. We're on the backside by their football field. They have some pretty significant flooding here along the ditches, but the water is receding. Jaguar Drive, they have some pretty significant street flooding down there, but it does not look like any water made it into anyone's homes. And if you take a look down the road a little bit, you can see how when the water receded, some of that debris from the ditches is just still out there in the street. Now, in the floodwater, we always say don't walk through the floodwater because you never know what's in it, which is true, because standing out here, I've seen spiders, I've seen a few ant rafts, and earlier when we were in the city of New Orleans, we did see that oil sheen from, vehicles, all the oil and chemicals coming up off the pavement because of the flood water. So if you can, of course, avoid going through any of this flood water. Now, here in Slidell, we've, of course, been talking about potential tornado damage. There's a lot of areas where they have trees down, trees on homes, power poles snapped in half. A lot of people dealing with a lot of significant damage here in St. Tammany Parish. And we wanted to show you that it's not just the potential tornado damage. We're also seeing the floodwaters here in this area. So people are dealing with a lot. We've seen emergency personnel. They've been driving through the area. They've been checking on people. And now that we are finally getting a break from the rain, I'm imagining people will start getting out into their yards and trying to clean up as best as they can, but the cleanup process will be quite extensive. A lot of people have some pretty large trees that have toppled over, and actually, Jimmy, if we take a look at this pickup truck, the driver just opened the door a moment ago and they had some white smoke coming from their engine. They're navigating that flood water, and you can see as they're driving, they're kicking those waves up and creating a wake for a little bit. But we're going to continue monitoring the situation here in Slidell. We're actually going to try and work our way back to one of our first spots into the Frenchman Branch subdivision. Earlier, we couldn't make it as far back as we would like because there were power lines down. So we're going to go see if those power lines were removed. They had 2 homes in that subdivision where their roofs were ripped apart, and unfortunately, they had rainwater coming in. So just a sad situation for so many families here in St. Tammany Parish. But we're going to see if we can go try and talk with those families, and we'll bring you the very latest on later editions of Fox 8. Reporting live in Slidell, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Chris, never a good thing when you see white smoke coming from the vehicle.
No, my
Yikes.
goodness. Okay, Rob Krieger joins us with more of our continuing severe weather coverage. Rob?
Yeah, Liz, Meg, we're just getting some breaking news now from Jefferson Parish Schools, one of the only school districts in our area that decided to keep kids in class today. Jefferson Parish putting out that it's under a flash flood emergency. They say they're working with the parish government to ensure all students stay off the road and remain safe. Because of that, Jefferson Parish Schools are delaying dismissal times at all campuses to allow time for the roads to be more clear, they say. Students will be kept safely at school until we can begin our dismissal process, they say. We will share more information through all of our channels when we are able to start the dismissal process. Students who walk home from school independently will not be dismissed. Those students will need to be accompanied home after roads are more clear and we proceed with dismissal. They say thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Again, Jefferson Parish Schools, one of the only school districts in our area to have their students come to school today. Because of that, right now, they are delaying dismissal. If you have a student who is a walker, who normally leaves campus on their own and is able to make it home on their own, they are saying they will not allow them to do that, and they will need to be accompanied to leave the school there after the roads are more clear, they say. And that's when they say they'll proceed dismissal. So we have no word right now on when that might happen, but I want to show you a couple of other things while we're here. I want to take you over to NOLA. Excuse me, drop the mic there. NOLA Ready Streetwise here. That's going to show us where some of these street flooding incidents have been reported across Orleans Parish now. Many of the schools in Orleans Parish kept their students home today, including several charter schools. You can see all of these blue dots indicate reported street flooding. So we have street flooding here on the West Bank, through Algiers. We've got it here through the Ninth Ward, the Lower Ninth Ward, the Desire, the Treme, into Gentilly, into New Orleans East here. You also have even some reports there. Lakeview, there near Fillmore, on Marconi, Carrollton, through Broadmoor, and notoriously known for its flooding. We've had some reports of flooding on Broad, but we don't see any lingering there right now. This would be that Carrollton underpass there. The underpass is still closed. The canal underpass closed, and the Franklin underpass all closed right now. So as it seems right now, again, schools that kept their kids home today, those kids are home now. As far as Jefferson Parish schools concerned, they say they are waiting until the roads are, quote, more clear to send their kids home and delaying dismissal. That's the latest here from the newsroom. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Robin. We have not yet heard from the other schools that are still in school today, including all of the New Orleans Archdiocese schools. They had classes today. Plaquemines Parish schools had classes today. St. Bernard Parish also had classes today. So we have not yet heard from those school systems about what they're doing about their dismissal times.
Yeah, they've got to figure it out too, like Jefferson Parish did. You know, do you wait another hour?
Right. Do you keep the kids in school, you know, have the parents come a little bit later, send the buses out a little bit later? We've not yet heard from all those schools, but we've been taking a ton of calls into the newsroom from concerned parents asking, when do we pick up the kids? How do we get there? So hopefully the school systems are able to figure that out.
Okay. Let's go to David Jones now. David, where are you?
I'm actually right next to the Broad Theater. I don't know if we can whip around, and if we all know this area. This area is prone to flooding, serious flooding. But this water is quickly receding now, though. But I mean, you could take a look at just how much water was dumped on New Orleans in today. I mean, yeah. I mean, so we have the water is lapping up over the gas station. There's water in the Broad Theater. There is no water in the AutoZone. But here, Dylan, if we can just walk down a little bit here. I want to show you guys because vehicles are actually moving down Broad. They had been stuck and trapped for a very, very long time. I was speaking with one lady who told me that she was here since about 11 o'clock, 11:30 this morning. As you can see, though, the water has started to recede, so these cars have felt more comfortable taking their chances, especially those higher vehicles. And as we walk toward Broad and Orleans, again, if we're familiar with this area, we know that this area tends to flood. I know that there's been street work along Broad and Orleans as well. If we could take a look down Broad, this is Lake Bound right over here. We can see, I would say, maybe about 4 to 5 blocks there, but that water was a lot higher when we got out here about an hour or so ago. And then if we could take a look down Broad Riverbound, we can see about six or so many blocks just completely inundated with water. We've seen people having to go up waist deep just to make it through here. But again, this is the big point that everyone is trying to make to me even here is that people should not be driving through. People should not be coming out just to look and take pictures. People should stay home and should avoid driving through. There's a little bit of a traffic kind of mess here on Broad and Orleans. But I was speaking with this gentleman earlier, Dan. Talk to me about what you've been seeing this afternoon.
A lot of water. I left a couple hours ago, and I thought I was going to go into Mission, and I decided to turn around here about 5 blocks from home and decided to pull up on a neutral ground, and it's a lot of people trying to pass through. Obviously can't.
And talk to me about this area. I know this area tends to flood.
It does. It's hit or miss which areas, depending on which pumps are functioning or not. Down by me, 5 blocks down, closer to the bayou, not as often. It's the second time, I think, this year that I've seen it come up to my steps. Not nearly as bad as it is down here. It's down to my knees when I tried to cross the gas station a little while ago.
And you didn't get any water in your home, thankfully, just up to your steps.
Correct.
But these people here, unfortunately, we see some water in the Zulu Club as well. Right over there, there's water in the Broad Theater down there a little ways. Just talk to me about, I guess, the history of kind of what you've seen in terms of street flooding in this area.
Flooding is always a problem. But what areas are going to flood? There are some that are going to be consistent and some that aren't, and it really just depends on which pumps are functioning and which electrical systems are functioning at the Sewage and Water Board.
Yeah, now this truck is doing exactly what we tell people not to do, just plowing straight through the water, and obviously those workers down in the sheet metal store visibly frustrated with them as well.
I've seen it, and I've videoed people even from my porch step earlier today doing this. There was a guy several years ago on Carrollton. He did it at a business next to my old apartment, and he got fired the next day when it went viral for the same thing.
And I know we've seen some buses. I think we see a bus down there near the Broad Theater actually making its way down toward us here. So people do feel more comfortable. I've noticed people have started, driving through here westbound on Broad.
I think they're getting more frustrated than comfortable, and they're all wanting to get home. So.
Yeah. Do you feel the water is receding?
It looks like it's going down a little bit. It's just hard to tell in the middle of it because it's so dark in the middle.
You may have said this already, but how long have you been out here for?
Probably about 2 hours now.
2 hours. And there were people out here before you got here? Or?
People were on the neutral ground, not as many. More and more are parking up as they see people aren't able to pass. I'm just afraid.
All right, Dan. Well, thank you, man. I hope you get home safe.
Yep.
All right, so that's the condition here on Broad and Orleans. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, thanks, David. People getting antsy, especially if they're stuck somewhere and they see the rain has stopped. But the problem is the actual flooded water is still on the roadways.
And you hate to see that with that truck just barreling through on the wrong side of the road, as Christy Coleman pointed out, and just pushing water into all of those businesses and homes. And the people there's nothing they could do. They're helpless.
Yeah.
You hate to see that. All right, Bruce, well, again, thankfully the rain has stopped. We need that water to recede.
Right, I was going to say that live shot tells a big story. No rain, but look at the flooding still. And that's what we're talking about. Even though the rain has ended in your area, we still have numerous reports of flooded streets out there. We have traffic jams. We have issues with cars stalled in roadways. So you don't want to be a victim of that. So the flash flood emergency for Orleans and Jefferson has been extended until 3:45. So in an hour, likely most of the water will get down to a point where we can start moving about. But for now, I would stay put. We just got that report from schools saying that the kids will have later dismissals and they're going to be watched over. So they're going to be fine at this time. So again, put your mind at ease. It looks like schools are doing what they need to do. A little later dismissal, allowing you time to let the water go down and then eventually get on the roadway. Look at this. I love what I'm seeing on the North Shore. Rain basically done across all of the area. Let's take a couple of radar tours coming in. And I'll tell you, overall, St. Tammany up to Washington, Tangipahoa Parish, you are dry right now. So still, we did have reports of some flooding up there. And of course, around Slidell towards Stennis, we had that report of an unconfirmed tornado. Now, a lot of the damage looks like a tornado, but I don't want to call it that because we have to get the Weather Service to go out and do their surveys. Now, would I say it's a pretty good shot at being a tornado strewn all over the area with debris? I would say yes. But we do know that there is a lot of damage out there, and a lot of it was caused by wind. We will get more updates on that. So a lot of people in the Slidell area cleaning up a lot. Now, South Shore, what we're seeing is in the city itself, we may see a little sprinkle here and there, but by far, we will see nothing like we saw earlier. So if you get a little bit of a downpour or a little shower, these are moving quickly, and we're really not getting much developing on the backside of it. Now, Golden Meadow, Lafitte, heading over towards St. Bernard Parish, these storms still will be moving over your area. So you have another probably 45 minutes to go. But the good news is that for the pump areas that we rely so heavily on to get water out of the streets, to make them passable, the heaviest rain for Orleans and Jefferson is basically done. Now, again, not to say we won't see any rain. You may see a little bit of a downpour here and there, right over Lake Salvador near Lafitte. Some showers moving in. Some of those will likely clip parts of the West Bank, and a few more showers moving in toward Metairie and Kenner. But as mentioned, these are going to be very minimal and low impact type situations as far as adding to flooding. So as the water goes down in areas of the city, once again, most areas will have no issue with the pumps getting that water down. Now, still, Golden Meadow to Lafitte, these areas we talked about, that's going to be a while longer before all this rain begins to move out. But at least the axis of the rain, and the heaviest rain, is now beginning to pull east of the metropolitan area. So on the North Shore, as mentioned, things are looking much better. North Shore, you're basically done with it. Not really seeing much rain at all here. Heavier rains moving toward Hattiesburg and over toward areas of Mobile. But for us, so far so good. North Shore, you're done. South Shore and the Metro, pretty much done with a few widely scattered light showers that will not exacerbate the issue. And then in the next 30 minutes to an hour, farther south, everything will begin to move on out. We've been hearing from our weather watchers calling in up to 5, 7, 9 inches of rain throughout the area. And I want to put a call out. Our weather watchers give us ground truth, and we appreciate them calling in. If you are one of the Fox 8 weather watchers and you called in earlier in the day and you had more rain, which likely you did, call the weather line. We'll update that number for you. Coming up at 4 and 5, we'll have those details because many people who may not have been home want to know in the area you live just how much rainfall you got. So Liz, Meg, we are looking much better. A few more little showers to go, but overall not expecting much. And then the heavier rain south and east of us, that should be gone around 3:30 or 3:45. But stay put right now. Still lots of floodwaters, even though most of the rain has ended. We do have that flood emergency, Orleans and Jefferson, till 3:45. Right now, the time is 2:50. So another just about 40 minutes to go.
All right. Thank you, Bruce.
You bet.
Well, one of the hardest hit areas today, we've been showing you all day, is St. Tammany Parish. Parish President Mike Cooper joins us on the phone. Thank you for joining us. I've got to ask you, when was the last time you saw such extensive damage from a storm in your area?
Thank you for having me this afternoon. It's been some time. Hurricane Ida, of course, was, I could say, the last time. That was just a few years ago. I was in office, and what we're experiencing today primarily is wind damage in the East St. Tammany area, high water in our local and large rivers, local drainage features and large rivers, which have yet to crest. But we're seeing pretty widespread damage, home damage, that it's just incredible what we're seeing today. We're prepared for bad weather today, but quite unexpected, hard hit with the amount of rain and the extent of the winds and the structure damage.
Do you have any injuries?
No reported major injuries. We've had some injuries as a result of trees falling on homes and other incidents because of the bad weather, but no major injury, no serious injuries.
What do you want to say to your constituents tonight for those who have no place to stay tonight? What are the resources, if you can hit on those again, that are available for them?
Certainly. We have two shelters open. The Lacombe Rec Center in the Lacombe community and Creekside Junior High School in the Pearl River area are both open and equipped for overnight stay, and we've set those up. We do encourage our citizens to stay off the highways, as there's our Public Works Department, Fire District 1 personnel, or removing trees and debris from our roadways. So there are down power lines. Over 30,000 customers were reported earlier by CLECO that were out of service. So there's still a lot of work to be done, and power is going to be out for many customers through the evening and throughout the night. So I ask our citizens to be patient. The weather has subsided and is clearing up, but there's a lot of cleanup to do, and we just ask our citizens to be patient.
Mike, Bruce Katz wants to jump in and ask you a question.
Hey, Mike.
Sure.
Yeah, over in Slidell, a little after 10 o'clock this morning, we were tracking that wind field, which likely was a tornado, but we're not going to get the official really estimate until the Weather Service goes out and does their surveys. But from your opinion of what you've seen over in that area, what you've heard, maybe talking to Slidell, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, when you see debris thrown in different directions, that's more of a twister type situation as opposed to a straight line wind where everything is lying in the same direction and you've got no debris anywhere else. So what are your thoughts on that? Your residents, I'm sure you've talked to them, and really more officials to the Weather Service, your thoughts on that. I don't want to say confirmed tornado because I want them to go out and do their survey swath, but if I would have had to say from the damage, likely a tornado. So your thoughts?
Certainly, I did see pine trees twisted. It was widespread in the Slidell area, South Slidell, north of Slidell, in the Alton area. There were quite a few instances across East St. Tammany Parish where trees were downed as a result of strong winds and gusts. So, others have called it a tornado, but I've seen sustained damage widespread in that area.
Right. So Weather Service, they'll go out, do their survey swath, give us an idea of what they think. And, again, nevertheless, whatever it was, the wind damage, many people now without homes, roofs have been ripped off, and our hearts go out to those people. And, hopefully shelter-wise, you all have some stuff and, some things that'll help those people. But fortunately, in your area, the rain is beginning to move on out, but there's a lot of cleanup effort to go beyond that point. So, Liz, Meg, we're going to toss it back to you all. Any more questions?
Mr. Cooper, one thing I wanted to ask you, you said the rivers have yet to crest. Explain what that means for your residents.
Those are the major rivers, such as the Bogaflaya River in Covington, the Little Tchefuncte River, or the Tchefuncte River in the Covington area, the Bogachita River, and the Pearl River. Those are all going to swell and crest or continue to rise throughout the night, and going to reach the crest sometime tomorrow or even later at different stages, moderate to major flooding stages. So we'll keep our public informed about that through our public information office and through the local news media such as yourself.
All right, St. Tammany Parish President Mike Cooper, thank you, Mike, so much for your time. We appreciate it. Okay, let's get a look at the situation in Laplace, where our Josh Robertson was just a short time ago.
Well, the rain continued to pour for hours and hours in areas like the River Parish, and we saw widespread damage from that storm system as it made its way through our region. But the River Parishes saw a lot of flooding, and particularly here in Laplace, where we know that this stretch here of Highway 51 coming off the interstate heading into Laplace has saw massive flooding. Many cars having to turn around. Only really high trucks have dared to make their way through this water, and we saw throughout our area, not just here in this stretch of 51 here in Laplace, but also the neighborhoods that surround Laplace will typically see flooding when they have a serious rain event like we had today. And we drove through some of those areas and saw some cars that had to stall out. We saw people making their way with ponchos through their neighborhoods in knee-deep water, just dealing with the aftermath of this storm system, what has continued to just pound this area with rain, and even now still at this point bringing the rain down. And we spoke to people throughout the area who say that this is a storm system that really caused some widespread issues for them, and even though they're used to the flooding, it's still a massive headache. You getting your feet wet when you try to go home?
The ditches get high.
In my backyard, it floods quick. So it's probably really flooded right now. I'm at my mom's house right now. She stays on the 3rd floor. So we're pretty good right now, but on her street it's flooded. So that's why I'm in my truck. We need to take some action because this happens a lot. Like I said, my backyard always floods. My house always, this is the second time my house flooded. So I hope it doesn't flood this time.
Again, if you go, you won't have to venture far. You can go into some of these neighborhoods and just see stalled out vehicles. Some vehicles or some residents not even daring to make their way to their homes because they just can't get through that flood waters. And you should always turn around if you're unaware of how deep that water can be. But again, this storm system definitely causing some havoc and some flooding issues throughout the river parishes. But for now, reporting here in Laplace, Josh Robertson, Fox 8 Local First.
And we're keeping watch as well in St. Tammany Parish, really hard hit today. Chris Welty is there. He's been showing us some of the extensive damage that he's seen so far. Chris.
Hey Liz, we are in the new French Branch subdivision. This is where we were around noon this afternoon, and we wanted to show you we're back here in the subdivision. A moment ago, they had the power crew out here. The power lines have since been disabled, and they are working to secure some heavy equipment to be able to lift these power lines to allow the residents that live back here access to be able to get in and out of the subdivision. Now, 2 homes in the Rue Juno area, they sustained major roof damage. As you can see, as we peek through the tree line, you can see how the potential tornado just destroyed those 2 roofs. And we see some personal belongings exposed, and unfortunately they did sustain a lot of not only wind damage but a lot of water damage. We had some pretty heavy storms throughout the day after that potential tornado came through. Fortunately, the rain has since stopped, so people are beginning to crank up the chainsaws and they have their generators going as they try to begin the cleanup process. And as you can see, multiple power poles were just split in half. This one right here fell on a shed, and multiple trees down. You can just see the tops of those trees, how as that potential tornado came through, it just broke them in half, snapped them. And there's also insulation wrapped up in the trees as well. Now, here in this subdivision, they are still dealing with a little bit of flooding. Of course, the water is very slow to drain. If we take a look over this way, you can see that still the ditches are full. The ditches are shallow, but they are still full. And this poor person's front yard is just a complete lake. Some homes here, they do have some roof damage as far as shingles missing. And this one SUV had the back window blown out and has some damage to the back tail light. And you can also see how, as this debris, I'm not sure if Jimmy will be able to get it from his vantage point, but the garage door, as some of the plywood and decking from the roof was tossed, it just dented in that garage door, and you can see that plywood and a pile of shingles just piled right there against that garage door. Just shows how powerful this storm was as it came through this subdivision. But once again, multiple trees are down. Lots of homes have shingles missing. Some have extensive roof damage, as we showed you from our vantage point in the Rue Juno Street area. 2 homes with substantial roof damage. Since the power cables are disabled after this live shot, we're going to work our way into that subdivision and we'll try and talk to those neighbors. But just a very devastating situation for so many people here in St. Tammany Parish. If you're not dealing with branches down or some roof damage, a lot of people have damage to their fences. So once again, the cleanup process will be extensive and a long one. Unfortunately, no timetable on when power will be restored. But as one gentleman that we talked with earlier today, he said, thankfully, the weather is a bit cooler and we're not in the dead heat of summer. So if they are without power for a day or two, it's something that they can deal with. Reporting live in Slidell, Chris Welty, Fox 8 Local First.
Looking on the bright side there.
Yeah, but still, it's going to be a rough night for people trying to navigate to get back to that subdivision tonight and everything else. The power outage, the power lines down, a lot for them to deal with tonight.
Well, from that sort of damage in St. Tammany Parish to flooding that we're seeing in St. John the Baptist Parish, and that's where we find our Sabrina Wilson live.
Hey there, I'm in the Garyville area, and most streets we've gone down are actually passable here in Garyville. But not this one, South Apple Street at Anthony Monica. Looks like there's several inches of water. Some vehicles are moving down right now. Now, a home to my right seems to have at least a foot of water surrounding it. A man staying there came out to the door and said he got water again. We expect him to come out. He said he needed to get presentable, but he said this is like the second time he got water here on South Apple Street here in Garyville. Now we're gonna go over to this gentleman who is using a vehicle that's fitting for this water. So what do you think of the situation?
Well, this is the most that it ever had this much water. I mean, we got flooded, but this is bad. This is really bad.
So do you live here on South Apple?
Yeah, I live all the way down the street.
Did you get water in your house?
No, not in my house, or nothing like that. But we had to raise stuff up outside and stuff like that. That's a lot of water out here.
So when it was raining, did you guys? I haven't seen any structural damage, but
they had some damage. I just went and pick it up. On the next street, I got the stuff like
things flying.
Well, it's like somebody's carport. It fell on his truck, and I just went and pick it all up out of the yard, and I got it down the street from my house.
Well, certainly you're one of the fortunate ones, and you got a four-wheeler that gets you down the street. So at least people can drive down Apple Street. Yeah. But for the man who's living in the house to my right, and John is going to turn around so you can see. Looks like there's at least a foot of water, and he says once again he has taken on water in his home here in Garyville. This area sits between the River Road and Airline Highway. Reporting live from St. John Parish, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thank you so much, Sabrina. Just a mess of a situation everywhere. That also extends to Metairie, where we find our Andres Fuentes.
Hey guys, we're here in Elmwood right now, just along Clearview. Just want to step out of the way as you can see just one of the many flooded areas, flooded intersections here in the Elmwood area. Right now, LA DOTD does have Clearview closed southbound if you're trying to get through at the Earhart. So if you're trying to get over that hump past Airline, they're going to actually redirect you, go a different route, and they won't be letting you through. They're trying to minimize as much traffic as possible, especially right now when we're expecting a lot of people to be either getting out of school or out of work. And it's for this right here, what you're seeing, this flooded road, flooded intersection. We have this stalled car right here at the Applebee's on Elmwood. If you're familiar with the area, owner is nowhere to be seen, but you know, this car is in really the deepest area of this flooded intersection. You would typically like to see some cars kind of slow down when they're getting through the water, but unfortunately we haven't been seeing it the case at all. If we want to point a little bit toward the bottom right here, this is actually some of the drainage catch basins. I have been seeing some swirls actually happen. If we don't get too many cars for a bit, you might actually see that. So the drainage system is working. We just wrapped up an interview with Parish President Cynthia Lee Shane. She told us that the drainage system is at capacity right now, trying to do what they can to take as much water off the streets as possible. But unfortunately, there was just so much rain, around 6 to 8 inches throughout Jefferson Parish. I know some parts of Jefferson Parish got hit a lot more than most, and as you can see, this is the lasting impact. So we're seeing some swirls right there. There you go. So that's a sign that things are working, but unfortunately not working as fast as some people would like, and not working as fast as, you know, the rush hour as that's about to happen. But again, it's not just this part of Clearview. If we extend just on that other side as they're going northbound, you can see just how that truck just speeding on through. But you know, they're also dealing with flooding over there, and there you go. That's something you don't want to do. The parish president explicitly told me not to do that. If you do have to travel through any flooding on the roadways, especially you don't travel through flooded roadways, but if you do got to do that, you know, be cautious, be mindful. You will make wakes, and you do want to take your time, especially if you're driving in a big truck or a big SUV, because you could be brushing up a lot of the debris, a lot of that water onto property as well, splashing people, splashing reporters on the side of the road, trying to give live reports on the issues and everything going on here along the side of the road. But again, you know, we have been seeing a lot of stalled cars like what we're seeing right here in Clearview. A lot of puddles and things like that, and flooded intersections. So just be mindful of that if you're watching. Those are going to be real issues that you're going to face if you're picking up the kids from school, real issues as you're trying to get home from work. And unfortunately, it's here along some of the busier intersections in Jefferson Parish. We're going to head a little more southbound and try to give you a live report of how it looks close to Jefferson Highway. But for now, reporting live here, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Christy, there are so many roads out there that are impacted right now.
Yeah, I know a lot of drivers are hectic, really, you know, it's hectic trying to get home and trying to pick the kids up from school. So things are still pretty messy out there. No issues to report on the causeway, but we still have some light rain kind of coming through the area. So please drive safely, stay put if you don't have to go anywhere. Because of that high water, we still have some underpasses that may be blocked, and one of them being Carrollton at I-10. We know that one tends to flood very quickly. Also some high water, Gentilly Boulevard at the 610 underpass. Another one still showing closed, Canal Boulevard underpass as well. Near City Park, Franklin Avenue underpass right there at I-10, and then also very high water here in North Broad near Orleans Avenue. We showed you a live look there earlier today, and things are still pretty heavy out there. So please don't chance it, turn around, don't drown, as we always like to say. We have a roadway blocked off Clearview near the Huey P. Long Bridge. So that was one of the shots we just showed you there with Andres out there. And then also some flooding reported in the West Wego area. So just be mindful. Once again, we do have several streets that are blocked off due to high water. If you can stay put and stay at home, do so until things kind of, that water recedes in the area. That's a look at your local first traffic.
All right, long day for Christy.
A long day for Christy. We appreciate her sticking around, but
Yeah.
it's important to keep our viewers up to date on what's happening on the roadways as well.
All right, a long day also for all of our weather team who've had comprehensive coverage of today's storm, including Chief Meteorologist Bruce Katz.
Well, right now what we're watching is, Meg, the rain dwindling, and that's good news. But still, our live shots again tell the story, because even though rain has stopped in many areas, they still have floodwaters. As a result, you may not be able to pass by, maybe stranded cars, you may be stuck in traffic. So give it another 30 to 45 minutes as things slow but sure do settle down. Heaviest rain really more so on the South Shore, and I want to focus in there. We'll come in, basically the city is done. May see a light sprinkle, but that'll be pretty much it. So as we look into the East Bank and the West Bank right now, a couple of little bitty showers, but that is it. After those blow on by, basically the rain is done. I mean, really right now in comparison, I would have to say the rain in the city itself is finished. Now down to Lafitte, Point Lahash, we talked about those showers moving in from the southwest, and let's come a little bit farther southwest. And I want to show you that from Grand Isle to Port Sulphur, these areas of rain are going to continue to move in to kind of the marshy areas of lower and central Jefferson, heading over towards St. Bernard and Plaquemines Parish. So as all these continue to move on out, we're not seeing any more redevelopment down to the south and west. So that means that we're eventually going to see even the South Shore, all rain will be coming to an end. On the North Shore, you've been done for a little while. Right now, Washington, all of Tangipahoa Parish, St. Tammany, looking good. Even our viewers, Pearl River County, Harrison, you're pretty much done with the rainfall. However, we are still watching Slidell because, of course, if they get a sprinkle or a little light shower, really not expecting a whole lot, the damage and devastation from an unconfirmed tornado is dramatic. Many roofs that were ripped off, many roofs that were damaged to the point where water got in when it was raining. So at least over in Slidell, they had the damage, but the rain is now even pulling east of your area. So as we take a look overall, I'm going to say the rain is pretty much done completely North Shore. Just about completely done in the city. Any little sprinkle we get, that will not cause issues to get those waters to rise again, because it's just not enough rain that would cause a problem. Point Lahash to Grand Isle, all that moves eastward, and even now, east of the mouth of the river, heaviest storms are moving into the Gulf of Mexico. So, Meg, slowly but surely, we are seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. It's done North Shore for the Metro, pretty much done, maybe a sprinkle, and I'm thinking right around 4 o'clock, most of this activity should be gone as well. We've been checking in with Hannah Gard and some of the Weather Watcher numbers. We have got some incredible rainfall totals. We're going to tally those up for you coming up. And of course, on Fox 8 News at 4 and 5, we'll have more details on that. What a morning, what an afternoon it's been. And Meg, finally, the rain is continuing to move out of the area, which is great news.
Yes, that is definitely great news, Bruce. Thank you so much. All right, we want to get another check on the situation in Slidell, where we have seen widespread damage this afternoon. Our Maddie Kurth and Lauren McCoy join us live.
That's right, Meg. We are still here on Pontchartrain Drive in Slidell, where we've seen a lot of damage, even some more damage throughout the widespread of Slidell. And this is a neighborhood and an area that Lauren is familiar with. Lauren, you grew up here.
Yeah, I grew up here, and on my way here to be here with you today, Maddie, I took the Highway 11 bridge, and just getting off of that bridge, passing Salmon High School, because if y'all want to know where we are, Salmon's down there, and then there's like the Walmart, neighborhood Walmart, and you have the Winn-Dixie right here. But even driving to get to you, seeing the roofs off of buildings, these down power lines, seeing people literally walking on the street, looking at all of this damage, it's just really disheartening. It's sad. Again, glad that there were not, it could have been so much worse. And so, Maddie, I will tell you, it was emotional just driving up here, because this is where I grew up. And again, this could have been way worse. And I'm so happy that the lives are still here. But it's just so sad, especially looking at this hair salon right behind us. I can only imagine what that owner is going through.
Exactly, that owner dealing with this, as well as a lot of people who live just about 10 minutes away from here off Old Spanish Trail. We were out there earlier this morning where we saw significant damage from that possible tornado just ripping through an apartment complex. The permitting office here in Slidell has come out and told me that that building is not salvageable. Those people are going to have to find a new place to live. And so everybody is really clinging to each other at this time, relying on neighbors and relying on the kindness of strangers and the kindness of our officials who have been out here all morning cutting away. A lot of crews here trying to work to clear away this damage.
Yeah, and Tommy, if you could just show what DOTD is doing right now. These street lights have been out since I've been out here since about 2:30. You can see the crews trying to fix this, see cars slowly passing by. And then we also saw down the street where you have these down power lines, you saw Atmos Energy. They're here. Firefighters were out on this scene trying to help. But I will say I have seen a lot of people driving around, taking pictures. Stay home if you can, because it is still a dangerous situation out here. You have power lines next to puddles. That's not a good situation to be in. So if you want to see it, watch us here on Fox 8. We will bring you the updates and we will let you know when it is safe to be outside. But this is still a very serious situation out here.
Yeah, Lauren, there are a lot of crews just walking, trying to cross the highway. And so it makes it difficult if people are paying more attention to their phone, trying to take video of all of this. Look, we can step out of the way and give you the best look here. Down telephone poles, down telephone wires. We've had a lot of power outages reported in Slidell from CLECO. And so everybody's doing their part. They're all trying to get things back on track. But there you heard it, a crack of thunder there. The worst of the rain, as Bruce forecasts, is out of our way, but we are still dealing with severe weather conditions.
And knowing that this is just the beginning for a lot of these residents. We know what recovery is like. We've seen storms like this. We've seen major hurricanes, but something like this, we know that this is just the beginning. So again, my thoughts, my prayers go out to everyone who's dealing with the effects of the severe weather today.
Yeah, and so if any residents have had damage to their homes, if you need a safe and warm and secure place to stay tonight, there were 3 shelters. We're down to 2 in St. Tammany Parish now. So John Slidell Park is no longer open as a shelter, but Creekside Junior High and the Rec Center in Lacombe are going to be the 2 places that are open and ready for you. So bring blankets if you have them, medicine if you need it, food if you can, but they're going to be there. Red Cross is mobilized in Slidell here too to try and get everyone back up on their feet.
And I know we will have crews out here all night giving you updates. I will be here. Maddie has been out here all day, but we will keep you updated with everything that's happening right here on the North Shore, right here in Slidell specifically, because like Maddie said, this was not the only place to see damage. You had the French Brand subdivision, you had parts of Old Spanish Trail that were really hit hard by today's storm. So we will keep you updated right here on Fox 8. So for now, for Maddie Kurth, I'm Lauren McCoy. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, ladies.
And we also saw, just a short while ago, we had people in kayaks in Mid-City. That's where Ashland Brothers was. I don't know what the situation is there now with the water. Has it receded, Ashland?
Well, Megan, Liz, yes. As far as that area is concerned, it's definitely still an issue. At least it was about 30 minutes ago when we were there. We have now migrated to the Broadmoor area, and things are looking pretty poor. I will say this right here, what you're seeing is a common occurrence, okay? So in this area, you're seeing a lot of side streets taped off, and as I duck down over here, this is a good sign. Okay, an hour ago, this would not have been visible, but now the drains, they're working into overdrive. So if you can see, as I walk to my right, your left, we're going to come over here and just look and see just the sheer magnitude of what these drains are doing in order to try and clear these streets. As I walk closer to the drain, I am getting knee deep in the water, but you can kind of see how quickly the water is going down the drain system. You can see also along Napoleon, where we are at South Galvez and Napoleon, the water is starting to recede, but nevertheless, there's still much to be done. There's a lot of cars that are stuck along this road at South Galvez, just waiting the water out, right? At this point, that's just the situation. If you're stuck in the middle of the water, there's really nothing you can do at that point. Now, of course, a lot of people are also taking advantage of the neutral ground. A lot of people have parked along there. And what we've been seeing now around this time is a lot of school buses driving through as well. Again, a good sign that the water is starting to recede, but it's still a big issue. A good thing, again, as we try to focus on the positive of the situation, is that a lot of these homes are a little bit higher up. So we're not seeing the water necessarily creep into the homes themselves, though we are seeing some damage within the garages. So if you have a lot of stored items in there, a lot of keepsakes, which a lot of people tend to do, that's going to be a bit of an issue. So if you haven't already, maybe move those boxes up to higher ground. But as we walk a little bit further along Napoleon, which, as we know, is notorious for flooding, we're going to see the floodwaters continue along this area. Again, to my left, we've got neutral ground parking. To my right, we've got a lot of areas that are taped off. The main areas are good to drive on for the most part, with the water really staying to the shoulder of the road. But then you've got these side streets that are just suffering. Like I said, I got knee deep. I don't even want to know how high up it gets. And my goodness, Drew, watch out right here. We've got a step. That's another thing. You don't even know how deep the water is because it's so murky. Another thing, a lot of trash now is floating up and out. So I know we have to live in the moment and focus on the now, but I can't help but think how much cleanup this is going to take in order to, obviously clear the area. It's not just mud. It's not just the trash. It's these streets that are going to be impacted by this tremendous amount of flooding. And of course, these homes, we're hoping to stay in the area for a little bit longer and maybe speak with some of the residents about their worries and if they've had to deal with anything, if they've had to wade through the water. Hopefully, they've been able to stay home. But there have been many people on the road, which we've seen when we made our way from Mid-City to the Broadmoor area. So at this point in time, obviously we see a little bit of the pitter-patter of the rain. Most of the rain is clear from this area, but still a lot to be done. So, as I said, if you can stay out of this while the water does its job, while the drain system does its job, stay out of it. Turn around, don't drown. I know we hear that all the time, but do it. Also, we did see down the road, just a little ways, people helping out, Good Samaritans who were cleaning the drain system, which is great because, again, as these drains try to clear these waters, they're catching all of that debris. They're catching the down leaves. They're catching the down branches. And they're also collecting some of that trash that's floating that people had sitting out, like this trash right now. Yeah, you can see right now. Drew, is this a drain system that's working into overdrive? You can see the little swirl, but yeah, all of this it has to fight through as well. So even though it's working rapidly, it still has a lot of work to do. So again, plenty of crews out showing what the situation is like, but here in Broadmoor, a lot of water still resting on the roads, a lot of roads looking more like lakes. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. Reporting live in New Orleans, Ashlyn Brothers, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks, Ashlyn. The only good news is that they're seeing that water going down the drain.
Yeah, you're seeing that drain. And we've seen in the past that sometimes when, you choose to walk through that water, the sewage system could be backed up too.
Oh, yeah.
So there's so many reasons just to stay out of that.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at some video that we recorded and some of our viewers recorded actually earlier today. This is from Amanda Hall from Pearl River showing down trees, a lot of flooding there. This was sent in this morning, just around 10:30 in the morning.
Okay, and we've got another video as well. We've been so grateful to all our viewers who have sent in video and pictures. Down trees this morning from the extensive wind blocking I-55, and this was taken just south of Amite.
Also in Mandeville, we've seen extensive flooding. This car tried to make it through the floodwaters, just unfortunately couldn't get there. A tow truck arriving on the scene to take this vehicle. This is Florida Street at Girard, trying to tow away that sedan.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's many people will be dealing with vehicles in that situation today. We've got video too, just showing the extent of the gust of winds that we felt earlier today. This was Chef Pass near Fort Macomb. This was from our viewer Cindy Bryant, who captured this at a peak of the really strong gusty situation that so many folks dealt with this morning.
It was interesting when you were out and about today. I had a dentist appointment actually before I
Yeah,
came into work.
wow.
I made it there, luckily, but the wind just whipping and the rain was almost coming sideways because of that wind. And that's when things were really starting to kind of pick up. And it was just a mess out there. Bruce, luckily, the rain has stopped at this hour, which we're thankful for. But again, as we've been saying, we're waiting for that water to recede.
All right. Even though the rain has ended, we still see in those live shots there is standing water, so we have to give it a little time. But here's the great news. I mean, the rain is really beginning to pull out. North Shore, we're done. Basically here in the city, down toward the Bayou and River parishes, we are done with the rainfall. So once again, St. Bernard Parish, heading over to Port Sulphur, we are seeing on that moderate to heavy rain continuing. So I want to focus in, first of all, here on the North Shore. As you can see, Slidell, we saw with Maddie and Lauren, they were doing that live shot, just a little light sprinkle, but that is really going to be it. And once this moves on out, we're basically done even in Slidell. So on the eastern end, we've been seeing a little more of a slow movement of that rainfall, but right now we are seeing that rain moving out and should be moving out in the next 30 minutes or so. Let's take a look farther down to the south, and we're going to be on that western side of that line. Lafitte, a little sprinkle, but that's all moving away. Now, heading over toward Poydras and Violet, Chalmette, a little light to moderate rain, but as you can see, we're just about here pushing it into the Gulf of Mexico, and then the entire area will be without rainfall. Let's take a look at some of these numbers. Around Elysian Fields, around Bayou St. John, Mid-City, anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain. When you get that amount, no pump can handle that. Heading over toward western areas, 17th Street Canal, almost 5 inches. Near Bonneville, 5.5 to 6 inches of rain. Farther south, near Estelle at 5.2, Lafitte at 5.4, Jesuit Bend just north of you, throughout parts of central areas of even St. Bernard Parish, almost 7 inches of rain. Coming down south, here's some more numbers for you. East of La Rose and north of Galliano, over 5 inches. Not quite as much south of Homa and Dulac, but still 1 to almost 3 inches of rain. That's a considerable amount. Now farther south, Leeville, not even an inch. Grand Isle had a big downpour at about 3.8, and around Delacroix, south and north of Devant, we're seeing 4.6, and north of Port Sulphur at about 2.4. So again, down toward areas of the bayou, we're looking at, on average, farther north, 5.1 near Bayou Buff, a little lower down to the south at about 1 to 1.5 inches, and the North Shore, you got nailed pretty hard. Mandeville toward Madisonville, along 22, almost 8 inches of rain there. To the west of that area, almost 7 inches of rain, and then east of Gonzales and west of areas of Mandeville and Manchac, we saw almost 7 inches of rain. And then down south near Gramercy at about 5.4. Look at that case, heading over toward Mississippi at 6.3. Slidell, where we had that apparent unconfirmed tornado, almost 6 inches of rain. So certainly that is an issue. Now the tornado watch basically has expired now. Flash flood watch will expire too, so we're not really worried about that. And finally, we're beginning to see this low beginning to move east of Dallas. And once that begins to move a little further, it's going to take all of this rain and finally displace it well east into areas of Alabama and also into Georgia. So we're getting there, just another maybe 30 minutes to an hour. Most of us should be dry at that point. And the rainfall totals, this is kind of a swath of many of the different observation stations. Now, Slidell, 3.63. Now, that was at the airport, but other observations coming in over 5, almost 6 inches of rain. Even toward the lakefront, 6.5 inches. At the airport in Kenner, 6.25. Gonzales at 4.18. You get away from the lake, a little bit less, farther north and west, and the winds right now, they're settling down. Remember, we had that wind advisory. That basically is done as well. When the front moves in, we may have a gust or two, but with those storms, the only gust is where those storms are in Gulfport at 20. Let's time it out for you. The model, very, very good. In fact, it's verifying that last little rain moving on out. Overnight, we do dry up. In fact, we'll see some clearing skies. And then how about this? Moving into tomorrow morning, a few low clouds. But as we move in through midday, here's 10:30. Going into 2 o'clock, we get sunshine back. We get lower humidity. And get ready Thursday into your big French Quarter Fest weekend. It's going to be spectacular. So right now, things are looking really good as we wrap up the work week. I'd say we deserve that payback. Temperatures right now, mid to upper 60s. Rain cooled air. So today, a very cool and damp day and still some moisture in the air. 60, 65 on the dew point. And through the evening hours, our temperatures will continue to fall into the low 70s, topping out into the mid to upper 60s before it's all said and done. Happy to report the rain is moving on out. Still some flooded streets, as we've seen. We have reporters all over. Meg and Liz, we're seeing that really big area of flooding going down. So kids at school, you may be saying, I still want to go. Maybe wait a little bit longer, pick up the kids. They're safe. But at this point, it looks like things are definitely improving as the water is going down.
And can you explain again? I know I wasn't sure if I had the right figures earlier. Is it the pumps drain for the first hour an inch and then it's half an inch? Can you explain that, why it takes a while for the water to go down?
So 1 inch of rain the first hour, half an inch every hour thereafter. So say if the rain started at around 7:30, 8 o'clock, heavy rain. So from that point all the way through about noon to 1, we saw up to 7, 8 inches of rain. So in 6 hours, say you got 6 inches of rain, in the first hour it can handle 1 inch. Well, we exceeded that already by several inches, and then only half an inch every hour thereafter. So when you equate from, say, 8 o'clock until noon to 1, with 6, 7 inches of rain, that 1.5 had no chance in the first hour and a half to 2 hours to even catch up. So once that rain started, the pumps got overwhelmed and it just couldn't pump it out fast enough. And what happens is you get that much rain, the water rises, the pumps, what they're doing is it's like pouring water into a cup that has a hole in it. So it's not going down. I mean, you're flowing it out, but it continues to fill. So that was the issue today. Whenever you have rain of that magnitude, I have to be on the side of the Sewage and Water Board and the pump systems. You just can't handle it. I mean, we have an infrastructure that is, over 100 years old?
Right.
It's designed to do what it's done. We've seen more rain in the last several years. And if it's an inch an hour, half an inch every hour thereafter, it just couldn't handle it. It was just overwhelmed. And that's kind of what the situation was. But it is going down now. And the good news, for 7 days, no rain.
That is good news. Bruce, I was going to say, you've only been on the air about, 7 hours now? So we forgive you for forgetting our names.
Yeah, no, exactly. We're going to go through 6 o'clock, and, at least my portion is going to slow but sure end because the rain is moving out. But, again, the reporter's doing a great job. Yeah. Zach Ferdella was with you this morning. Hannah Gard did a great job. Amber Wheeler in the Storm Tracker. So we've been out and about, and we're not done until it's over. So back to you.
All right. And no one was spared. I mean, just about every area got some sort of impact today, as we're about to see from Josh Robertson.
Yeah,
right?
he was in LaPlace earlier today with a look at the damage there.
Well, the rain continued to pour for hours and hours in areas like the River Parish, and we saw widespread damage from that storm system as it made its way through our region. But the River Parishes saw a lot of flooding, and particularly here in LaPlace, where we know that this stretch here of Highway 51 coming off the interstate heading into LaPlace has saw massive flooding. Many cars having to turn around. Only really high trucks have dared to make their way through this water, and we saw throughout our area, not just here in this stretch of 51 here in LaPlace, but also the neighborhoods that surround LaPlace will typically see flooding when they have a serious rain event like we had today. And we drove through some of those areas and saw some cars that had to stall out. We saw people making their way with ponchos through their neighborhoods in knee-deep water, just dealing with the aftermath of this storm system, what has continued to just pound this area with rain, and even now still at this point bringing the rain down. And we spoke to people throughout the area who say that this is a storm system that really caused some widespread issues for them, and even though they're used to the flooding, it's still a massive headache. You getting your feet wet when you try to go home?
The ditches get high.
In my backyard, it floods quick. So it's probably really flooded right now. I'm at my mom's house right now. She stays on the 3rd floor. So we're pretty good right now, but on her street it's flooded. So that's why I'm in my truck. We need to take some action because this happens a lot. Like I said, my backyard always floods. My house always, this is the second time my house flooded. So I hope it doesn't flood this time.
Again, if you go, you won't have to venture far. You can go into some of these neighborhoods and just see stalled out vehicles. Some vehicles or some residents not even daring to make their way to their homes because they just can't get through that flood waters. And you should always turn around if you're unaware of how deep that water can be. But again, this storm system definitely causing some havoc and some flooding issues throughout the river parishes. But for now, reporting here in LaPlace, Josh Robertson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, as we've been talking about, the North Shore obviously taking the brunt of the damage today. This is some video from earlier today in the Browns Village area of Slidell. Heavy rains, a lot of flooding there. Obviously, we saw damage earlier from a suspected tornado, an unconfirmed tornado at this point that just ripped roofs off of houses and buildings and blew out windows. But there, as you could see, the heavy rain coming down and just flooding streets and yards.
Yeah, and when you see that rain and how heavy it was, you got to feel for folks who lost their roofs today.
Oh, yeah.
And they have that water just pouring in to damage the contents of their home. A look now at the weather in Abita Springs. This was this morning from viewer JJ Chasson, and you can see the impact there of that weather as it moved through. Heavy rain just coming down, turning backyards, front yards, roads into what looked like pools and in some cases lakes.
All right, let's get a live look now at the situation in Slidell at this hour. We're going to send it right out to Chris Welty.
Hey, Meg, we are on Rue Juno in the New French Branch subdivision here in Slidell, and the damage is quite extensive. Take a look at this home. This is where our first close-up look of this house. It has extensive roof damage from this possible tornado, unconfirmed tornado that passed through this subdivision. Unfortunately, not only are they dealing with roof damage, they have windows blown out, multiple trees down. A lot of people, they love the North Shore because of the amount of trees in their neighborhoods. And unfortunately, a lot of those trees came down today when this storm came through. And the debris is quite extensive out here as well. There's pieces of 2x4 framing. We have shingles and even some insulation mixed in with tree branches. Just a lot of debris scattered throughout this area. Now, this home right here, we talked with a young man that lives at this house. He says, fortunately, everyone in his house and from what he knows, that his neighbors were all okay. His boat pushed into his truck, so both received a little bit of damage. He says that he was sleeping on a loft-style bed this morning when the storm was rolling through, and he felt his bed shaking as that potential tornado passed over and passed through this subdivision. Now, Jimmy, if we can, let's come down a little bit. I know you're on your stick, so just bear with us, but I want to show you this house, this blue house, and they also have some pretty significant roof damage. I talked with the homeowner. She is a teacher over at St. Michael's in New Orleans, and she just pulled into her driveway when we were coming up, and she was telling me that her husband as well as her son were home when the tornado passed through. They were upstairs, and fortunately they felt those rumbles and they quickly made it downstairs into a bathroom to take shelter. But as you can see, the power of Mother Nature, a lot of their belongings, it looks like that may have been a playroom or an attic storage up there, and just a lot of those items scattered now throughout their front yard. Their fence is down, multiple trees are down, and once again, extensive roof damage. Now, they're still trying to get a grasp on exactly the extent of their damage and also what they're going to tell one of their children. One of their children does have special needs. So explaining the situation, they said it's going to be a very delicate situation to explain, and they said they're sure their kid will have a lot of questions about exactly what happened here today. A lot of people, they're just still trying to process the extent of damage in this subdivision. Once again, multiple trees down, windows blown out, roofs have damage. If homes don't have extensive roof damage like these, some are missing shingles, others have tree limbs just laying on them. But the power company